bundles, but just give it a try because the next time you serve Centennial Cuts to your family and friends, you are going to be an absolute barbecuing hero. Trust me when I tell you, once you try it, you'll never go back. Get to CentennialCuts.com.
All right, Beefcake, listen up. The Rocky Mountain Cup finale is coming to Colorado. That's right. And you can join the Rapids as they take on Real Salt Lake this Saturday, 7:30 for the Rocky Mountain Cup Showdown, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation. Sports matter. Tickets on sale right now at coloradorapids.com. By the way, if you guys are going to that game, you want to go a little bit early? Moj, what's our favorite thing to do before a Rapids game?
Go hang out with C38 and drink beers?
Do you know who's going to be at C38?
Who?
Steve Nelson.
Really?
He's going to be
What are you doing?
rocking his
What are you
band with the C38.
Yeah, my band's playing the C38 tailgate. We'll
You're
be
kidding
there
me.
from about 5:15 to 6:45.
You think you're better than me?
What you think?
I don't think so.
Wait, you guys are gonna crank it up for the C38?
Yeah,
folk.
not the brass band, my pop punk band. We're going to be shredding some guitar and complaining about things as only pop punkers can do.
So your brass band is Gorilla Fanfare. What's this band's name?
It's called Stray the Course.
How many bands
Stray
are you
the
in?
Course.
2. I got my jazz band and then I got my angry guitar band. You need both.
You should have called them Itchy and the Lepers. That'd be great.
You think you're better than me?
No, I did I ever say that? I just
You know, we haven't been to a Rapids game yet this year.
I know, we
we
gotta go.
usually go as a as a group.
Mm-hmm.
Watching Vic eat fish and chips is the funniest damn thing on the planet.
Why?
Why is that funny?
Because it's not you. Because that's not who you are. Okay? It'd be like watching me eat beets or something like that.
But I love a good fish and chips.
No,
What are
I
you
know,
trying to
but
say?
Those are
watching-
good fish and chips.
They are.
This is a guy who, he meticulously picks his bananas and all this kind of stuff. And he just sits down with a giant tartar sauce and he was just dipping. Just dipping.
By the way, you know what, England? They're fries. Beat us in a war and then call them chips.
Mm-hmm.
How's that sound?
Yeah, we get that.
Hey, we're all friends now, man.
They're fries.
You don't need to go there. We're all friends.
Really? What were they doing on the 4th of July?
Putting out fireworks? No, but that's always a great time. I mean, the C-38 folks always treat us really well. They're really nice to us. The stadium obviously is beautiful. The Rapids are kicking some major butt. We don't like Salt Lake.
You know what? That goes for all food. Beat us in a war and then you can tell us what food's called, okay? We call it what we want.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
Chips. Chips.
I know, it's pretty lame.
God, I always see people in England sending that sad picture of those breakfasts with just the baked beans and like untoasted bread. I'm like, what's going on over there, guys? So, the funniest thing that I saw is somebody said they're eating like German warplanes are still overhead. And I'm like, they are.
Porridge.
Pick it up a little bit. All right, so on the subject
On
of
the
the
flip
Rapids,
side, though, Vic. On the flip side, real quick. Sorry. How good's the food in Italy?
Can't wait. I'm a month away.
see, that's the thing, Vic. Like, I want 2 trips. I want one to Ireland where I just drink all of the stuff that I can drink in Ireland. That's what I want. And then I want to go to Italy and eat all I can eat.
Well, it's just so good for you. I was there last time I was there a month. In my daily regimen, I had a personal pizza and a bottle of wine daily.
So I remember
Sounds like my
And
regimen
I
here.
lost 2 pounds.
No, I remember the DNVR boys when they took that trip to Serbia a couple years ago. They said they ate and drank the entire trip. Like, did not spend 30 minutes without eating or drinking, and they all lost weight.
Yeah, the ingredients, because it's all
How?
fresh. It's not processed. It's all fresh. They have
Why are they trying to kill
and
us
then
here?
it'll freeze everything. Like in my parents, there's nothing frozen. You don't pull something out of the freezer and microwave it.
Correct.
It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
In northern Italy, they've got bigger cows too, man. They got these big old cows.
Okay, so let's
Like
do
a T-bone and choke a hippo.
Let's do a couple of these. We have drunk takes coming up because we have the scramble tomorrow. But let's give away a pair of tickets to that Rapids game. And the way you could win that was you had to send us a voice of the people with your best goal call. So Nelly's the judge. He has narrowed it down to the top 3. So we need to choose the winner out of the 3. So Nelly, go ahead.
Goal! Toots.
I like that one.
Okay.
All right, what's next?
Oh, now the pass back, something you might see in football. Oh, now Navarro, look. Oh, Navarro splits the D on. Look at and then he shoots it. Go! Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at that. This is the old banana splitter Rooney.
Wow.
That's good.
That was almost a word
Pretty
for
good,
word.
pretty
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
All right, last one. Go ahead.
Como se dice en español, I did your mom last night and go, go,
Oh,
go,
God.
go, go,
You
go,
guys are
go,
the
go.
best.
Vamos rápido!
Oh, God.
You know what? My vote's for the last one because
I'll
that's a
give it
lot
to
of
him.
effort.
Yeah,
That's a
give it
lot
to
of
him.
effort
Give
on
it
that
to him.
one.
Give it
Agreed?
to him. Give it
Sounds
to
good,
him.
Nelly. You agree?
Give it
All in
to
favor,
him.
say aye.
Aye.
All right.
That was Drew. Drew, I'll get in touch with you after the show. We'll get you that pair of tickets.
The
You guys
ayes
are
have
good.
it.
You guys are good. You guys are good. You're too good. You're too good.
You know what? I enjoyed a good all in favor, say aye, and you guys all said aye. I like that.
You guys are
Felt like I was in charge.
I like the way he just slipped it.
Come on, say it. Did your mom?
Use that call. Use that.
Moj, please.
Como
Nathan
se
Mc-
dice en español, I did your mom last night and go!
I mean, what's better? Nathan McKinnon or Como se dice en español, I did your mom last night? Which one's better?
I ain't doing it. You're not going to bully me into doing stuff like that.
No, that one's too much. I agree, Moj. I agree. That's what you think we do? We bully you?
Yes,
We're
you
giving
bully me.
helpful hints.
No, it's bullying.
We're making you a more well-rounded.
No, you
broadcaster.
bully me into stuff.
Hey, do you remember? I can't remember what the call was, but we had you call something and it blew up. What was that? We had you specifically do a goal call that you did, and it blew up and it went everywhere. What was that?
It went viral.
Was it the McCannon?
No, this was something different.
What was it, Mo?
It was some time ago, though. It was,
It was
a
like
couple,
a couple
3
years ago.
Yeah. I don't remember.
Texters,
I don't
help me
recall.
out. What
Yeah,
was it?
I remember what it was. Score.
No, it was not score.
Was it that? Okay.
But we had you do a bit,
Yeah, I
and
don't-
it blew up, and
Oh,
you
taste
didn't even
the-
think us.
Taste the biscuit.
Taste the biscuit.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Jeffe.
Oh, is that what it was? Taste the
Hefe.
biscuit? That's
No, that was too recent. It was a couple years ago. It was something else. Oh, man, that's going to drive me nuts now that I can't think of this.
It's okay.
All right.
It'll come to you.
Textures, help us out. In the meantime, favorite part of the week, drunk takes.
Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
Again, shout out to Lariat Lodge. Beautiful locations. Go and check those out. So we're doing this Thursday because tomorrow's going to be the Altitude Summer Scramble, the final installment of that. So tune in all day tomorrow. Drunk takes are our favorite part of the week. They're clips from throughout the week. Slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
All you people, and I know the majority of you are laughing at us, saying you old men. I don't understand the allure of sitting at home touching a little remote.
Let me tell you
Just
what's
touch,
different
touch,
about
touch.
That's what you're calling it now?
Yeah. It's the little remote.
The little remote.
Yeah. What's next?
Moj, you know what I want to do with you? I've done basketball games. I've done football games.
Vic, what do you want to do with me? I'm not going to come over and touch your little remote control. Back to backs. Those are back to backs.
This is a back to back. All right, what's next?
Yeah, guys. Hey, thanks, man. I was listening to you guys, and I love your show every single morning. And I'm just sorry everybody stiffs you and how rude that is.
We don't want you on our
Yeah,
show.
cut him off. Cut him off right now. Get him off. That's not the kind of guest that we want on this show. So, did you know, Dave Fleck told me, you know, that sports media site, they did an article on that,
On what?
on me cutting him off. And they said, Kane cut off an unruly caller. What? And I go, Hastings? Yeah.
You're kidding me.
No. They did
Show
a story
Show
on
me
it.
this story.
All right, hang on a second. In the meantime, what's
Can't
next?
believe the media.
Hi, Kate. This is the dudes. We're just here on the radio, waiting for that breakdown of some summer league. Big, your big brain talking about summer league.
Katie, why do you hate us?
Good question. A good. She ducked us for days before
Couple
finally
days.
joining the
Yeah,
program.
a couple days.
What's next?
Who wants to get humiliated by a 13-year-old basement-dwelling foul-mouthed brat in Wichita? I don't.
See, this is why Mosher doesn't play video games, because he can't handle the Wichita kid
I
talking
can't.
trash to
I
him.
can't. Well, who can? I can't handle it.
What's next?
So
I need you to need me.
I can tell Vix, Look at his face.
He has no idea.
Does he look
yet.
like he's in a mood for your songs
He
today?
is not because he can't see.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Yeah, of course. By the way, that applies to everyday Mosh. He's not in the mood.
No,
for
he's
your
just not in the
songs.
mood. Nope.
All right, one more. Go ahead, Nelly.
Brett, what were you doing July 19th, 2009? Tom Watson at the
Almost.
Jesus.
Tom.
Whoa, Vic! Dude, what happened to you?
Vic dropped an F-bomb over
Tom
something
Watson?
important. No, Tom Watson. That's all it was.
Tom Watson makes me passionate.
I guess.
Brett, he did stripe in Vic's defense.
It was a shot.
He striped an 8-iron to the stick and it just wouldn't hold
Went
for God
over.
knows what reason.
I've never seen Vic, other than, like, it's Tom Watson, it's the height of Jose Altuve. That'll get an F-bomb from him.
And that's about
Carlos
it.
Alcaraz. That got
Carlos-
one
Oh,
from
yeah,
Carlos.
Carlos Alcaraz.
No,
yeah.
that was Mosier, though.
Oh,
That
Yeah,
was
Moj,
Moj.
yeah.
Yeah, you guys have some weird, just, you hear a name, and then all of a sudden it becomes no filter anymore?
I guess. I don't know. That's just the way, you know. Remember that guy who used to have a seizure every time he heard Mary Hart's voice on Entertainment Tonight? Same kind of
I
thing.
have no,
No
idea
idea.
what that is. None.
Some
I
dude would
really
have
don't give a
seizures every time he heard her voice.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Google it.
Seinfeld parodied that with Kramer.
Correct. Yep.
I didn't know that was based on something real.
Oh, yeah.
Again, the Altitude Summer Scramble is tomorrow, so stay tuned for that all throughout the day. And a reminder to you guys one last time, the Rocky Mountain Cup finale coming to Colorado, and you can join the Rapids as they take on Real Salt Lake. Saturday, 7:30 for the Rocky Mountain Cup Showdown presented by Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation. Sports Matter. Tickets on sale now, coloradorapids.com. Go watch the boys take on their rival. God, they're playing good this year,
Playing
too.
really well.
Shout out to Chris Armas.
They're coming off I think they're coming off a loss.
Yeah, they lost last night,
Yeah.
but they're playing well this year.
They are.
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Canes, where you can find the podcast. If you missed any of the show, Altitude Summer Scramble tomorrow. Can't wait. Talk to you guys then. Love you. Bye. What's up, Mile High City? How you doing? It's Thursday, and welcome to Dempsey and Company with no Dempsey, who's on vacation. Matter of fact, do we even know where did he just leave from Vegas? Because he was doing Summer League, and then he was just like, am I staying in Vegas? Is he going somewhere else? Anyway, Dempsey's gone. Raj is also gone. He has passed away. No, he wouldn't that be the way to announce it? Raj is dead. I'm here. What's up?
That's how he would want it announced, to be honest with you.
Raj is doing actual important work today, so I get to join Dempsey and Company. My name is Mark Bertinoli, and I'm joined today by someone I've known for almost 30 years now, and that's Kim Becker. How you doing, Kim?
Hi, I'm good, Berto. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, actually, we just met for the first time like 2 minutes ago. Seriously.
I know. I was like, I've heard your voice so many times, and I've sat in the booth with Connor McGahey during a couple of Colorado Avalanche games. So I've listened in on your guys', back and forth. But I was like, I don't think we've ever actually met in person.
Yeah, no, we've never met. We've never met. I'm not big on meeting people or hanging out with people. Like, I find people, I love people. I love people of all shapes and sizes. I love people. I just don't want to be around them a lot.
Honestly, I'm the same way. And I think it's because of this job, right? We talk so much all the time. We're around people. Well, you maybe not so much, right? You do your show kind of on your own. But when I'm in my personal life, like I sit on the couch with no expression on my face and I don't talk. And people are like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, not today. Not now.
Yeah. All right. So we got a lot to get to here in the 2 hours of Dempsey and Company on this Thursday. Matter of fact, we got some tickets to give away. We're going to give away some tickets to the Colorado Rapids and and Real Salt Lake, the Rocky Mountain Cup, going down this Saturday at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. Matter of fact, hey, KJ, can I just tell the people right now to text it and do this thing? Or you want me to wait?
Yeah, go ahead.
That was like you already said it, so you
right.
let
me say, all right. Here we go. Let me read this thing. And then we can get some tickets out there to the good people because it's going to be a fun Saturday. The Rocky Mountain Cup finale is coming to Colorado. Join the Colorado Rapids as they take on Real Salt Lake on July 20th at 7:30 p.m. for the Rocky Mountain Cup Showdown, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation. Sports matter. Tickets are on sale now at coloradorapids.com. Luckily for you, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Rocky Mountain Cup right now. All you have to do is text Bassett and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And feel free to spell Cole Bassett's last name correctly. That's Bassett and your first and last name to the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. We'll pick a winner at 11:45, and KJ will let us know. Good luck. All right. Where are we going to start here? Where are we going to start? You know what? Let's do this. Bo Nix and the rookies officially at Dove Valley as we speak for the start of camp. And I would like to hear how you think the media in this city are going to react or overreact to every single pass that man throws in camp. Everything he does in camp is going to be scrutinized like never before. Like, do you think Bo Nix, do you think Sean Payton realized the kind of media scrutiny you get in this city from the fans, from the media? Because I think, you talk about media bases that, are kind of tough to deal with. And you got, Zach Wilson had to deal with the New York media forever, so that he probably knows what's up. But I think people come here to Denver and expect, hey, man, middle of the country. Well, I'm probably not going to have to deal with just all the grief that I get in other big cities when it comes to the NFL. Oh, no. Bo Nix is going to be under a microscope like he is right now. But as soon as he starts throwing passes in training camp, it's going to be crazy. So what do you think the reaction or inevitable overreaction is going to be from the first couple of throws Bo Nix throws out there coming up here?
Well, I'm just going to say before I gave you my answer, I really appreciated the sigh you did there before you said the reaction or the overreaction from the media, because I think that we're all anticipating that a little bit. I think the unfortunate thing about what you just stated with the media overreacting, fans overreacting, is that they're all going to be overreacting to Bo Nix when really this was Sean Payton's plan, right? Was to get some new quarterback in there ever since he benched Russell Wilson. That's my opinion on the whole thing. Mm-hmm. So his plan was Russell Wilson is not it. You put Jarrett Stidham in for the last 2 games. Now you've found a quarterback in Bo Nix, and Payton has some kind of plan behind closed doors that we probably don't know the complete X's and O's on, We're going to get some kind of idea. We all have our own opinions on the thing. But yeah, it's going to be Bo Nix who's going to be under scrutiny in every single thing that he does, when really it's like he will need a little time to figure out what Sean Payton wants from him. And hopefully we see some improvements, right? So that's my thing. Day number 1, when all media is at training camp, expectations should be low for all of us. We know
There's no way expectations. People are already crowning him, man. They're going to crown him.
But they shouldn't, because we've done this the last 2 years. First, it was Nathaniel Hackett and Russell Wilson being here. Everyone had high expectations of what was going to go down. We know what happened there. Dumpster fire. Last year, it's Sean Payton and Russell Wilson. We all have high expectations of how it's going to go down. Another dumpster fire. I think what Sean Payton has realized this year is that he's not going to get away with hiding things from the media here in Denver, right? Because last year in training camp, there was no radio set up, right? There was only specific time windows. I was there that you could film. And I mean, even if you had your phone up taking a picture, they would come around and be like, no phones, put it down. I mean, it was like, you felt like you were in middle school, that you had to obey all of these rules. And now it does seem like they're a little bit more lenient with what they're allowing.
Well, how many more wins did you not taking a picture last year get the Broncos this season? Like, you know what I mean? There's some of this stuff is just ridiculous. Like, man, it's not going to.
And I think that Sean Payton was realizing that. I think he just came into a situation that he knew he pretty much was the last answer in all of Denver Broncos fans and media's opinion on what was going to go down with Russell Wilson, and it didn't work out. And I think he definitely has realized, okay, I can't get away with that so much here in Denver because the media is so much bigger. There are so many more outlets there all the time, and there are so many opinions. So I do appreciate the fact that he's a little more lenient on what's allowed at training camp and whatever, but that then leads right into more scrutiny on Bo Nix because there are going to be so many eyes on everything that he does. I'm just going into it with low expectations in training camp. And I hope every single day you see a little improvement from Bo Nix. That is all I want.
See, you're handling this way too rationally. That's not the way anybody's going to handle this. Not the fans, not the media. They're not going to handle it.
I don't have the brain capacity to not handle it rationally anymore. I'm too sad about how this team has unfolded over the last few years. So I'm not getting my hopes up like I did the last 2 years. And that is where I'm at.
Let me ask you this and see if you can come up with the answer. KJ, if you have an answer, you let me know too. And it's this: is there another city in the 4 major sports in this country that has 2 coaches that are as polarizing as Sean Payton and Deion Sanders?
Ooh.
Because I've had this discussion with people before. There is something about Sean Payton, like when you nationally, when you read these previews of the Broncos' upcoming season, you hear these talking heads talk about the Broncos' upcoming season. It feels like there is some kind of grudge or something against Sean Payton. Like it feels like sometimes the national media just can't help themselves but take a shot at Payton. And I don't know why it's come to the point where he is that polarizing of a figure. And obviously Deion up at CU, he draws all the emotions out of people. Everybody's got opinions about Deion Sanders. But is there another city with 2 coaches as polarizing in their sports as Sean Payton and Deion Sanders are here in Denver?
That's a very good question. Off the top of my head, it's hard to come up with a combo. However, what I think about when you ask that is I wonder just how polarizing they are. I think on the outside, to us looking in, they look polarizing. But I feel like players, both in the NFL, want to play for Sean Payton, and players in college want to play for Deion Sanders. So maybe just because their tactics are so polarizing and they're not necessarily the same personality that we see out in the media, I feel like players still, when they hear Sean Payton is the head coach of the Denver Broncos, yeah, I want to go play for him. Okay. You know, I would imagine that. And maybe last year completely ruined his reputation when it comes to players in the locker room, because it does sound like there was some turmoil, but I think a lot of people can turn that on to Russell Wilson. So
Right. I don't think a bunch of players aren't like, well, he was yelling at Russ, he's going to yell at me. They're like, whatever, I'd yell at Russ too.
Right.
Man. Yeah.
So I don't know, but that's actually, I mean, I've never thought about that. And that's a very good point, because if you put those 2 in a room and had a conversation, the way that they talk about their players and the way they talk about their team are completely opposite.
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah. I mean,
do you have
they both have a lot of charisma. You know what I mean?
For sure.
They both have a lot of of juice. They got the vibes or whatever it is. But they're both so people with Deion Sanders and Sean Payton, there's nobody in the middle of the road. Nobody's like, no, you either love those people or you hate those people. You either love Deion and Sean or you hate Deion and Sean. There is no middle ground for some reason.
But I think the main difference is that Deion Sanders has really capitalized off of what social media is these days and how you can use media to recruit players, how you can use media to get fans to come to your games. Like, he's really taken that, that storm and gone straight into it, where Sean Payton tried to avoid it for a little while.
Right. They are the opposite.
But
Sean Payton wants nothing about a bunch of cameras following around, and Deion's like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's see how it does.
Sean Payton's the old school NFL coach, which I think a lot of players still really appreciate, and probably other assistant coaches like to work for. So I think both work. But right now, I mean, in the NFL, the way that social media is going and the way that the media has really turned into content for the younger audience, this and that, like, Sean Payton is going to have to get on that train, and then maybe they wouldn't be so polarizing.
Mm-hmm.
The only city I can come up with has to be L.A. J.J. Redick and Sean McVay.
Okay, yeah. Those are two very polarizing. Not for JJ for a different reason right now.
Right.
But yes, Sean McVay, who ESPN just listed as the second best coach in all of NFL, right? Behind Andy Reid. The ESPN just put him at number 2. Yeah, Sean McVay. Like, on the text line, we just got Sean McVay, Rams, LeBron James, Lakers. Like, LeBron's running the show. He might be, man. I don't know. That's a weird thing they got going in LA. But it's probably, it's probably LA. If anybody else is going to challenge Denver for the most polarizing head coaches, it's because we also have some very lovable head coaches right here with Jared Bednar and Michael Malone. Both those, obviously, because they just brought on titles to the city.
Absolutely.
So they're beloved right now. They're beloved.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think, like, if we listed the best coaches in the history of Colorado sports, it'd just be the guys, like, it'd be Mike Shanahan, who brought the first Broncos title to this city. It'd be Jared Bednar over the first Cup run with Mark Crawford, because I think Bedsy took him from the worst team to the best. You know what I mean? You went worst from first with Jared Bednar. And now there's only like 2 coaches in all of the NHL who have spent a longer term behind the bench than Jared Bednar, which is crazy to me, because he still looks so young and everything. He's been the coach of the Avs for so long. It'd be Mike Malone, because he brought the first title here. It'd be Bill McCartney, because he brought, because of CU and the title and stuff like that. But like the Denver Nuggets have a deep bench of, like, Hall of Fame coaches too, like George Karl was your coach, and Larry Brown and Doug Moe and those kind of crews. But I feel like both Deion Sanders is a new type of coach, right?
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
A new type of coach, and I think that's why a lot of young players really want to play for him. And you're right, Sean Payton is more that old school guy. But I mean, I think he's embraced the modern NFL. I know I recently, a reporter in Pittsburgh who was taking shots at the Broncos because he was trying to defend Russell Wilson. And he said that he thought that the NFL had passed Sean Payton by. And I was like, how can you tell from last season? How can you look at last season and be like, yeah, he don't got it anymore. He just don't got it anymore. Like, how? I mean, you don't think that, right? You feel like...
No, I don't. But the NFL is so, like, it's now or never, Like, there's such an in-the-moment type of business right now when you look at what players teams trade for, how much money they throw around just to get a Super Bowl caliber team right now. I think about the LA Rams a few years ago when they got Von Miller. The year they won the Super Bowl, they traded all of these players, all of these draft picks, I should say, for these
right?
players.
They were just like, take those picks.
Yeah,
we don't want them.
because they wanted to win that year, and they did, and then they've sucked the years since. And so it's just it's an in-the-moment type of business, and I get that, but I think Sean Payton came back, and it was kind of a holy moly, I'm drinking, water from a fire hose right here because of the situation the Broncos found themselves in. He just spent a year in the media. It is a different ballgame even after 1 year, and he's in a completely different region. But again, I almost think Deion Sanders and Sean Payton are both in Denver / Boulder for the same reasons. Like, they're here to probably help themselves first, don't you think?
Well, yes.
And that's you look at that and you're like, I wonder how long both of them will actually be here in Colorado.
Well, if Bo Nix doesn't work out, Sean Payton ain't gonna be here long, right? Because he has hitched his wagon to Bo. There is no.
He is Sean Payton's
guy. Am I confused?
Guy.
That, like, if Bo Nix turns out to be just a mid-level quarterback, no better than, Trevor Siemian or something like that. Like that's going to cost Sean Payton his job, right? That's right?
Well,
or do you think he can survive Bo Nix being can he push that off on George Payton and be like, "Hey man, it wasn't me, it was George who wanted Bo if Bo's terrible."
I mean, I don't know anything that really goes on inside. I have no idea, so this is just me speculating, but I think that the ownership group has pretty much put all their faith in Sean Payton and what he wants to do and in his plan. So I don't necessarily know if they would get rid of Sean Payton if Bo Nix isn't that great. I think that Sean Payton would just be like, "Oh, well, he didn't
move on to the next one. He
didn't listen to me, or he didn't." Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it would cost him his job. I don't think that.
Really? Because
No.
I certainly think he did. But then again,
I'm with you, Berto.
yeah,
I think it would.
Right, like they're connected now. If Bo Nix is a failure, Sean Payton is a failure. If Bo Nix is great, Sean Payton's going to get a statue out in front of that building one day.
But so is that in the ownership and the Broncos' opinion, or in media's opinion?
No, I think that's in that's just
In the franchise?
that's just facts. That's just wins.
That's
you know what I
all
mean?
across the board,
That's
right?
just right. Yeah, that's just dubs. How many
But what would they
dubs
do?
Bo Nix brings you?
So say Bo Nix ends up not being great, and then they get rid of Sean Payton. What's the answer?
Well,
What are they going to do?
I don't know. You are the richest ownership group in sports. You go to Kyle Shanahan, you say, "Hey man, you want to make $30 million a year? Tell San Francisco Kick Rocks, come on down." You steal all the best talent. There is no salary cap on coaches or staff or
That's
equipment or facilities, and you've got all the money in the world.
Well,
Spend it, man. Spend it.
And they're already doing that with the facilities. So maybe coaches and staff's going to be next. I don't know. It's a good point, but maybe I just have put all my faith in Sean Payton this year, that I've trained my brain to think that way, and it's hard for me to see otherwise. However, I do remember last year about this time I said, if Russell Wilson sucks, there's no way they'll get rid of him. And then I was proved very wrong about 16 weeks into the season.
No, everybody was, because nobody thought the Broncos were going to take that cap hit. Nobody in their right mind thought they were going to take that cap hit. I would have loved to have been in that conversation with Sean Payton, George Payton, and Greg Penner when Sean was like, "Hey, so here's what I need you guys to do. Here's what I need you guys to do. I need this cap hit because we got to get rid of Russ." Although I do really appreciate the way they do it. Like, I appreciate an ownership group that hires people who know what they're doing and then lets them do their thing. Like, there's an owner in Charlotte who I don't think allows his team to do it. Like, he's making all those decisions. And when that happens, you get it. You end up with the situation that they're in right now with Bryce Young and a bad team and not a lot of talent and throwing away draft picks and spending too much. So I like that idea that the Broncos are like, "All right, Sean, you're the man. Here you go. Prove it to us.
Yeah.
Show us you're the man and get it done." And so, I mean, I don't know, a couple of years from now, we'll know the answer to this more so than now. But I do feel a little bit bad for Bo Nix is about to go through, because I still don't think he understands, or the Broncos understand, the kind of scrutiny he's going to get all through camp. And I mean, the dialogue is going to be bad. Like, I just think the dialogue, because there's chuckleheads in the media in this city who are going to who want Bo Nix to fail. They want him to fail. They didn't like the pick to begin with, and they want the pick to fail so they can be right. That's all they care about. And so they're going to be pushing that agenda during training camp.
For sure. But is there really a team that would have been like a great situation for him to go to that you wouldn't feel bad, where he'd probably most likely be starting? I mean, I don't want to say I feel bad for him. He's in the NFL. He's a good quarterback. He had a couple rough years there in college, but last year he was great. He's coming to a very, well-respected franchise. Even though they've not been great over the last 8 years, he's still coming to a team that he can really make a mark on. And I hope he just has a really positive outlook on what could happen, and he doesn't listen to the media, which I'm sure Sean Payton will train him to do, right? Don't listen to the chatter. Don't look online, all of that stuff, because I just think he has a really great opportunity ahead of him. And I hope that is really what he can focus on, and not, "Oh my God, I'm going to get scrutinized if I don't complete a pass."
Yeah, well, every time he talks, he always says the right thing. He seems like a very humble, even keel kind of guy. But I'm right now, I'm uncomfortable about how weird this conversation is going to get when training camp starts.
Yeah, we're anxious.
Unless it just looks so amazing that everybody's celebrating him and the pick and all that kind of stuff. But
I know.
I mean, we all expect the Broncos to catch a lot of L's next season.
Oh, yeah. I don't think anyone's really thinking they're going to the playoffs or anything like
we
that.
all handle this stuff like when before the games start, we all handle it well. Like, you know what? This is a year of growth. Yeah. We just want to see him get better every game. We want to see the Broncos get better. That's all we want. But when we actually get to it and the Raiders are up by 3 touchdowns on you on a Sunday night or whatever on national television, Broncos country doesn't handle that well, and neither do us.
That's why we like the start of the football season. Yeah, because we all glass half full people. We're excited. There's glitter everywhere. Our eyes are sparkling, and then all of a sudden Miami's up 70-20.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to that game. Oh, that was rough. That was rough, man. That was almost a year ago. A year ago, a month from now, a year ago, a month and a half from now, whatever that. Oh, that was bad times. All right. We got to take our first time out of the program. I'm Mark Bertinoli along with Kim Becker. This is Dempsey and Company. My man KJ Granderson behind the glass. And Scott Hastings is sitting here staring at us for no good reason. What's up, Scotty? What's up, bro? What's up, man?
What are you doing out there?
Take that.
Everyone's here.
Take your shirt off
and put. Yes. Go to break.
Look at. Mamas. Welcome back to Dempsey and Company. I am Mark Bertinoli because Dempsey's on vacation and Raj is doing some stupid. Listen, me and Kim have no idea what the rest of our staff is doing, but it is weird, man. Right? KJ, you tell, like, they're doing some kind of like promotional video where everybody has to, they're making them act. They're making these chuckleheads act.
Brett Kane just ran through the office with a roll of paper towels.
He was
and
covered
Raj
in
had
paper
a bath.
towels. What are we doing here
And then
today?
I saw somebody else carrying somebody.
Yes. And Raj is
We're the
following
only-
everyone around with a camera. I don't know what's going on.
We're the only ones currently working. They
Like
look
there's
like they're having
somebody's
a
right here
field
who's
day.
hiding. There's like people are hiding. They're playing hide and seek.
It's super weird. Hastings was just like over on the other side with a football throwing it at somebody. I just saw
What?
basketball fly through the. Oh, it was Hastings again. Now he has a basketball.
What?
I don't know what's going on.
Weird all
Chaos.
staff is going on right now.
But we're
This is
working.
so strange.
No one else is.
All right, welcome back to the program.
Gotta love working for KSC.
Oh boy,
Yeah,
it
I
is
don't know
fun.
I don't know what that's all about, but we'll find out. We're coming to you live from the back of the Schenker Studio, Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. If you want to be part of the program today, the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, is 303-504-0925. Text in. Matter of fact, I have two questions for the text line. Matter of fact, we're going to start with this. We're going to start with this. KJ, and you can answer this question too, man. Have you ever had a dream about your favorite sports athlete? And I'm only saying this because that's what happened to Kim last night.
It did.
Kim had a dream. And if somebody matter of fact, text line, text in and guess what professional athlete Kim Becker had a dream about.
Get your mind out of the gutter. It wasn't anything inappropriate. We were just on a plane together. A private plane, I will say. But
It's just a weird,
guess.
Weird
I
dream.
know
Yeah.
what people are going to guess.
What
They're gonna
professional athlete was Kim hanging out with on a plane in her own dreams last night?
I know what everyone's going to guess, but you're wrong.
KJ,
actually.
do you have sports dreams, brother?
I don't have many sports dreams. Most of my dreams are the ones I quickly try to forget. I'm going to guess, Kim. I'm going to go out on a limb here. Michael Phelps.
Oh,
No. But I did think of Michael Phelps today because, and this is another question for the text line. Because so last night we were here late. We did the Rapids game. The Rapids played the LA Galaxy last night and lost 3-2, and just a crazy game. That first half was stupid drunk. We got a Landeskog.
That's a good guess.
That is a good guess.
That is a good guess. I've got
That's
a Brian Boitano, which is also a really good guess. It was not Brian
What
Boitano.
would Brian Boitano do?
That's what someone said. If you were here right now, he'd make a
Christy
play and follow
Yamaguchi.
through. Christy
Listen.
Yamaguchi, also a good guess. Of course, everyone's guessing Russell Wilson, and that's what I thought. But it wasn't Russell
Easton
Wilson.
Stick.
I got a lot of favorite athletes, don't I?
Easton Stick.
I love it. You guys are loyal. You listen. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Easton
professional
Stick.
athlete had a dream. Like my sports dreams will only have to do with Avs and Nugs broadcasts and things going wrong. Do you ever have one of those dreams? It's just like one of those dreams where you show up naked at school or whatever. Like I have those dreams that I forget the start time, or I'm late to the start of the broadcast, or something goes horribly.
Mine aren't dreams. That's actually happened to me. I've said some really stupid things live on air.
Michelle Kwan.
Michelle Kwan's also a good one. No, it was an athlete I would get starstruck by. There's not many athletes that I would get starstruck by, and this is probably the only one.
But this one is one of those.
Yeah.
Tanya Harding is a good one.
That's a good. No, I would love that.
I would love to hang with
I would love
Tanya
to
Harding
hang
just
with
to be
Tanya
like, yo,
Harding.
Tanya, you
Tell
got to
me the real
tell
story.
me all of it. Tell me it all.
It's not Zach Wilson either. A couple Zach Wilsons on the text line. No, someone I'd get starstruck by.
Tara Lipinski, you're just guys who just rolling it with the figure
The
skaters.
skaters
man.
I would not
You
get
got to
stuck.
think right. What are
They
they,
just
doing
blew
now?
a confetti gun in
What?
a whole confetti thing just went off in
Altitude Sports Radio is drunk today. I don't know what's going on
Dude,
out there.
this is
Not
crazy.
only that, and it's everybody. Like our general manager is out there doing this. Like my boss's boss is out there doing this stuff. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. We better be invited on the breaks because I'm like, I feel a little FOMO right now.
Okay, Michael. I thought of Michael Phelps because I was mentioned we were here late last night. So I was watching the Wings and the Fever. We were watching some WA and WNBA basketball, and Caitlin Clark went crazy. She broke the WNBA record for most assists in a game as a rookie. She had 19 assists last night. 19 assists, and we started discussing like unbreakable sports records, and Michael Phelps has one of those that we think might be unbreakable because what is it, 23 28 gold medals or something ridiculous.
Yeah, no chance.
Like that. And that's one of those records that's never, ever, ever, ever going to be broken. Like, listen, Caitlin might have 20 assists coming up here and break her own record. That's one of those. Just like, Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game, like that's an amazing stat. But if an NBA team wanted to break that record, they could. Like if the Nuggets said, hey, Jamal, guess what? Tonight, you get 50 shots, brother. Every time we get a rebound, we're sending it out to you, put a shot up. And if you like an NBA team, if they wanted to break that record, they could. A guy could score 100 in an NBA game if they wanted to. But the one record that Wilt has that I don't think will be broken is the season he averaged 50 points a game. Like, I don't think there's going to be an NBA player in the next, 20, 30 years who's going to average 50 points a game unless you get a truly great, I don't even know, if something happened to the Denver Nuggets and Nikola Jokic was really the only option for Denver and he had to take almost all the shots, I don't even think at that point he could average, or even somebody who we consider like a pure raw scorer in the NBA, I don't even think they could average 50, whoever it is, like James Harden in his prime or Kevin Durant in his prime or Anthony Edwards and a couple of, you know what I mean? I just don't. That's one of those. Do you have a sports record that you're like, yeah, nobody's touching that?
Well, I just thought of this because someone also just guessed on the text line if it was Tom Brady in my dream, which is a good guess.
It's
same
close.
caliber, very close. Yeah, thanks.
But
Very
not
close
right.
to Tom Brady.
They also say Russell Wilson.
I know there's so many Russell Wilsons.
Have you ever had a Russell Wilson dream?
No, I am a Russell Wilson fan, so everyone everyone knows that. I know. I stand on my mound and I will respect my own opinion. I'll take accountability. I'm a Russell Wilson fan.
Hey,
but,
me and you both.
Yeah, thank you, KJ. That's right. I knew I liked you, KJ. We talked about this. No, I would say Tom Brady's record is not going to be broken.
You don't
How many
think
Super Bowl rings he has with one team? Do you think Patrick Mahomes? I mean, he's the only one that could get close.
No, I don't think Mahomes is getting there. Right? He would. Well, I don't know. Here's the problem. A lot of these records that I think can never be broken, they all eventually end up being broken.
Yeah.
But that's because here in 10 years from right now, people are going to be bigger, faster, stronger. In 20 years from now, they're going to be bigger. You know what I mean? Like, athletes just keep... Like, Usain Bolt, fastest man on the earth, but here, like, in 10, 15 years, somebody's going to be faster.
True.
Somebody's going to break that 100-meter record and stuff like that. So, that's why I think a lot of records are meant to fall, but there are some that just... Chris, you're right on. That's one of... Hey!
Usain Bolt.
Mass Bandit got it. Kim
Really?
Becker. Her heart and soul, Mass
They got
Bandit. It was Peyton Manning.
It was Peyton Manning.
She had a dream.
We just saw him on Pat McAfee. He's doing an interview on Pat
out of
McAfee.
nowhere, she's like, I
was
had
like,
a
oh my
dream
God.
about him last night.
Yeah,
And I was
had a
like,
dream about him.
okay.
It wasn't. We were just on a private plane together, but I kept getting nervous. I noticed he was there, and I was looking up, and we'd make eye contact.
You were
I was
the
like, oh
only
my God.
two people on this plane.
Yeah,
and you were
no, there were other people, but it was weird setting. Like I was sitting in one, and I was sitting in one chair, and he was in the other, but then there were other people around. But I kept looking up, and then I realized it was Peyton Manning, and I was dressed professionally. I must have been working in some way, and I had a notepad, and we kept making eye contact. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, should I introduce myself? Should I say hi? Does he know who I am?" I was so excited to be next to Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning, and Tom Brady are probably the two athletes I would be starstruck by. Everybody else, I'm like,
really, Tom and Peyton, really?
Yeah, and I think I'm just such a football lover, and I just love what they've both done, especially Peyton Manning for the Broncos. But yeah, I don't know, it was cool. I just remembered that as we saw him on TV, I was like, wait. He was in my dream last night.
Yeah, that's
so
great.
Anyway.
And that made me stop for a second. I was like, man, when's the last time I had a dream about a professional athlete?
Okay, but back to our conversation. I know, guys. Sorry, we're getting off the rails. Usain Bolt is also another one who has insane records that I don't think anyone's getting close to beating.
I got a list right here.
Okay, perfect.
I got a list right here that I came up with this morning. Unbreakable records in sports. But I think some of them probably will be broken. Because, do you remember when LeBron James became the all-time leading scorer in the NBA? It was against the Nuggets. The Nuggets won that game. It was this year when the Nuggets took on the Lakers and they paused the game and everybody celebrated LeBron for being the NBA's all-time leading scorer. And he's thousands of points ahead of the second-place person. But I think eventually somebody's going to catch LeBron. Somebody's going to outscore LeBron. But here we go. Here's the list of records that I don't think will be broken. And there are a couple of NFL records right here at the top that I think, if we go to an 18-game schedule, maybe you can break these. But first off is Emmitt Smith's all-time rushing record, 18,335 yards when he passed. I don't know if because the running back position in the NFL isn't the same.
No. They don't get as many
over
opportunities.
18,000 yards rushing in the NFL. Is anybody going to do that?
That's insane. No. Who's even close to that?
Oh, nobody's. I'm sure it's Derrick Henry, and I bet you he's 10,000 yards behind. I bet you he's 11,000 yards behind.
Emmitt Smith, Walter Payton, 16,726.
Yeah, and
but
that's
obviously,
that's who Emmitt passed to get that record.
Right. So no. Frank Gore, Barry Sanders are 3 and 4.
Yeah, and Frank Gore's retired. So, but yeah, Frank Gore. See, Frank Gore played like 20 plus years in the NFL, which is crazy. But yeah, so I don't think anybody's getting Emmitt Smith's all-time rushing record because that's just not what NFL teams do anymore. Like, how many 15,000-yard backs are going to be in the league this season? But maybe if we get one more, maybe if we get 18 games, is that going to become like the greatest backs in the league? Will they get to 1,500 yards in a season if we have 18 games?
Yeah.
Wayne Gretzky assist record. Wayne Gretzky finished his career with almost 2,000 assists. Right now, to give you a little scale of that, Connor McDavid is at 647 in his career, and Connor McDavid is probably the greatest player of his generation if it ain't Mac. So that's how far away he is from Wayne. That's never going to be broken. Cy Young, not the wins, which is probably never going to be touched either. No one's going to touch his wins, but ain't nobody touching his complete games. Cy Young pitched 749 complete games. Right now, Adam Wainwright is the active leader in complete games in Major League Baseball with 28.
No way.
Ain't nobody touching 749, right? Nobody's touching 749 complete games.
Oh, my gosh.
That's absolutely
28?
Mm-hmm. Not happening. It's 20. So Michael Phelps, it was 28 gold medals. Phelps has 28 gold medals. I don't know if anybody's going to get there. Simone Biles, 23 world gymnastic gold medals. Cal Ripken's consecutive games played, 2,632. We got that. Yeah. Army vet Mitch got that in there. I don't think, and the 946. Nobody's touching that Cal Ripken record, right? I mean, nobody thought anybody was going to get to Lou Gehrig's record, and then Cal just blew right by that. So, but once again, that's not how Major League Baseball players handle their business nowadays. They just don't play every day. How about this one? UConn ladies basketball won 111 straight games. 111 games in a row.
Will never happen again.
Yeah, nobody's touching that. UCLA men's basketball team back in the day, 7 straight championships. 7 straight.
No
like we were celebrating UConn for 2 in a row.
Yeah.
And they got 7. Marty Brodeur, 691 wins in goal. I think probably can be broken. I don't know who's going to break it, but that's almost 700 wins between the pipes. Think anybody's going to get to that?
No, they just don't get the opportunities anymore either. You know, you think about it, and it's like if a goalie has a couple weeks you look at Georgie this last year. If a goalie has a couple weeks where they weren't playing their best, it's like everyone's calling for him out of the net.
Yeah.
Put someone else in. The opportunity's not there.
And here's 2 that are Tampa Bay Bucks losing 26 straight NFL games. Do you think anybody's going to lose 26 NFL games? We're going to expand.
Probably got close for a minute.
The
but
NFL is going to expand, but I don't even think those expansion teams are going to be that bad.
And when was the last time a team had a 0-17
when
record?
did Detroit
16.
do that?
It was Detroit.
Detroit was in 20. It was 16, 2016,
2008, right?
2000.
Was that long ago?
Was it that long ago?
Because they drafted Stafford number 1 overall in 2009.
Oh yeah, and it wasn't since he was there. So yeah, that's not going to happen. That's almost 2 straight seasons with no wins.
This is a lame old cheating record that I don't know. How about Lance Armstrong's 7 Tour de France wins? Where do we put that in the category of, that's great for a cheating McCheaterton?
Well, he still won them, though.
I mean, he did go out there and win them.
Did he take? They didn't take any.
But
away
it's
from
kind of
him.
like, no, but I mean, he was blood doping, right? It's almost like he was a cyborg competing against normal human beings.
Yeah, he just got caught. There's probably a lot of people that do that. They just don't get caught.
Yeah, that's. See, I
don't know anything. Don't worry. Don't come at me. I'm just saying.
So I don't know where we put that. Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak. I don't think anybody's going to touch that, but I think somebody could. You know what I mean? We're going to get Charlie Condon's going to break that record here in like 5 seasons. Tell your friends. Nolan Ryan, 7 no-hitters. Because once again, like Paul Skeens. He had a chance for 2 no-hitters this season, and they pulled him each time. Because they're like, oh, we got to take pitch count.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Opportunities are not there anymore.
It's just not happening.
No.
It's just crazy. So, Lance Armstrong. Hold on. The Lance Armstrong's records count. They were all doping. It's been proved. All right. So if everybody's cheating, the best cheater wins.
Well,
right?
yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like you can't. I mean, there should be an asterisk, I guess, on that one, but it's still a record.
Yeah.
It's still a record
All right.
that needs to be broken.
Let's take a timeout. When we continue, we'll touch back in on the NFL. We got some Colorado Rockies to talk about. All that is just around the corner on Dempsey and Company right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Join Altitude Sports Radio and Circus Sports Colorado this Saturday for Wingapalooza at number 38 from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Come watch the Colorado football O-line and D-line compete to see who dominates the line of scrimmage of chicken wings. Number 38 in Circus Sports Colorado will be giving away 4 trips to Circa, airfare included. Welcome back to Dempsey and Company. Mark Bertinelli and Ken Becker, joined now by Alex Ryanemi. Raj, what the hell is going on out there, man? There's nothing but madness happening outside the studio right now, and you're in the middle of it.
I'm directing the madness, shockingly. I don't know who allowed me to direct the madness, but I'm all about it. We're shooting a little internal video, and we've got confetti cannons and beers, and we're launching.
Did you have to purchase the confetti cannons?
I did not purchase it, but they did have to be purchased. We had a drone here.
Can you tell me what was going on with the paper towels?
The paper
why was Brett Kane covered in paper towels? Brett was covered in paper towels, bro.
A massive thing of paper towels, and then they were everywhere.
He got mummified?
I mean, maybe it was
I think Brett Kane was naked and tried to make clothes out of paper towels.
Hot.
That's what I'm saying. How steamy is this video getting that you guys are recording?
I'm excited I wasn't invited.
I can make it as steamy as you want in post. So
That's what the
if it's
people
not
want,
steamy
Raj.
enough, you let me know.
That's what they want.
Yeah, I want to see. You need to put some of this on Twitter, man.
Now they're just
some
cleaning
of
it
this
up.
uncut.
I feel like the confetti, it just got blasted into the office,
Yeah,
and
but
now it's just being all
you're right,
vacuumed
but
up. It's sad.
I don't see Brett and Scotty helping clean up.
They
you know what I
dipped.
mean? It's
Brett,
just it's
Scotty,
like
and Vic,
Coles out there.
They were in a corner. They had their props. They had their football, their basketball, and their paper towels. And then once the fun ended, they were out of here.
Yeah, they just bailed.
Well, yeah,
They just bailed.
I get to schedule it. I get to direct it, and now I'm in here talking into a microphone while
You're supposed to be doing stuff.
Well, I'm supposed to probably be cleaning, but I'm
Oh, well, this is way more fun. Hang out in here.
poor Ticks in the galley kitchen cleaning this thing up.
Yeah. All right, man. So I guess that's good stuff. What you got? A burning hot sports take you want to get off your chest here, man? You got some big opinions about the British Open or rookies reporting to Broncos camp or the Avs off season.
I mean, I do love an Open championship, and anytime that Tiger plays, he's my favorite. He's my favorite athlete of all time. It's not even close. And I know he's probably
Who's
toast,
second?
Probably
Who's second
done.
on that list?
Second on that list is Sidney Crosby.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Not who I would have guessed. Sid the Kid, huh?
Who would you have guessed, Berto?
I don't know. Probably
Like an Av, probably.
An Av, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Probably. Not probably Kale. I probably would have went with Kale.
I wore 37 for years as a youth player because of.
Is this why you're like Sydney coming
Oh,
to
yeah.
Colorado? But let's
I
get
would-
Crosby in an Av sweater,
I
bro.
want to. How do the millennial girls say they I want to manifest that. I'm manifesting Sidney Crosby.
Manifest all the good juju.
That. Sid's probably number 2. I grew up idolizing Mike Piazza and David Wright.
Really?
Oh,
See,
yeah.
another player I never would have guessed Mike
this
Piazza.
is good. I like this.
I'm a born and bred New York Met fan, unfortunately.
I'm still wrapped up on the Tiger Woods being your all-time fave.
Yeah. Who's your all-time fave, Kim?
Well,
Peyton.
Peyton Manning.
That's right. I forgot.
Yeah.
The dude you
Peyton's
just
a
had a
good
dream
one,
about
too.
last
he's
night.
my number 1. Yeah.
And Tom
did
Brady's
have-
number 2.
No, I wouldn't put Tom Brady number 2. I'd be starstruck also if I met Tom Brady. Those are probably the only 2 athletes I'd be starstruck with.
Tiger was just doing things. He was doing things that have never been done before, and he was blowing away courses like St. Andrews and Pebble Beach, and quite literally changing the actual sport. Right, like he was there when they changed from wound balls to 3 and 5 layer balls, and he's the reason why the winner at Royal Troon this week is going to walk away with $3.1 million. Just the winner. There were purses that were like 200% less than that when he was playing for major championships. And now him dominating that sport was can't miss television. And as a result, he's can't miss TV until he disintegrates for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree with you. Like over my lifetime, Tiger Woods is probably one of the greatest athletes, one of the winningest athletes. But for me, and I don't know where you guys are at when it comes to this, there's a difference between team sports and individual sports for me, because individuals, like, I like to make fun of Kyle Keefe because when he talks about the Avalanche, he always says we, like he's playing on the third line. But for a lot of us, that's true. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
when
you
you
feel
talk
like you're
about
part of
your
it.
team, it's
Yeah.
we. But
Yeah.
when you're talking about like Tiger or Michael Phelps or a great tennis player, it's always them or they. So there's something about team sports that makes me like this, that makes me feel like it brings the community together a little bit more. Like it is when we talk about the Avalanche, it is we.
Yep.
More than just the Avs. Or, you know, does that make any sense to you? Because for me, I love teams. I love team sports more than I love individual sports. But I can recognize individual greatness when I see it from like a Tiger Woods. And Tiger Woods might be one of the great solo individual sport athletes, along with Michael Phelps and I don't know who's the
Brian
greatest.
Boitano, hello.
Serena Williams. We were talking about
Michelle
Boitano
Clark.
earlier. Yeah. So it's people, but it's teams that really makes you, I don't know, for me, teams make me buy in more than the individual does. Do you think I'm crazy?
No. Well, you guys know I don't think you're crazy because I grew up as a figure skater. So it was me versus me my entire life.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think about, if I ever had a daughter, people ask me if I would let her ice skate. And I was like, I loved it. I had a great career from it, being able to skate with Disney on Ice after that. Not a lot of skaters got to do that or had the desire to go do that. But I don't necessarily know if I would put her in skating because of all the politics and all of the mental issues that I had growing up as a figure skater, because I was always comparing myself to who were my friends, but also my competitors.
Yeah.
And that's hard.
Yeah.
I've never been a part of a team sport. I don't know what that's like.
Team sports is the best. They're the best. They're
I
the
love
best.
I love being
They're the
able to
best.
lean on people, considering I don't have the talent to get it done by myself. I have made a living off of that, so I'm all about that.
Yeah, no,
but I
team
totally,
sports are the best.
But that's why people are so into team sports. You don't see, like you said, a lot of people that get an outfit that is just a Tiger Woods outfit, or like an outfit that is just a Tara Lipinski outfit. It's always a sweater or it's a jersey for their favorite team, because yes, they feel like they are part of a team. And that's what's so awesome about team
Yeah.
sports.
I've purchased a TW polo in my time.
Well, now that I know he was your favorite athlete, that's a different story.
And I'm not
Raj,
but that's the thing. I'm not a jersey guy. I do not own jerseys of other players. Like the only jerseys
You're not a
that I
memorabilia guy?
You'd get
You
your
don't
own
have any
name put on the
signs?
jersey. Did you get it customized?
Oh my God.
Ryan Emmy.
Oh my God.
On the back of an Avs sweater. He wears it to every game. I've seen him at Ball
Could you
Arena.
imagine? Yeah, it's signed too.
Yeah, by yourself.
That would be baller, bro. That would be baller.
Yeah, but like I'm not a jersey guy of players on teams that I like. I don't have 7 jerseys of the Avs and the Broncos. I don't have any.
No, I
Of
don't
any.
either. Well,
would
that's
you
not true.
would you if you wanted to? Because obviously we could hook you up with some Avs swag, bro.
Yeah,
Do you
I'll
want,
take.
yeah.
If someone wants to
swag
give me
is
something
different.
for free, I'll take it.
Yeah.
There's a theme here,
But-
like the path of least resistance for me.
yeah, I get it.
Team
I get it.
sports, lean on your buddies,
But
give
the-
me free
the
stuff.
top 5 sports in this country are all team sports. It's the top 5 most beloved watch sports, at least in 2023 in America, were football, basketball, baseball, soccer, hockey.
Oh, you put soccer before hockey. That was weird.
Yeah. Well, it's not my list. This is a Gallup poll. This is a Gallup poll from 2023, America's favorite sports.
But those are just the major leagues. Like you don't call like the PGA a league, or like the golf guy, or tennis. They're just leagues, right? So that's the top 5.
Right. But I think, because number one, you're right. Number 1 does include both college and NFL football.
Oh.
The popularity of both college football and NFL football is taken into account. But NFL football became the most watched sport in America and has been then since before any of us have been born. It was 1972. 1972 is when football passed baseball in this country as the most watched sport, and it has not given it up since then. It's
We'll
just
never give it up.
gained.
Never. We count down the Sundays, starting with like 13
Yeah.
a few weeks ago. I mean,
Crazy talk.
yeah, we're obsessed. My life revolves around the football schedule. My life is seasonal, football season or not football season.
Yeah. Listen, man. Love it. Mondays in Denver, Colorado are better when the Broncos win. You can just feel it. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, we got to take a timeout. We are rolling on with Dempsey and Company right here on Altitude Sports Radio. The Rocky Mountain Cup finale is coming to Colorado. Join the Colorado Rapids as they take on Real Salt Lake on July 20th at 7:30 p.m. for the Rocky Mountain Cup Showdown, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation. Sports matter. Tickets are on sale now at coloradorapids.com. Luckily for you, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Rocky Mountain Cup right now. All you have to do is text Bassett and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Bassett. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll pick a winner at 11:45. Good luck to you. Welcome back to Dempsey & Company. Mark Bertinoli, Ken Becker, KJ Granderson, and the entire KSE Altitude staff from all the radio stations here in the building are now eating ice cream.
Yeah. So
they had a field day, and now they're eating ice cream, and we get none of it.
They literally have this like fun activity going on with confetti and laughs and props and cornhole outside while we're doing the first hour of the show. And now they're literally lining up to have Bluebell ice cream. And we're just sitting in here. Someone better bring it to us. That's all I'm saying.
It's over. So just loading up on ice cream.
I told Josh.
Look, once again, Raj is right in the middle, man.
Yeah, Raj. I'm going to text him.
Hopping on and grabbing some ice cream right now. We do have, you know what? The food that's available now in some of these arenas and buildings and parks are stupid. There are, like, during the MLB All-Star game, they were showing some of the food that you can buy there in Arlington at the Texas Rangers Stadium. And they had like a 2-foot hot dog, like it's a hot dog the size. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, I was like, nobody, a family of 4 couldn't eat that hot dog.
Yeah, I know what
still
you're talking about. And then they also had like a combo version that was like $35.
It's weird, right? And they just and then they just start sticking more stuff in there. Like, you're like, I don't need a candy cane, I'm a hot dog, but they do it. And Kim, what do you got right there in front of you? You got some deliciousness right there in front
I would try this. Okay, Sports Illustrated posted earlier today, the Kansas City Royals now have a $25 called Taste of the K Taco. It includes a hot dog wrapped in a cheeseburger quesadilla, topped with barbecue brisket, French fries, lettuce, pickled red onions, sriracha Cracker Jacks, and 816 sauce, which I imagine is like a hot sauce from Kansas City. And you guys, I'm not kidding you. This looks so good. I would take a bite of it.
I don't know. None of that's like all that stuff sounded
there it
good.
Is. It's behind you, Berto. The quesadilla.
Oh, okay. You know what? That does kind of look good.
Doesn't it look good? Maybe
Wait,
I would
what the hell is that? Is that? Oh no, that's hot. So there's a hot dog in there too.
Yeah. There's a hot dog. The Cracker Jacks, like, I don't know. Maybe I would kind of scoot those off and eat them separately.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
It's a little weird. But the French fries with the lettuce and the hot dog and the barbecue brisket quesadilla wrapped in this thing, that looks so good.
Yeah, and then whatever the cheeseburger is on the outside,
and it's only $25.
On the middle level.
That's like 2 meals.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So you're trying to convince yourself into it. You're gonna go see the Royals play a game just so you can get the crazy taco.
I honestly might, but you know what? With the amount of drunk people that I see at the Rockies games, this is necessary for some of them.
Listen, the Rockies are about. Wait, no. Today's Thursday, so the Rockies are back at tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you know what is this? Star Wars night is this week. Star Wars night is this week when the Rockies take on San Fran.
When is Todd Helton day?
It's in August. It's the middle of August. They're going to have Todd Helton. They're going to unveil his Hall of Fame ring. Is that right? His Hall of Fame ring. And then they're going to have Todd Head bobblehead night. Like the first 30,000 or 15,000 in the building get a Todd Helton bobblehead, and Todd's going to be there. Here's the craziest one. I didn't realize, and I don't know if I've heard that they did this before, because I think somebody would have told me. You know what the Rockies have coming up almost at the very end of the season? Well, they have a Harry Potter night that's coming up, and I think that might be like the last night of the season for the Rocks. But they have coming up on August 31st at Coors Field, they're going to have Batman night.
Oh.
Batman night. That's right.
I should know this.
Here's the exact quote. From the Rockies website. Rockies are excited to host Batman night on August 31st. Fans will have a chance to show off their Batman pride with a limited edition t-shirt, whether your favorite character is part of the Bat family or the Rogues Gallery of Villains. Come on down for a fun night. They got Batman night at Coors Field, man.
You know what's funny?
I don't care. You know what? I think go ahead and lose 103. If you got Batman night,
exactly. They got to theme all of the games.
They won't be nowhere to be found in October and November, so they got to celebrate these when they can.
Right,
Batman
exactly.
night. Do you have enough Batman gear to load up and show up on Batman night, man? Like, do you have?
My brothers used to have like the little half mask, like the Batman mask that just goes over your nose. Maybe
and then they throw them on and used to do the Batman voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where KJ's going to do the next segment with the Batman voice.
There you go, KJ.
And I want the Christian Bale Batman. You know what? Today is the 16th year anniversary of the 16 years ago today, the Dark Knight hit movie theater.
Really?
Yeah. So you can either do the Christian Bale voice for us, KJ, or you can do the Heath Ledger Joker voice for it. Which one do you want to do? Which one do you think you can do the
Those
best?
are your only options, KJ.
Yeah, give me I'm justice.
He just got nervous.
Yeah. What's a good? Because listen, of all the people I've ever met, Kim Becker, she just wants to see the world burn, right?
Why? Because I'm a Russell Wilson fan?
I'm gonna shoot for the Joker.
Oh, you can do the Joker?
Okay.
I'm gonna shoot for it.
All right, give me one.
Respect.
Give me one. What you got?
I need about 10 minutes to get my voice right.
I don't think I'd be able to do it either. To be honest.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Away we go.
See, that's not bad.
Okay.
That's not bad. But yeah, there you go. Batman Night. I don't know what that means about the Rockies, but there you go. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game had its second lowest ratings ever. The Home Run Derby almost got the same amount of ratings as the All-Star. I mean, they were 1 million viewers short, which I think for TV networks is probably a lot, but it's still, does Major League Baseball care whether or not their All-Star Game is popular when it comes to the ratings? Like TV ratings? Do they care about that? I mean, I'm sure they care about local ratings, but do they care that Fox National didn't get the ratings they wanted from the All-Star Game?
No, probably not. I mean, we talked about this a little bit. I do think that the MLB All-Star Game is like one of the more watched All-Star / Pro Bowl games of any league, don't you think, these days? But it could just be because of the Home Run Derby. I watched the Home Run Derby, but I didn't watch the All-Star Game.
Oh, see, yeah, you know what? I watched the Home Run Derby and I watched the beginning of the All-Star Game with all the festivities and the anthem and it was fun seeing Nolan Ryan out there throwing the first pitch with Beltray and Pudge Rodriguez and stuff like that. Like that was good stuff. But then and then when the game started, I watched that first inning with Skeens and I was like, okay, that's probably enough, and moved on.
There's just so many baseball games that you're right. The MLB probably doesn't really care what ratings the All-Star Game gets because there's just so many games.
Just
during the season that whatever.
Yeah, just a massive,
they don't care.
Massive amount of games. But oh well, I think. Listen, I'm here for a Star Wars night. I'm here for Todd Hilton's bobblehead night. I'm absolutely here for Batman night.
All right,
Batman. I want to see how many people show up as the Dark Knight.
Probably a lot. It's gonna be a lot of cute little kids in their Batman outfits. I think that's fun. It's going to be adorable.
No,
I hope I'm there.
I guarantee you there's more grown-ass adult men wearing Batman gear than there are kids there wearing Batman gear.
That's fair.
Right?
Straight cosplay. For sure.
That's like, I saw this online the other day. People, Connor McGay, he loves it. He loves to go to Disneyland and Disney World when the Avs are, like when they go play the Anaheim Ducks.
Connor McGay, he does?
Yeah. Connor takes.
I'm going to give him so much crap. He's a Disney adult.
Every time they go to Anaheim, if they have a day off, they have a chance. He goes.
He's getting a phone call from me.
Yeah, no, my man goes to the Star Wars experience. I'm fairly certain he's got himself a lightsaber from that Star Wars experience. But what's crazy is that, you would think that's a kid thing, but it's nothing but adults. There's nothing but grown men being like, I got to get a lightsaber.
I have problems with Disney adults. So this is news to me.
You've been around, obviously, Disney on Ice. You probably get some freaky people who come to Disney on Ice. Who are just
I have a problem with
it. And they're just like, Ariel! Or whatever. You know what I mean? They're Pocahontas. They just yes, yeah.
Pocahontas. Yeah, man, it's been a long time since Pocahontas was in one of those shows, Berto. But that, wow, that's
Elsa.
The Elsa, the Annas, and you're right. Adults come dressed up as that. Actually, it's funny you say that because I had several friends skate in the last Disney on Ice show that was here in March, I think, at the Coliseum, and they were like, come to the show. So I made my fiance come with me, and he was like, this is weird because we don't have a kid. We're just grown adults at this Disney on Ice show. People are going to think that we are weird. We can't do this. Like, don't worry. We're sitting in a group of just former skaters. It's fine. I don't think anything of it.
Yeah,
but walking around the concourse, it was kind of weird.
You were just kids everywhere. Kids everywhere.
We're those adults that are going on a Disney on Ice date. That is weird.
You think if you're hey, baby, I love you, let's go see Disney on Ice.
He came. I mean, he was a trooper. He was like, I'll go with you, but I feel very uncomfortable here. Yeah.
See, now I'm fine with that. I like animated movies and stuff. I'll go see an animated movie as a grown man. Just
To me, it wasn't weird at all because I did it for so long. I just wanted to see my friends in the show. But yeah, to him, who had never been to one before, he was like,
"This is freaking me out."
Yeah.
Nah, see, and I don't think he understands the kind of money Disney on Ice brings in for these arenas.
Well, yeah, you know what they make it on? The cups.
Yeah.
The snow cone cups.
No. Because kids, you got a cup in the shape of like a snowman or whatever, and you're like,
yeah.
Hey, check it out, Olaf, just $45.
Yeah, and if you drop it, it breaks because guess what? They cost 17 cents to make, and I know this for a fact.
I was about to say, you sound like somebody who's purchased a lot of this swag.
Well, I got them for free. I was like, yeah, I went in between shows to the concourse, and I was like, give me that popcorn, and they'd be like, sure, whatever, it's 17 cents off their back, but yeah, they charge $40 for the snow cone.
Nah, but at least Disney on Ice is still going on. Like the circus used to come to Ball Arena, and that doesn't happen, right? That circus got done.
Yeah,
got gone.
There were some issues there. No, Disney on Ice is super fun to take your kids to. I can't wait to take my kids to it one day.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a personal tie to it, but it's awesome.
No, I got no problem with Disney on Ice.
No.
Yeah, let's go.
Just as a lone adult going to Disney on Ice, that's weird.
Yeah,
don't do that, people.
Let's get it. The Denver Nuggets are playing their final summer league game today. They're taking on the Indiana Pacers. I'm pretty sure it's the Pacers. I could be making it up, but I'm pretty sure they're taking on the Pacers summer league team today. All right, there you go. And I mean,
1-2 Pacers.
and the 0-3 Nuggets, right? The Nuggets are 0-3 in summer league so far. And not only that, I don't even know who's going to be playing tonight because obviously they held Julian out. They were like, "Hey man, you're good. You're doing good." And they might have been a little gun shy after Duran tore his Achilles, and they're like, "Man, let's not get Julian hurt in summer league." But I'm assuming we're going to see some picketing crew tonight or today, whenever this game goes on. But the current NBA discussion around, like, Adam Silver came out and defended the new CBA. A bunch of fans, he's at least according to the commissioner of the NBA, he said he's heard from a bunch of fans that they were like, this isn't any fun. This is no fun. This new CBA with these aprons are no fun. This offseason hasn't been any fun. What'd you do with my NBA? It used to be fun. And Adam Silver's like, y'all just need to relax and let this new CBA take hold. We think it's going to make for a more competitive landscape but listen, where are you when it comes to the parity conversation in sports? Like the NFL is tailor-made for parity, right? Like the NFL loves their parity. Like the New England Patriots are a divergent, right? Like that, they don't want that to happen. They didn't think it was going to happen. We just don't get that. But where do you come? Like I love greatness. I want to see sports dynasties. I want to see the best of the best of the best. I'm not here for everybody being just a little bit over 500 and like 75% of the leagues getting into the playoffs. That's garbage. I'm not here for that. But where is your head when it comes to, the idea of dominant teams versus parity in the league?
No, I agree with you because that's why we watch sports, is to see how a team becomes dominant, how these individual players can use their talent and their skill to make their team better. Like, that's why I love watching the Denver Nuggets so much, because Nikola Jokic is not only the greatest basketball player on the planet right now, but he recognizes when his teammates are playing really well, and he's like, hey, leave them on. Let them play right now. Like, he is a teammate who is phenomenal at what he does individually, but so good at bringing out the best around him. And that's how a dominant team is made. And so it was the same thing. Of course, I didn't love watching the New England Patriots be the dynasty when they were in the AFC with the Denver Broncos, who I loved so much, who I wanted to see them win. But when the Denver Broncos did beat them in the AFC Championship and then went to the Super Bowl, that day I was in Oslo, Norway, skating with Disney on Ice. I stayed up until 2 a.m. to watch the AFC Championship.
Disney on Ice?
It was called Worlds of Fantasy.
Worlds of Fantasy,
That's the one. That was what it was called. Yeah, it was like Frozen, Little Mermaid, Toy Story, and something else that I can't remember right now. But yeah, it was fun. But I remember being like, holy moly, the Denver Broncos just beat the New England Patriots. And that's what you want to see. It's not a participation trophy in these leagues, It's not. It's like you want to see the best team win, and you have to throw respect on that. It was like when the Chiefs and the Eagles were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and everyone was like, I just want the Eagles to win because I hate the Chiefs so much because I'm a Broncos fan. I just don't want the Chiefs to win. I was like, yeah, I don't want the Chiefs to win either, but guess what? They're going to. So I'm going to put money on them winning. And guess what? They did.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things, like, you have to recognize greatness, like you said, though, and you recognize these dominant teams. So no, I want to see greatness, and I do want to see this play out the way it's supposed to. I agree with you. I don't want to see a million teams in the playoffs, especially ones that were like 500 all season. Yeah. Whatever. Go get better. Take the offseason, get better next year. Come back to me when you're like 75%.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I didn't I still waffle when it comes to the play-in tournament in the NBA, where I'm like, man, there's some teams that make the play-in that don't deserve to be anywhere near the playoffs. But then it's the actual play-in tournament is fun enough that I'm like, yeah, well, you got to keep it. This
You
is
liked
too
it?
much. Yeah, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I do like it. It's
What did you
kinda
like
groovy.
about it?
I just like the fact that I wish the NBA. The great thing about the Super Bowl is it's one game. It's one game.
The hype leading up to
It's one game. It's a winner take all game, and you just don't have that in the NBA and the NHL and Major League Baseball, where you have these series where it works out like in a 7-game series, the better team almost always wins over the course of 7 games. And sometimes I just like anybody can win. Anything could happen today. Let's go. It's one game. Let's see who can win it. And there's something about that I wish they could find a way to get into those into the NHL and the NBA more. It's not really feasible the way they do the sport, but I still like that idea of, one win.
Because it brings the whole world together at one time to watch one game. Like there were obviously during the NBA championship and the Stanley Cup finals, there were people that were like, I'm such a big hockey fan, but I can't watch the game that night, or I had to rewatch it or whatever so that I can be ready for game 5. But with the Super Bowl, everyone is watching on that Sunday afternoon. It is one day, it is one Sunday, the world stops, and everyone comes together to watch those 4 hours.
Yeah,
so I totally agree.
Yeah, it's like 100 million people just like all on the same wavelength. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, we got to take another quick time out. We'll continue with Dempsey and Company after a break right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
This is where KJ makes the big money. This is where he gets his paycheck right here. It's because this is where he puts in the most work. This is KJ's NFL News and Notes. What do you got for us?
All right, story one is ESPN came out with their list of the top 10 NFL cornerbacks voted on by execs and scouts. And our guy, Patrick Surtain, came in at number 1. Woo!
Tell him.
Back-to-back seasons. And what was interesting is, obviously, they noted that there was some slippage in 2023, and they qualified that by saying Surtain allowed 58 receptions for 790 yards. The context, according to multiple coaches who prep for Surtain, is Denver sometimes play in softer zones that attach Surtain as the nearest defender quite loosely at times, and random plays such as a 68-yard double move score for Robbie Chosen late in the blowout loss to Miami affected the bottom line. And what this ultimately led me to, I did a little research just to kind of confirm things. Only 3 of the top 16 cornerbacks that were voted on by ESPN that were voted on by execs this year have Super Bowls, and all 3 of those cornerbacks played for the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. So they came at the hands of Patrick Mahomes. So my ultimate question is, could the cornerback position begin to become the most overrated position in football?
No. Right? No. I mean, like, the most important position in the NFL is quarterback. And the thing the quarterbacks love to do is throw to great wide receivers, and so you need great cornerbacks to cover those dudes. Like with Patrick, like there are a few easy questions or easy answers to questions out there. Like I thought giving Quinn Miners cash money was easy. Like you don't have to really think about that. You're like, yo, great offensive lineman, you pay that man his money. And Patrick Surtain, you pay him whatever he wants.
Yeah.
You pay him whatever you want, right? There's no way the Broncos don't pay him everything that he wants to get paid.
Well, he's the only player that even came close to any of these top 10 lists.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's the other thing, which Raj and I talked about yesterday, Berto, was would you trade Patrick Surtain and a couple picks or something to get Brandon Ayuk from the 49ers? So
but then you got to pay Brandon $30 million.
Exactly, right. And you don't pay cornerbacks as much as you pay wide receivers. So I think that was the thing that was like, well, maybe the 49ers could do it because they wouldn't have to pay Patrick Surtain as much. But no, I think a cornerback position is really important, especially when you are going up against quarterbacks like Patrick Mahomes, or you've got Justin Herbert in your division. Those 3 cornerbacks that play for the Chiefs that made the top 10, they're never going to have to go up against Patrick Mahomes. So they've got an advantage right there. No wonder they're on that top 10 list.
Right.
Like that's a lucky situation for them.
They're playing against Aiden O'Connell and crew, and it's
whatever.
like, yeah, I can
Jimmy
defend
G,
that,
like fine.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson or Bo Nix. I mean, but I think that just shows you that the Denver Broncos really should never get rid of Patrick Surtain, at least right now, because he is their only guy that really has extreme talent, in my opinion, on this roster.
He could play for another 10 plus. He's only 24 years old. You lock him up when he comes up for another contract in 4 years or whatever, and then he ends his career as the greatest cornerback in the history of the franchise, and everybody's happy. Unless there's not a lot of dubs to go along with it. Because you look at Justin Simmons, who's still just sitting out there waiting for, I'm assuming, camp to get over with before he signs with a team, is like he's beloved in this city. Mm-hmm. He's beloved in this city, but the Broncos were more than happy to be like, I think it's time to move on. Go get on a playoff team. And I wonder if it ever comes to a point with Patrick Surtain, like he hits 26, 27, and the Broncos are just out of all the cap problems they're going to have over the next 2 years, but he still hasn't played in a playoff game. I wonder if he looks around and says, I've made a lot of money. I need to win now. I want to win now.
Yeah.
But you still got to lock him up.
You have to.
Patrick Surtain is great. Great. Sauce Gardner, love you, but no.
That's pretty sweet. Number 1, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, KJ, what you got?
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Caleb Williams signed his official contract the other day, 4 years, and I want to say $39 million, all guaranteed. Congrats to him. But there was some trickiness going on with this. Because Caleb Williams, he considered innovative tax strategies during negotiations for his rookie contract, including being paid through an LLC or structuring payments as forgivable loans. According to Mike Florio, Caleb also asked for a no franchise tag clause in the contract, but the Bears politely declined.
Yeah, the Bears said kick rocks. He's like, I need a no franchise tag. You cannot franchise tag me. And the Bears are like, no, brother.
Yeah, right.
We are not.
There's never been a rookie in the history of the NFL to ever have that clause in their contract, ever.
Yeah.
He thought he was going to be the first.
Well, he thinks highly of himself, so that makes sense. That checks out.
That's perfectly fine. But the real question here is, could we see this become a trend for NFL players who want to get taxed less off of their wages moving forward?
Yes. I mean, I've seen the story where they're like, they called this out of the box thinking by Caleb, out of the box thinking by his representatives and Caleb Williams. And I'm sure that, that this is going to become more prevalent. Matter of fact, I don't know if there's ever going to be a point where a rookie has the kind of power to say, you can't franchise tag me. Like, I don't even know. Like, Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs have a great relationship, but do you think in the next contract negotiations, if Patrick Mahomes said, I don't want to, you can't franchise tag me. Never, ever, ever. And I think KC would probably say, okay. Right? Because they'd be all right.
Mahomes.
But there is no other player who can, like Kobe Bryant for the longest time had the only no trade clause in the NBA. And because Kobe had that kind of power where he's like, nope, I get to veto every single trade. I'm the only one who gets to decide whether I get to be traded or not. But that's because he was Kobe, so he could make that decision. I don't know if there's any other player outside of Mahomes in the NFL right now who could demand not to be franchise tagged in their contract.
There is, but power in numbers, as we know, works. So if Caleb Williams is opening some floodgates here and we see other rookies start to ask for this, one of the teams is going to break, in my opinion.
Yeah, you think so? Like crazy. It's
just because you see how much money some of these positions are getting paid now, too. I mean, all it takes is like, oh, well, he's now the highest paid quarterback, so this other quarterback is going to demand more money or else they're going somewhere else. Like, it all goes on the same trend. You know, everything is so different now than it was 50 years ago when you look at these contracts. And it's just because one person demanded something and then another quarterback or another wide receiver, whatever it may be, compared themselves to that person, and then they get it too. And that's why it's such a competitive business right now. So honestly, Caleb Williams might be the start of something here. I think in 10 years, we will see some leeway on these rookie contracts.
If you're gonna treat these guys like franchise, but like they are the franchise, then maybe they give them those franchise tax breaks, like major corporations, where you're like, I need a tax break on this massive amount of money, right? Isn't that who was it who signed? Somebody signed in Texas, and they're like, I signed because we don't have a state tax here in this, and it's gonna save me $16 million or whatever. And I was like, wow, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money that it can save you. So yeah, I don't know if it's going to work out, but I like Caleb just asking for crazy stuff. And Chicago, the only thing they can do is say no, right?
He has nothing to lose.
But I would love to see the look on their face when the Bears front office, when his agent was like, well, you can't franchise tag my dude. That's going to be part of the contract. I would have loved to see how they reacted to that. That would have been great. All right, what's up?
Terrell Owens. I call Terrell Owens Antonio Brown's long-lost uncle. And now it all comes around full circle because he went on a podcast on The Volume talking about why Tom Brady, quote-unquote, didn't text him back after Antonio Brown was let go in 2021. And the whole thing is just crazy because he's already in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But here's Terrell trying to explain himself.
Tom Brady ignored me, bro. Huh? Maybe in his last year in Tampa Bay, the year that AB went crazy on him.
Okay, when he on the Jets. Yeah.
Right. And I know, and I think everybody knew, I think about a year and a half, 2 ago, and I was talking about coming back. And so at that point in time, it was at the end of the season. I didn't need to play a full season. They just needed somebody to at least fulfill some holes with AB leaving at the receiver position. I reached out to him through Randy and a couple other people just to come in and just play third down and red zone situation. You know, this dude really ignored me, bro. Just shows you how like the lack of respect is, but then when they get in front of you, they want to act like they respect.
My gosh.
Terrell, man. Terrell was trying to make a comeback to the NFL, and so he asked Tom Brady to let him come and play with, and Tom just, listen, man, I don't respond to any text, but yeah, I would not respond to Terrell Owens asking me to get him a gig.
And that is not Tom Brady's job.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's
like, and that's not what you do. Even I know that in the business that we work in, you ask for advice or maybe some help or some suggestions on things. You don't just flat out ask for a job.
Do you think, is that disrespectful?
Yes.
It's disrespectful.
It's just unnecessary because what do you really expect is going to happen from that?
Right.
And then you're going to call Tom Brady disrespectful because he doesn't answer like he doesn't have anything better to do.
Yeah, that is. But T.O. is going to be T.O., man.
Yeah, that's very true. We all know why T.O. Everyone remember the T.O. show?
How old would...
yes, that was...
Get your popcorn ready.
Yeah.
How old would T.O. would have been in 2021?
I want to say 47, right?
Yeah, what is he thinking?
Man, Tom Brady saved your life,
literally,
Terrell.
by not responding.
Right. He saved your life. Can't be 47 years old and trying to catch passes across the middle in this NFL. You're going to get murked, man. You can't do that. You need to send Tom Brady a care package of some kind.
It's cute. He tried.
All right, what's up? What's next?
All right, quickly, last one here. You know, I've been debating on did I want to put this in my NFL notes all week. We're all aware of the Terrell Davis situation.
Yeah, man, that was crazy, man. That was United Airlines, right?
Yes.
United, he's gonna sue you for so much money.
Unbelievable, man. Just going back and just kind of, going back over the story. All he did was ask for a cup of ice for his son. Then it turns into a whole thing.
Yeah,
when
then
they
the plane lands and they make all the
FBI.
They make
comes
everybody.
on?
They're like, stay in your seats, seats, and then they come in and they put the bracelets on TD, man. No, you're getting
crazy.
sued.
Obviously, none of us have been through what TD's been through.
No.
What's the craziest travel story you guys have?
Oh, what you got? What you got, Kim? Because I don't travel, man. I stay in my house. I go to the liquor store. And I go to a grocery store and the weed store, and that's it. That's all. And in my house. So I'll tell you a crazy story about going to King Soopers, but that's about that. That's about it.
I have several crazy travel stories.
What you got?
One, it's not a great story. I was flying Emirates. I believe it was from Dubai back to LA because I skated over in the Middle East in Dubai and Qatar one summer. And someone passed away on my flight.
Oh, no!
Yeah, and I was sitting in the back. I know, and they made us all move to the front, and they put a curtain there. And I think it was an old
the dead
person.
guy got a whole section of the plane to himself. What the hell is that about?
Yes.
He's gone. He doesn't need anything. Somebody
know.
can take his seat.
I
Are you
know.
kidding me, man?
And I think it was an old person flying to LA to get help or to get medical treatment.
And then they just died.
And they just came by, and they were very, very nice. Emirates is a wonderful airline. They came by to all of us, and they're like, "Hi, we're just moving everybody to the next section." And they put curtains down. Everyone was whispering, "What's going on?"
And they're like, dead
and
guy.
Yeah, someone passed away on the flight.
Man, how did they find that out? Because I was assuming that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie with the dude where he kills the dude in the plane and they just everybody thinks the guy's asleep until the plane lands.
I think it was just old age. I think he was with his family, and I don't know exactly, but it was they were flying him over to hopefully get some medical attention, medical help, and he passed away when we were in the air.
Oh, that is the worst.
Yeah, and he got
man.
off. They got him off the back, so we didn't see anything. We all exited from that. It was a massive plane. But yeah, they partitioned it off.
Right,
and we
still
couldn't
though,
go
the
back there.
dead guy should not get half the plane. Man.
Oh, it was sad. It was so sad.
Wow.
My other one though, it was really fun. We were flying to Hong Kong, and it was a group of us, Disney on Ice, and we were getting a little bit wild. We'd had some free wine or whatever, and the flight attendants loved us. They took us to the first class lounge and gave us the first class wine, and that flight was sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet.
That's
that was fun.
No box wine for Kim
No,
Becker that night,
they were giving me the bottles. I deserved it too. We made their flight. They were like, "We've never been on a flight like this. This is so fun." The flight attendant said that to us. We're like, "Yeah, we know."
KJ, what about you, man? What's your worst travel experience?
Dude, I have not ran into many, believe it or not. Here's the craziest one though. 2021, I am getting ready to go see a young lady who went on to become my wife.
Oh.
And the plane almost didn't take off because
where would you be now?
Dude, so
single, sad, lonely.
Dude, I would be so single. Let me tell you, that's another story for another day. Listen, we had 2 people on the plane just coughing, hacking up a storm. This is COVID now. Like, we're at the beginning of 2021, so we're kind of still figuring COVID out a little bit. And they are trying to decide, do they want to get out the plane or do they not want to get out the plane? And everybody's looking at them like, man, this plane isn't going to go anywhere if you guys don't get off the plane. So they're sitting there 15, 20 minutes going back and forth with the flight attendant. And finally, they're like, you know what? Never mind. We'll just take the next flight out. Let's just take this flight off. We'll get ourselves together. I promise we don't have COVID, blah, 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 blah. So I almost had a delayed flight that ultimately they probably would have to push back because of 2 people who refused to get off the plane.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
COVID was wild.
That's good stuff, though. That's good stuff. What happened to TD was terrible, though.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That's terrible. You're taking that man off an airplane in handcuffs,
And in
and
front
he
of his
did
son?
right in front of his whole family. His whole family was there. They were going on a trip together,
Oh
and his whole family was
They
there.
fired that flight attendant, though, right? They got,
Yeah. Well, I know that they did say that
been dismissed, I think
wasn't
I read.
working anymore, or was off duty, or
yeah, I think they got rid of her.
Dismiss was the term they used,
Yeah.
but I don't know what that language actually means.
Yeah, because I mean, the airline came out immediately and was apologetic. So they must have they got the story firsthand, and they're like, oh,
They
no.
had enough
Yeah.
stories from people that were there to know that she was, I believe it was a she, right?
Oh,
was exaggerating
no.
the story. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy though. All right, good work by KJ
Oh,
right
they
there.
cleaned up the ice cream, Berto.
You're 10 minutes. You were 10 minutes away from some ice cream, and now it's gone.
Oh,
now it's gone.
I'm pissed.
Now you know one of these chipmunk-looking sales dude has squirreled away some ice cream
I'm
somewhere.
going straight to the freezer.
You
when we're out
know,
here.
Mr. Arkansas over there has got some Bluebell under that desk right now. Like, look at it. Like, you could tell he's hidden some ice cream in his desk.
Bluebell homemade ice cream.
See, that's pretty good. Man, you know what you didn't do? You didn't do that whole segment in the Joker voice like you were supposed to.
I did.
You ruined it.
I totally forgot.
You ruined it. All right, we'll be right back. Thanks for listening to Dempsey and Company right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Welcome back to the last segment of Dempsey and Company. Dempsey's on a beach somewhere. Actually, Dempsey's probably lifting weights right now, right? That's what Demps does. He's probably curling iron as we speak because Demps has got to stay swole as long
Protect
as
the
possible.
biceps.
But so yeah, he's probably doing that somewhere on a beach. And Raj is still doing wild stuff out there outside the studio. I'm Mark Bernoulli. She's Kim Becker. KJ Granderson in the building. And in this final segment, the Rocky Mountain Cup finale is coming to Colorado this weekend. The Rapids take on Real Salt Lake this Saturday in the Rocky Mountain Cup Showdown presented by Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation Sports Matter. And we gave away some tickets to that game today. KJ, the winner is
James Sarney.
James
Sarney, man. Congratulations. You are the winner of a pair of tickets to go see the Rocky Mountain Cup on Saturday.
Yeah, congratulations. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be fun. I mean, that is the Rapids rival. Let's go. Let's see how it happens. And Arongo is suspended for 4 games. He broke the anti-harassment policy, but we don't know what he did. They won't say what he did. They're like suspended 4 games. I mean, I think was one of the leading goal scorers in the league and won't be here this weekend, which is good news for the Burgundy boys.
I'm still mad they lost last night.
That game was just drunk, man. That game was drunk. That first half of that game was drunk. There were 6 goals scored in the first half of the game. One of them was called back, so it ended up being 5 goals in the first half. But I mean, that first half was crazy. However you think about the Colorado Rapids after last season, this season they are immensely watchable. They are immense. Like I don't know what's going to happen, but crazy stuff is going to go down, and there's going to be a lot of goals, and that's what you want from your sports franchise. I'm not one of those dudes. Like, let me say this. Let me ask both of you this question, because I've had this kind of bouncing around in my brain when it comes to Bo Nix. Because I once again am on the bandwagon of it's unfair to Bo Nix, but in this city, you're going to have to touch the level of John Elway or Peyton Manning, or we're not going to respect you at quarterback. Like, you know what I mean? You can't be Jake Plummer. You can be, and that would be great. I think it'd be great if Bo Nix became if his ceiling was Jake Plummer. But you can't be that here in this city for that team because you're compared to John Elway and Peyton Manning. So let me ask you this. Do you think Broncos country is going to be upset even if the Broncos win some games, but they don't like the way Bo is winning? Like, he doesn't look good winning it. Like, they want a little style with their quarterback, don't they? Like, they want a little flash. And once you got John and Peyton, man, you need a little something extra. And it makes me think that, Bo not only has to win football games, Bo not only has to be a great quarterback, he has to be kind of flashy and fancy while he does it here in this city.
No, I agree with you, because one of the things that Peyton said last year, too, was he's not seeing any explosive offensive plays. And I think that's something that all Broncos fans can agree on. We didn't see any explosiveness from Russell Wilson. I think that's why there were question marks around Jerry Jeudy. There's still question marks around Courtland Sutton. Why aren't these guys completing some big, explosive offensive plays? There was never just this big eruption at Mile High with a big, a long yard after catch or anything like that. It was just kind of these small little plays.
Yeah.
Red zone was weird. It was
right. The only big plays were 3 or 4 crazy catches from Courtland last year, where you're like, whoa!
Many.
But that was it. That was it.
So I think you're right. They do want to see some flash from Bo Nix because you just haven't seen it here in a little while. But again, Berto, I just think you're putting the bar so high.
It's going to be super high. It's going to be
Not
super
this
high.
year.
Yes, it is. It doesn't matter. You can say that, but not when the games start. If he doesn't look like a great quarterback, this city's going to freak out.
They're not going to the playoffs. Everyone knows that. This is a rebuilding year. I just do not think that the bar has to be set that high this year for him.
This city has no chill when it comes to the Broncos, and they certainly have no chill when it comes to the quarterback position for the Denver Broncos.
Well, then they're in trouble. Guess what? No one's going to have any chill this year, all right? Everybody just get your hopes down.
I just I feel like there's a narrative in this city, half of the members of the media didn't want the team to pick Bo Nix, and so half of the media is going to be pushing that Bo Nix isn't good enough no matter how he looks out there.
Well, then that's a media bias. That's not fair. That's a media bias, and those people need to check themselves.
Oh,
we got to look at what's in front of us, you guys.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
Well, then get off your high horse and get a new job, because we're just evaluating what's in front of us. We can't take our opinions too much into this. That's our job.
All right. So that words from wisdom from Kim Becker as we head into, my weekend. I'm I'm gonna go on vacation after tonight. I don't know what you guys are doing. You got big weekend plans?
I work the Rockies game tomorrow and Saturday night, actually.
Oh, so you'll be there for Star
I'll be
Wars
there.
night.
Wait, I thought you said it was August.
No. August
Star
is
Wars
the
night
Batman
same.
night.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Batman
And
night
I
is on
didn't-
August.
I didn't even know it was Star Wars
I think
night.
this Saturday is Star Wars
Oh,
night.
yeah, I'll be there.
You better get some Star Wars gear and throw it on.
I'll put my hair in the Princess Leia buns.
Yeah, that's good enough. I would guess, but
All
I
right.
mean, you might want to.
I'll find a cape or something. Darth Vader mask.
Yeah, do it.
Sure.
It's going to be great. All right. Thanks for tuning in for Dempsey and Company, for Kim Becker and KJ Grandison. I'm Mark Bertinoli. We got PhD next with Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. For the rest of you, enjoy your Thursday, and we'll talk to you later right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. No Darren McKee. No Tyler Columbus. So it's me and the big fella today. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. Come on, man. I'm thrilled to be here with you.
No, I know.
We have a lot of fun when it's just the two of us.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun. We'll be able to do this. The interesting thing is, I'm not sure you started the day properly.
Oh, no. Why?
On how we were going to do the show.
Oh.
We first goes, hey, Scott, I just want you to know I'm really sick.
I didn't say I'm really sick.
I've been really sick of it. And it turns out you got the same thing my daughter's going through right now. That cough that's like lasted for like 2 weeks probably for you, something like that?
Yeah.
No temperature or anything like that. Just can't kick a cough, right?
Yeah. Been like a week.
Stopped up.
Yeah. Not bad with the congestion, but just it's dripping. You know what I mean? It drips into your throat and
then that makes you cough. That's what's going on with my daughter. So no, I said no, it's cool. I started coughing the other night, so I'm right there with you.
Yeah. Well, listen.
And then DMAC, and then our boss lied to us.
This is kind of funny though.
I mean.
Now hold on. Before you say anything, there's two things. One, a lot of people would say HIPAA laws, and it wouldn't actually have to do anything with HIPAA. This actually could have something to do with HIPAA.
Really?
Yeah. But two.
Not if it's a lie.
But two. Is he just doing this for HR and you're about to blow his cover?
Oh, see, I don't know.
I don't know either, but I'm just saying.
I won't blow the cover. Listen.
Blow the cover if you want to blow the cover.
DMAC told me Monday that he was going to be gone today.
Right.
Which means that
was planned.
Hey, I'm going to be sick on Thursday. Now if that's DMAC's, using it, hey, I'm sick Thursday.
Right.
Wink, wink.
Right.
Now I'm selling him out.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
You got vacation days. Take some time off, brother. No big deal.
But maybe he doesn't? Because when you start at a new place, you have to accrue time.
Well, I think he's good.
So maybe it's like a wink sick day. And the official email from the PD has to say, hey, listen. DMAC's out. DMAC's out sick today.
Yeah, DMAC's sick, trying to ride his bike from here to Aspen. I hope he doesn't barf on the way up a mountain.
I mean, he might actually throw up over the break, so technically that's sick, right? I mean, it counts.
Yeah.
So
and then obviously Tyler's got a personal thing he's got to take care of. So our prayers and wishes are for him and his family. So he's okay. But
100% on that. Everybody is okay, which is
as of
is
now,
good. But definitely taking care of some family stuff. So we're thinking about you, TP, no doubt about it.
I've been sitting in there. We did some little goofy film thing for the station for a massive, I guess, KSE wide meeting that's happening in 2 or 3 weeks, I guess, something like that. And we have radio people having to make television, which is always funny. It's always fun to me, radio guys.
As the TV guy, watching everybody try to do it.
Well, but it's fun and good effort. It was fun. We had a fun morning. When we get done, I'm like, an hour and 45 before we're supposed to be on the show.
I thought about that when you showed up.
I almost drove home, but I'm like,
I thought about that. If I hadn't, so I do have like an actual job here that I have to do.
Yeah.
Some people don't know that. So like I have like a regular 9 to 5. So I had a bunch of stuff, and it gets even busier when I fill in because I lose 3 hours of my day.
Right.
But I thought about you sitting there like he's gonna stay here till the show, and I was like, maybe I should ask him if he wants to go grab some lunch or something like that. And I was like, I don't really have any time. I couldn't.
Because you still had to do your stuff.
I still have
before
to
you
do my actual job.
Yeah, I'm only about 15, 16 minutes from the house. So I said, I could have got home, but then I know all I'm going to do is sleep for an hour, and then I'm probably going to feel worse. Because I didn't sleep worth crap last night. So then I did go back and you take a nap for an hour, and then what? Then you feel horrible, So I didn't want to do that.
This is always and forgive me for turning it a little bit here, but this is always what drives me crazy about NBA players and like shoot around and stuff like that. So maybe you can provide some insight here, because they go and they do like a workout and shoot around like 2 hours before the game starts, 3 hours before the game starts.
Well, that's changed a little bit. It used to be you'd always go day of the game. You'd go, every day. You'd usually try to practice similar at the same time around 10 o'clock. You'd practice 10 to noon. You'd be home. And then days you didn't play, man, I would sleep. And even game days, I'd sleep from probably 1 o'clock to 4.
That's what I was saying. Like I would want to get a nap in there if you show up that early and you don't really have to work until, in your case here, noon. You know what I mean?
The hardest thing when I first started this, my first show was drive time. So I started on like 3 to 7 drive time, right? And so I just played the year before. Now I'm doing radio over across the street, and Dave and I are doing shows, and every day about 3:15, I'll be like, man, why am I so? And it's like 3 hours of show do. And then I realized, wait a minute, for the last 11 years, I've slept in the afternoon for 3 hours every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah.
And now it's when I'm supposed to be working. And it still is kind of a giant adjustment. My body, as soon as the show's over at 3, I try to go and get a workout in right away. But when I get done, I got to take about a 30-minute nap. And low T or whatever it might be. I don't know. But I just think my body, I conditioned my body that way forever and ever. I don't need to take a 3-hour nap anymore. But if I can get 20 to 30 minutes, boom, close eye, fall asleep, wake up, that's good to go.
That's one of your REM cycles is 30 minutes. And I looked it up because I used to do a morning show and had the same thing. I started taking a nap every afternoon, and now I'm the same way. Like, even just working a 9 to 5, I'm like, oh my God, can I work from home today and just like get a 15-minute cat nap in?
Well, now all these health studies are saying naps are actually kind of good for you. Before you're lazy.
Yeah, Spanish have it right, man. A little siesta right in the middle of the day there.
Right?
Yeah.
4 o'clock, and then
and then get up and have a cup of coffee, and you're good to go. The
right?
rest of the days.
Well, then, hey, listen, I was in Barcelona with the Broncos one year. Things don't get going until about 11 o'clock. No one's going out at 7:30 or 8 and having dinner very often.
But that's because they have the nap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm all for. Should we institute the 4-day work week and the cat nap? And I feel like everybody's just gonna be happier. You know what I mean?
Yeah, cat naps are good.
You do have a 4-day work week this week because we are showing you our ass tomorrow. And I don't know why the rest of the hosts are afraid to say ass, but it is the Altitude Summer Scramble. I don't know why.
Summer Scramble.
Yeah.
I thought it was the Altitude Splish Splash. I didn't know what the ASS acronym stood for. I thought it was the Altitude Splish Splash.
Yeah, Summer Scramble.
Are you in on this one?
I am not in on this one.
You're on for me in the first one.
Right, yeah, I covered for you on the first one.
Yeah, heard you were just terrible. Dude.
I mean, we already have a couple texts saying Rob hosting, he's terrible. So
he already got that?
Yeah.
No, he's good.
Yeah. My boss actually said that she's going to come yell at everybody on the text line when they're mean to me. So just
are you
used
to see? I'm minimal. I'm a minimalist now on social media. I had my Twitter handle stolen 2 or 3 years ago, and I said, here's a safe way. If people even say, was that Scott? No.
Right.
So now I don't play on it. I don't. And same thing with the text line. You guys want to, it's Grizz today because Dan's gone.
Yeah.
So Grizz today in there and D McNiven. And I said, you guys don't like me. You don't like me. I don't need to know you don't like me. Just don't like me.
That's what I tell them too. Like, you don't have to listen. There's other things you could listen to. That's fine.
But you responded. And I think it's just about getting a response.
That's interesting because maybe it's because I don't have the volume of haters because I'm only on every once in a while. But I find it kind of fun. Like, you can try to hurt me, and I'm just. Listen, and it's funny because they're like, "Oh, you're fat or you're ugly," which doesn't really bother me because, like, you're some 50-year-old dude telling me that I'm fat or ugly. But there's been social
studies, and listen, we're in the era of people aware more of mental health.
Yeah,
as right we should be. But now there's all these studies coming out. I watched during my hour-and-a-half break. Where I probably should have been reading a sports story. I was reading about this study of moms and kids or parents and kids and being positive with their kids, building them up. And the one thing that was this lady was telling a story. My mom used to say, everywhere I go, well, I bet your daughter's at teenage years, all that stuff. No, my daughter is beautiful and sensitive and so smart. She's so well behaved. And every time she heard her mom talk about her, that's what she heard. And so guess what she became? Smart and sensitive to others and well behaved because that was what the expectation your mom threw out to everybody.
But that's different. That's her mom.
But it's still a positive message that's being delivered to her every day. So if I get on the Twitter side and every day I get a guy going, F you, you suck, blah, blah. Why do I need to put that vibe into my life?
I get you. But like I said, I don't have as many haters as you because
I have haters.
I'm just not on air.
As me.
So, but I'm not on air enough to, So the one guy who wants to get at me on Twitter and doesn't even have a picture of himself on his profile and he wants to call me fat and ugly, like, I don't know, man. What are you doing with your life?
I think you're a beautiful person. I think you're a hardworking, very talented person. I will say that you really are.
Well, I appreciate.
You're hardworking, very talented. You are a very talented person with multiple abilities.
When did this turn into a pick?
No, I'm just telling you. My goal is to be positive today. I'll be positive
I
because
like that.
we're going to get in the Rockies or somebody like that. And how hard is it to stay positive?
Yeah, well, I think we can do it today. I think we can have a good day today.
Yeah.
We'll go with the positive minds. I also wanted to ask you, do we want to do a Funky Friday because you're not going to be here tomorrow?
Yeah, no, we'll let that with the
Gonna
split
let that
splash.
go.
We can do
All
the
right.
split splash. Can do that.
All right. Okay. I didn't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Hey, Grizz, make sure they put a little funk on our segment in the split splash.
I will tell you though. I'm going to expect you those positive words that you just gave us.
Yeah.
I'm going to expect you to round us out for the weekend too. So at the end of the show, be ready.
Oh, yeah, you want me to come and give you a little?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. We got to get a little wisdom from Papa Smurf here.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, I want to talk about Deron Holmes and the Nuggets in a situation that they're in. I find it interesting where they've ended up here, but I'm thinking about it maybe a different way than a lot of people have been talking about it. That injury, well, it might not be season ending. Let's talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
The haters still hate.
Hey guys, if your workouts aren't going as far as they once did, don't feel bad. That's not unique. Maybe you've gained a few pounds. Don't feel bad. That is not unique. Tyler Plumpus here, my friends over at Revitalized Health, and they can help you out with basically anything you need. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They're flat out going to help you look better, feel better, and sleep better. And I know multiple people firsthand that are changing their lives with Revitalize Health's medical weight loss options. So check them out. They've got 3 locations. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Summertime radio, which means you have to listen to me, Rob Trujillo, in for DMAC and TP, sitting with my man, Scott Hastings. Scotty, I want to talk a little Nuggets with you here. So, DaRon Holmes comes out, first Summer League game, blows his Achilles, which from everything I've heard from everybody, like there's not anything that you can do about that, right? Like it's not like he's injury prone or something like that. Like the Achilles just goes when it goes.
Yeah, and if you saw the play, he's getting kind of momentum's going backwards, and he's trying to plant that right foot and spring forward before he's completely stopped, and just too much pressure on the Achilles. And this is a terrible thing to say, having had an Achilles tear. If it's going to happen, probably good to happen in a summer league game your rookie year, as opposed to year 3 as a starting power forward for the Denver Nuggets or something like that.
So that's what I want to talk about, because due respect to the amount of time it takes to come back from injury. The Achilles injury, the surgery on it has changed, has gotten better. The rehab time has changed, has gotten better. The resources that teams provide players
is massive
to come back is 100 times what a regular person gets for that kind of thing. This is a game that is about explosion, jumping, athleticism, no doubt. But, I mean,
and one of the reasons they liked him.
Aaron Rodgers was talking about playing 2 months later.
No.
Listen, I think that's aggressive.
Yeah.
But he didn't get this injury in the season. This is summer league.
Hold on. Yeah, that's true. So Aaron Rodgers, and I didn't even realize that, said he's going to play 2 months later. Did he play?
He was practicing with them and said if they were in the playoff hunt, he would have played.
Well, but 2 months after he injured, he got hurt in the first game, so he's at week 9. Playoffs started week 19.
Yeah.
So he's still got 2.5 more months before the playoffs would have started.
Right, but the NFL season is shorter
months.
than the NBA season.
True.
So
is it?
I think by like a month, yeah. But so, I mean, we're 3 months before the NBA season even kicks off. Now,
and he had surgery Tuesday?
Yeah, a week ago, I think.
Well, he did it last Friday, a week ago Friday, and I think he had surgery on Tuesday.
You're right. Is it totally out of the realm that now I'm not saying for the start of the season, I'm not saying even for Christmas, but I mean, if you get to March, you're 8 months out.
If you see him going to Germany for a 6-week stint
yeah.
here in about 2 or 3 months, then you might wonder. Now, listen, I know this, and yeah, if you had this surgery, and I still go back to Dominique Wilkins, who was explosive and fast and quick and athletic, and that was his game. The year after he tore his Achilles, he still averaged 29.9 points a game. And he wasn't 22. I think he was 29 or 28, 29, 30.
Now, he's an athletic freak, no doubt.
Well, this guy's supposed to be, one of his strengths is that he's super athletic, right? Yeah. Can jump and run and all that stuff. As I understand it, and I think I had, because mine's only 5 or 6 years ago, so I mean, I don't think technology has blown up in the last 5 or 6 years. They basically somehow put something in between the two tendons, and then they mash them together somehow. They bind them, and then they sew them together into something, blah, 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 blah. And according to the doctors, it's stronger than maybe it even was before you tore it. Okay. That being said, once to get that thing to heal and to grow back together and everything else, he's still going to have 2 months. And that's why with the Aaron Rodgers, 2 months, you feel good because guess what? You don't have a boot on.
Yeah.
But for 2 months, you can't put weight on it, period. After that, you can start doing some stuff and walk around. Now, here's an interesting thing. And you and I were talking about this a while ago. If you're a regular citizen, if you're me doing it 5, 6 years ago, you, anybody else out there listening, you don't have the assets around you that a pro athlete has, that an Aaron Rodgers have, that DaRon will have. We are on our own. I was basically 2 months no weight bearing, another 6 weeks, 2 months with a boot, and I still rode my little unicycle thing around because, it was easier to do that than the boot because the boot just messes your back and hip up, in my opinion. But my rehab was I would take a hot shower, let the water run down on me, and I would work leaning against the wall, stretching my Achilles.
Right.
That's the only rehab I have. I had no rehab. I had no revisits other than everything's looking good. I had, take the stitches out. You're on your own. You're regular citizen. Those guys will have ice and heat and cold and stim and getting blood circulating there faster. They'll probably have not the plasma stuff. Well, they can do the plasma
Platelets.
stuff. The platelets they can put in there. Yeah. There's different therapies that they'll do that they have availability. Whereas, was it the platelet treatment we were talking about? I did something with my shoulder, which really helped was an ozone treatment they're using. It's minimal, but it's still like $300 a session, $350. Platelets, you're talking 7, 8, 10,000 a session. Well, they ain't got to worry about that.
Right.
If it gets to where that will help stimulate the growth of the tendons and get it back healed, he'll begin those, and he ain't paying $10,000 a pop or whatever it is.
So when were you back to working out, walking around? 5 months, 6 months?
No, I was probably walking around in 5 months. It was more, less. It's still stiff. Now it's just about getting the flexibility into it.
So if you're,
but I was also 57 years old.
That's what I was gonna say.
So I'm not playing hoops.
So if you're 5 months in and you're starting to walk around, fair to say 5 months, and everybody's different, of course, but 5 months in, he's probably working out. Right? With all the extra stuff that you're saying that he has that you didn't?
I would say no.
You think that's too much?
No.
It's not like playing, not practicing, but
the
just
gym.
working out.
I think he's on the gym shooting.
Yeah, working out.
Nah, there's a difference. So your working out is different to me. I'm talking about walk to the ball, pick it up, walk to the free throw line, shoot, walk to the ball, go get it, walk to the ball, the free throw line, and shoot. It's not, let's go run sprints. Let's run the ladder sprints. No.
Okay.
I don't think in 5 months that'll happen.
5 months puts us at Christmas. And think how long the NBA season goes after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The closest I think he might be able to be healthy is March, April.
Okay. But so, and here's the reason that I really bring it up. I'm now worried about the depth on this team. We were all worried about the depth on this team when the offseason started. Felt like they needed to address it.
And some of us were worried before last season started, but no one would listen to something.
I think you and I talked about that on this very show. So
sad that it played out true, didn't it?
Don't get me started. Let's positive today, Scotty.
I'm being positive. I'm being positive. I was right when I said I'm not sure about the depth of this team.
There's a move out there in the ether that we're all waiting to see if it happens. I think we have varying opinions on how happy we would be if it does, but there's no question that they could use the depth of one more guy, right? What really crosses my mind is you're now really thin. Like you were counting on minutes from this guy, even if it was just 5 or 10 a game, you were counting on minutes from DaRon Holmes. So those minutes got to get picked up by other people. And in my opinion, you're one injury away from being right back where you were last year. In the same exact position where you are running 5 or 6 guys out there, period. And so if there's the possibility that he could play in March, in April, in May, in June, if you have an injury,
but there comes a time towards the end of
the
season in April that you have to make your playoff list. And if he's still questionable, now I will say this. Denver is a health conscious, protect the player franchise. Not every franchise is. NFL, I don't think is. And you're watching receivers. I mean, these cats are trying to come back from devastating type injuries. St. Brown played an entire game. They finally checked him, and he go, "Oh, by the way, you've torn your abductor muscle from the bone."
Right.
and he played in the game with it. Right. Yeah. So,
and I think they did him a favor by saying he's out for the year and just. You know what I mean? Just putting it out.
There's no pressure.
Right. Just, hey, he's out for the year. But, I mean, is there a Willis Reed here? You know what I mean? Is there a possibility of that? If he tears his Achilles in the first game of the regular season, no, there's not a possibility of that. But in Summer League, I don't know. I feel like it's not out of the question.
I think it's probably minimum a 9-month rehab, and that'd be being everything falls into place perfect.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe, but I mean, he's still a rookie. He's still going to have no experience. You still got to go through the rookie blues, if you will. You still got to understand what the league is. He won't, after 9 months. Say he's blessed, and in 9 months he's healthy enough to play basketball. He still hadn't played against his speed. Still hasn't played against his strength. He's probably practicing a little bit, but in practice, by that time he's coming back, no one's leaning on anybody in practice. So, is it going to be okay that first time? You've got to brace yourself for Towns who's posting up, or you got to put that leg back to brace up to keep him from backing you down. There's going to be all that stuff and those steps he has to go through. It's kind of like in football, right? When the guys like Williams last year had the ACL, comes back, that first time he's got to get hit on it one time. Peyton Manning, after he sat out in those games, the year they won the championship, he sits out 7 games. He's got to get hit one time, make sure that shoulder's okay or whatever it was. So he's still going to have to go that. Will there be enough time? This is a good organization from this standpoint. They aren't going to try to kill him or hurt his future by rushing him back. And I think that's a positive thing, because I'm not sure all franchises across all the sports have that kind of ownership and have that kind of mindset that, no, he's going to be 100%. He's not going to be a 90. Mm-hmm. We ain't rushing a young kid back who we want to play for us for 10 years.
Right.
We're not going to rush him back in 9 months. And if it takes 12, guess what? We'll get to see him next year in Summer League and start getting his runs back in real competition. But I don't know. Could he? I think there's a possibility. And you're right. The pro athletes of today, listen, you and I were talking about, maybe we talk about it a little bit later too, the Receivers documentary, the Peyton Manning, who, by the way, I said the other day, I love Hard Knocks. Dude, I'm not too sure the 2 series that Peyton Manning has produced in the quarterbacks and this year the receivers aren't every bit as good.
Oh, yeah.
As any of the Hard Knocks stuff, and you get more principles involved, and you still get a sense of the team around those principles. Detroit, San Francisco. What was the other group? There's
Vegas.
Vegas. Dude, you just get more teams. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think what he's doing is absolutely fabulous on that right there. Those guys just get treated differently. And there is more opportunity for you to come back. But if you're me and you, listen, me and you can be out a year and a half.
Right.
I mean, we got
we're not me and you.
We got you and I got a buddy in here that works in his office that had, like, I don't know, was it knee replacer or whatever?
Yeah.
Dude, he's still walking around with a cane or a walker. But if he was an NBA player or an NFL player, dude, they wouldn't let him walk around like that. Yeah. He'd ought to be walking around going, no. I twisted my ankle as a high schooler. My family doctor, who helped me when I was born, put me on crutches and wouldn't let me walk on it for 2 weeks. Took me forever to get over that sprained ankle. I sprained my ankle the first week I'm at Arkansas. The other ankle, just as bad. They wouldn't let me leave the facility 3 hours after I'd hurt myself without limping. It said, until you can walk this hallway without limping, you ain't leaving.
And just doing electrostimulus.
And I'm doing stem, I'm doing hot, I'm doing cold, I'm doing wax, I'm doing cold, I'm doing hot, I'm doing wax, I'm doing cold. And for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
And I had to walk, and it was painful. But you know what you do? They said you got to keep the motion in a sprained ankle, because once the blood settles in that joint, you're screwed.
Well, and it is really a no pain, no gain thing. You got to kind of go through that pain of rehab.
But
to
the
get
depth, are you not excited, the Sarge? Do you not think that was at least a good pickup, especially in hindsight of?
Here's the problem: the 2 people that you're talking about adding for depth, Westbrook and Saric, I think fit best with the starting lineup. I want Saric outside shooting threes to give you another 3-point shooter, right? Because now you've basically got Brown and Aaron Gordon, who are both going to be like dunker spot guys. And Brown needs to find his shooting touch, and then if you do bring in Russell Westbrook, same thing. His best game is going towards the bucket. So what do you want him doing? You want him running pick and roll with Jokic and getting the ball and going down the lane and kicking it out to somebody. So those are 2 guys that you are hoping to bring in when Jokic is on the bench. I don't know.
I think Sarge will go 4-5. I think he'll get some time with Joker, and then I think they'll go small ball and they'll slide him over to 5. You probably got to find somebody else. Can Peyton Watson play a small ball 4?
Right.
I'm not so sure. And he's got a good head. Chanchar's back. Got a good head start with Strother. I'm not sure Strother ain't going to be your starting two guard.
We've got breaking news right now about Westbrook.
We've got some breaking news right now that involves Russell Westbrook. So the Los Angeles Clippers are sending, now hear me out for this whole thing, guard Russell Westbrook, a second-round pick swap in cash to the Utah Jazz in a sign-then-trade agreement for guard Chris Dunn. Now, Westbrook is expected to agree on this contract buyout with the Jazz, which clears the way for him to eventually join the Denver Nuggets after clearing waivers. So, Russell Westbrook will be eventually a Denver Nugget after he clears waivers and then goes to the Jazz for like a day.
Well, and that's been the holdup. I think what I heard, the Clippers kind of wanted the trade deal, but the Nuggets, because their salary cap, we can't do that. They need him to waive him.
Right, bought out.
And so now they find another partner and blah, blah, blah. And chances are Westbrook will be your backup point guard. And listen, he's not a very good shooter. Let's be real honest. But he's still a better player than Reggie Jackson.
I agree that's an upgrade. But, I mean, to maximize a guy like Westbrook, don't you want him on the floor with Jokic?
He'll be on there once in a while. He'll be on there once in a while.
And that,
because remember, if they go what they did last year, Murray comes out about 5 minutes, the backup point guard comes in, then Murray comes in about a minute left to go, and the fourth plays a little loft ball with Westbrook, so they'll get both of those guys.
And he was real tight on those rotations this year. They did not change.
No.
So, I mean, maybe they keep doing that. Westbrook running that second. So part of your problem was Jamal Murray wasn't great at running your backup offense, right?
With the backup guys.
Guys.
Because all the young guys sat there and looked at him and said, what are we supposed to do?
Right, like let him do it.
Yeah, and they just would stand and watch, and it was all on Jamal. You better have a big game.
So then
playing with these cats.
Do we want Russell Westbrook runing that?
Well,
right?
I will say this.
Because then Russell Westbrook is going to rise up and take those jumpers, and I don't want that.
That's fine too, but do you think Russell Westbrook, you're running offense and dude don't know where he's going? You think Russell's going to say anything to them cats?
That's fair.
I mean, he's going to bring some energy and some.
There's no doubt about that.
Some mother what?
Yeah.
To that second unit.
A little nasty.
Yeah.
Which, for everything that Jokic does well, unless you really get him stirred up, he doesn't really have that little bit of nasty.
Right.
And Jamal, it depends on the night, I feel like, whether he's got that dog in him or not. And some nights he does, right? Some nights, I'm thinking 2 years ago when he dropped 40 versus Minnesota in the first round. Like some nights he's just got that swag about him. Some nights he doesn't. And Westbrook has that every single night. So there's no doubt about that.
Whether his game follows with it or not.
You got more breaking news there?
Well, you're not on there. We can't hear you.
So, listen, it's not that I hate it. It's that I don't.
Well, but again, it goes back to this. If Strother now is what we saw in Summer League, he can translate it into the NBA and not shoot 29% for three, but shoot 39% for three. And they draft him to be a shooter. They draft him because he's a shooter. If he can play at that type of level, I'm telling you, I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes your starter. Because he can score.
And you need shooting in that starting lineup.
Yeah, or at least now, if you bring him off the bench with Westbrook and him, Westbrook's going to guard the tough defensive guard, and Strother's going to be your outside in the corner shooting it down.
I know this is just the position that they're in, CBA, all that kind of stuff. But I just have to say, it sounds like to me your plan around a 3-time MVP, the best player this franchise is ever going to have, while he is in the prime of his career. Your plan is that you're going to draft guys and they are going to not only play at an NBA level, but an NBA championship level. That's your plan?
Well,
to fill out the rest of your roster? Like, I'm just not crazy about that, Scott.
Of the 3 guys they drafted last year, how many do you think it can be an NBA player?
1.
Okay, of the guy they drafted this year, who's going to be the NBA player?
Well, hopefully
he's out all year.
Yeah. Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you're pinning your hopes on your last 5 draft picks. I guess not Gillespie, but 5 of your last 6 draft picks coming in and playing at an NBA level. You think you're that good at drafting that not only will they come in and play at an NBA level, play at an NBA starter level, right?
Yeah.
Play at a starter on a championship team level.
Right.
Like that's your plan? I don't know. It doesn't. I'm not crazy about
it. But see, I think Strother and Christian Brown can be that duo at the 2 guard.
9-8-7-8. What are the Nuggets supposed to do? I understand the situation that they're in.
Yeah.
Make a trade.
Well, you know,
make a trade. That's what you can do.
The situation they're in because of salary cap and everything else is kind of what you just said. The answer to what you just asked was yes, but then guess what that means? You can't miss.
Right. You cannot miss.
And right now it looks like they missed on 2 of the 3 draft picks from last year.
Brown, Watson, and even with the guys that we still have hope for, Brown, Watson, Strother, and Holmes all have to hit. At least to be like an NBA backup level player.
Watson and Strother have to take another step next year and show they're deserving of big-time minutes. Yeah. And one, if not both of them, have to average double figures.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
And
if that happens, then you might be okay.
And Brown has to take a step as up to a starter level. He cannot be inconsistent.
Brown's got to play consistently during the regular season like he does in the postseason.
Listen, I wish that it was that simple, but like there were even fluctuations through his postseason runs. I need even if it's just 8 points a night, I need to know what I'm getting for.
Then it's 8 points a night. That'd be perfect from Christian Brown. Perfect for Christian Brown.
But
8 points a night?
I'm fine with it. I just need to know what I'm getting from him. Because if I'm getting 8 points a night for him, then I'm going to give Strother more minutes.
Well, if you're getting 8, 6, and 3 and a great defensive performance every night,
I'd take that.
I'm because that's KCP.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But KCP, but now the difference with that is KCP, I mean, he had 6 threes in one game.
Yeah.
If I were going to say anything with Christian's game, he's got to hit the 3 consistently.
But
that's the only thing I need for him because I think his effort and his energy and the way he plays defense is going to be great. You're fine with it. Now he's got to find the consistent 3 ball, and if he does that, then he can be KCP.
Do you think he can have that?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yeah, because because of work ethic.
Okay.
And there's a lot of listen. LeBron James couldn't shoot a lick when he grew up. He's a lot better 3-point shooter now.
Yeah, I mean, granted, when you run that offense, the ideal spot for him is in the dunker. And you already have AG there.
Well, he's not. He's too small to be a dunker.
But
he's going to be in that corner, and everybody's going to forget about him. And he's got to be able to make.
That's where he's going to be.
He's got to be able to hit open threes.
No doubt about it.
The whole team does. Whenever the team lost this year, and even in the postseason, they couldn't make open threes.
But there's no doubt about it. You're absolutely right. But I'm just saying, for me, the kind of guy that you're talking about, unless he magically develops a 3-point shot, that's not the best spot for him. You're right in saying, I think, you really want Julian Strother there.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you really want Julian Strother there to stroke.
Is it horrible to have two guards that have different games?
No, I don't think so.
See, I like that dynamic of those 2 games, and that's why I like to see Peyton Watson. He's got to make history. Michael Porter is going to be a stand-around shooter. He is a spot-up, stand-around, knock-him-deep shooter.
Yeah.
Now, Peyton Watson come in and be a backup 3 and can be a slasher dunker, get out in the lane, play some defense on the other end, cause some havoc getting downhill. And I mean, at the end of the season, what would he finish the season like 2 for 27 on threes? He's got to find a consistency there too, but he's got to be playing downhill.
Yeah.
He's got to be playing downhill at the rim and finishing.
Well, that's the key, right?
Yeah. And if none of that happens, guess what, Rob? We're gonna be out. We're gonna be off after the first or second round next year also, and it's just gonna be a nice team, fun to watch.
It's going to be driving me crazy.
And you're going to lose in the first, second round. If those things do happen, they're going to be playing into June.
The only other kicker is, does MPJ turn into a consistent star? Because if he does,
he's got a chance.
If he does that, I wish you could see him on Twitch right now. If he does that, then these conversations are less important.
Yeah, less important.
But I don't know that that's going to happen. All right, real quick, we're going to have your keyword to win tickets to see the Rapids here in just a second. 9878 text in. Does this move still keep the Nuggets under the second apron? I think it should. Yeah. So even with
what they're talking about signing him is some minimum like $2 million.
Yeah, so it should keep them out of the second apron, which will give them more flexibility. Just so you know. All right, Grizz, what is our keyword for the Rapids contest today?
The keyword today is Navarro. He is the team's leading scorer, as well as, I believe, a top 10 scorer in the league right now, absolutely crushing it this season. So it is Navarro, Navarro. There's 2 R's in there, guys.
Yeah, I was going to put you on the spot and make you spell it for everybody, so I'm glad you did that.
I won my 5th grade spelling bee, my friend. I'm a good speller.
Script in front of me.
All right, when we come back, record deal gets signed in women's sports in general, but the WNBA. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, where Maroney means more during their July Freedom Sale. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee, more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value on these remaining 2023 models. Check it out. Take up to $8,500 off a Ford Edge. How about this? Take up to $8,500 off a Ford Mach-E, plus get 0% APR 72-month financing. It gets even better. You can take $18,000 off an F-150 Lightning 4x4. That's $18,000 off, plus get 0% APR 72-month financing. These are limited supplies, so you've got to act fast. For all the details and qualifications, just go to Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. Located at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont. Online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's Mike Maroney, FordLongmont.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Felt like letting this one breathe just a little bit because we don't need nothing but a good time. You know what I mean? No, Scotty? All right, thanks. Appreciate the support.
You're in your late 80s, early 90s jam session mode right now?
Yeah, I was in my Mosier mode.
Yeah. Well, there you go. You didn't go air guitar at least.
I thought about it.
You got a ponytail. You got a man bun working
I
today.
do have a man bun right now. You know, I knew you were going to comment on it. It's
I
weird.
just noticed it.
Because I have to fill in with different shows, so I have to address it each time I do because it's a man bun.
But you came in from the time I saw you earlier. I said, "Oh, his hair's back. What did he do to his hair?" And then I just saw your profile. And I went, "Oh, he's got a bun."
Well,
I'm not anti-guy bun.
I wasn't a fan, right? But I'm at
Until
this.
you could do it.
I'm at the spot now where if I cut it, it's going to be so short that I'm just hot all the time, and it's been 100 degrees every day.
If you cut it, it's going to be not hot. You're going to be.
You know how long my hair normally is?
But you said if I cut it.
Right. If
But
I
you
cut
mean-
it down to like the normal length I have it,
If you cut it to just like a normal haircut.
I won't be able to put it up, and it'll be too long for me.
No. I'm talking, a two on the side.
Oh, if I just get a
I'm talking
boy's cut?
if you get a clean cut.
Yeah. I could do that.
Yeah, if you get a clean cut, you ain't gonna be hot.
No, that's true.
But right there, no, I have no problem.
But if I cut it at my normal length, I'm going to be hot the whole time. So it's better to leave it and bun it. And so
I'm one of
not
the
that.
few guys that actually kind of think they're cool. So no, it wasn't a knock on it. Listen, I had in 89, 90, I had an earring, and I could do a small ponytail. My hair was long enough.
I want to see it.
It was like it was real small, but it was only about 2 inches long, but I could put it up in a little bitty thing. And every time I'd go to a rock and roll club, there was
There
a
you
rock
go.
and roll club
Yeah.
in Birmingham I would go to. I would put it back.
And would you let it out to headbang though? You know, give yourself a little flow on the headbang there.
No, I mean,
you're missing out.
it was out more than it was up, but I had just enough to put it in one. I had a rat tail once.
I love that you had just enough to put it in, Scott.
Just enough. It's all that matters. How about this? You're too young for this. I had in the mid '80s a rat tail.
Oh, I had cousins with the rat tail, and I wanted one, and my mom wouldn't let me do it. Thank God.
Yeah. Well, I look back now and I said, yeah, they're kind of stupid.
Kinda.
But in mid '80s,
yeah,
Wham and Boy George and all that and stuff was going on.
Yeah.
Hey, mid '80s, you had a rat tail, you were rolling.
Yeah, listen, I'm not a big man bun fan, but it's practical, and I started doing it, and I'm like, I actually don't hate this. It's an okay look.
You're one of the guys
It's
that
not
I
great.
think can actually pull it off. You can rock a man bun.
I feel like my face is too fat for it.
No.
But I do at least have a jawline. You know what I mean?
See, I think
So-
the huskier you are, the better the man bun
I
looks.
agree.
I think
I
the
agree.
skinny little bird-like dudes, and you're like, okay, go get your yoga mat and get out of here. I mean, I don't.
That's too
I-
hipster.
Yeah, that's too. You're hipster when you're too skinny and like that. But
So
you
I
right
don't
there.
look like I'm drinking kombucha.
No,
but
yeah.
is what you're saying.
No,
Is it
Okay,
calm?
well,
You
that's
say?
good. I think it's kombucha, isn't it?
I've never heard the word.
You don't know what kombucha is?
I have never heard of
Oh,
kombucha.
boy. I'll
What is
get
kombucha?
one of my hippie girlfriends to come over here
Well,
and
then
teach you about it.
does she do yoga too?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. She works at Dirk Bentley's Whiskey Row.
So, by the way,
if
I've
you
let-
have any, if you've ever been there before,
Good bar.
yeah.
Um,
I didn't even get to.
But I've let this go, and you haven't. What do you think of this?
It was long last time I was here.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I can almost ponytail.
In fact,
that. I can almost ponytail this now.
Oh my God! Please don't.
Oh, I tried. Not for the show, maybe.
You talked about. I was with you right before the start of the NBA season, and right before you had to go on TV. And you're like, I think maybe if I clean it up, they'll let me keep it because you really had let it go.
Yeah.
So I've seen that beard pretty long on you.
Yeah.
I think it's a good look.
I don't think it looks bad.
No, I don't think so at all. I think it's a good look. I'm with you. All right.
I'll put it in a tie before the show's up.
We literally spent a whole segment talking about man.
Grizz, you can come and braid it, so like in one of the breaks.
First, we have business that
I'm
I
down.
was
I'm ready.
supposed to get to. The Rocky Mountain Cup finale is coming to Colorado. Join the Colorado Rapids as they take on Real Salt Lake July 20th, so 2 days from now, Saturday. 7:30 p.m. for the Rocky Mountain Cup Showdown, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation. Sports Matter. Tickets are on sale now at coloradorapids.com. We have a pair that you can win right now. Grizz, that keyword is
Navarro.
and he's going to
Again.
spell it for you because I'm dyslexic.
Navarro.
2 R's. Navarro.
So text that in right now to 303-504.
That's the great soccer player.
Yeah, it's Rafael Navarro. He's had a great season this year. Top 10 in the league in scoring, leading the Rapids right now.
Yeah, he's
crushing it this year. And Rafael Navarro, Navarro.
303-504-0925. Got a little interesting take here on the Broncos next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's D-Mac for Soda Weight Loss. Dropping 40 pounds of fat was easy. It was convenient. I didn't need any injections. I didn't take any pills. I wasn't hungry. Why? Because I simply went to Soda Weight Loss. If you want the fastest results, go to sodaweightloss.com right now. Click the Request a Nutritionist callback. Within minutes, you're going to be talking to someone. My nutritionist was Amanda. You're going to talk to someone who wants to help you get in the best shape of your life. With almost 9,000 Google reviews and thousands of amazing before and after pictures, it's set up for success. And no tricks and no gimmicks. It's the healthiest way for you to live the rest of your life. SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. You're absolutely going to love it. Soda Weight Loss. SOTAweightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. It's Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC, but we are minus a Columbus and minus a DMAC. So I'm Rob Trujillo filling in with my guy, Scotty. And I found something interesting. So we went through the Quinn Miners extension earlier this week. And so I went and I looked up the numbers for the Denver Broncos. Do you want to guess how many of their top 5 valued contracts are offensive linemen?
Well, I don't know if Bowles is still as big as it once was, but I would say 2. Well, McGlinchey was a pretty high-paid free agent, and their other guard was a pretty free. I would say 4 of the 5.
4 of their top 5 value contracts by value
of all the contracts.
All the contracts on their team. 4 of the top 5 by value are offensive linemen. And it's like it's 4 of the top 10.
Is Cortland Sutton the 5th?
Sutton's the 5th. And so if you do it by like average annual value, like how much they make each year, it changes it a little bit. It's like 4 of the top 10. But what does that tell you? Well, I think that says something about this team. And honestly, I mean, we were yelling at them a whole bunch last year to run the ball, but it says a whole lot about how they're expecting to run this offense.
Here's what it tells you. And listen, the Pro Football Focus ratings, which is really funny. When Pro Football Focus, I don't even know if you know this, when they first came out, it was kind of a unique tool that us and regular people would get to go and would go, oh my gosh, they were rated here. And all the teams poo-pooed them.
Yeah.
And now like 2/3 of the team uses PFF for their part of their analytics. Yeah. So now they've legitimized PFF. Well, if at the end of the year this isn't a top 10 offensive line, you overpaid. Listen, just because you pay a lot of money, I mean, look at D-Mac. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Or Vic. Look at Moj.
Catching strays on his day off. Oh, my God.
Well, that's what you do when they're gone. They can't fight back. But just because you pay a lot of money don't mean you're going to get that value. That money you pay is in hope of value. And usually in pro sports, it's paid for what you had done for me.
But let's go.
You don't usually get rewarded on what we hope you're going to do.
Right.
Like, Rob, here's $1 million contract. We hope next year you're going to take Brett Kane's place and run the whole radio station.
Is that what Brett Kane does?
But you don't get rewarded in pro sports for here's what we think you're going to do. Usually it's because of reward of what you got, or in free agency case, we had to do that to get you.
Well, and so I was going to say, Quinn Miners is kind of the exception here. He had
And
earned
Bowl?
that contract.
What did Bowles? I mean, he made all pro the year before they gave it to him, didn't they?
He had the one good year that they paid him on, but I do think they paid him a little bit on potential. Like, we think you can repeat that year in the future.
Yeah, this is who you are. You've now raised your standard and bar. Now perform at this level forever.
And honestly, I think that deal has worked out okay for the Broncos. I don't think it's been a bad contract for them. He's your left tackle. He's been league average at worst. The other 2 guys, you had to pay a little bit extra because you were getting them out of free agency.
Right.
So you have to pay a little bit extra to get them there. But let's go down the 4 guys, right? Garrett Bowles, good pass blocker, not great. Good run blocker, not great, right?
Yeah, he's
good.
I still get stuck in the years holding 72.
But he's gotten better.
Gotten better.
And he's an okay pass. He's good.
I think he's probably better than average.
Okay. What is Quinn Miners' specialty?
The run game.
Run blocking.
Yeah.
What's Ben Powers' specialty?
Well, the knock on Powers was he was a good run blocker, but not a good pass protector.
Good run blocker. What's Mike McGlinchey's strongest suit?
Quick twitch muscle fibers on quick counts. Going off sides in illegal motion.
Run blocking. He's a run blocker.
Yeah, you could have fooled me.
So
I think McGlinchey is a wasted pick or free agent.
I think he means as much for his leadership as he does playing right tackle.
Yeah. Good. You know what? Give me a guy that can pass out Gatorade and rah everybody on the sideline and pay them.
He was good, not great. But
he was horrible and got better.
Got better by the end of the year. Because Ben Powers really struggled at the beginning of the year, too.
Preseason, Ben Powers and McGlinchey last year were horrible.
Had a tough time.
Yeah.
Had a tough time through the first half of the season, I would say.
Yeah.
And by the end of it, though, I think we were pretty happy with how the Broncos' offensive line was playing. And look what happened, right?
Yeah.
If we look at the record in the back half, it's 7-4 or something like that.
Change quarterback.
Don't get me started there. But how often? I mean, I can remember doing the post-game show last year and just screaming, "Why are we not running the football?"
Well, and I agree with you 100%. If in fact this is what their strength is supposed to be, and I think Williams wore out a year removed from the ACL. I thought he wore out as the season went. They tried to get a bigger back, and the Notre Dame draft pick who gets hurt in training camp, right, or gets hurt.
Oh, you're talking about last year?
No, this year. This summer. But I mean, he kind of gave me, and I think was a big power guy that we can take some of the load of Williams off of it. The other guy they got from Cincinnati fumbled too much.
T. Ryan, yeah.
Great catcher out of the backfield, but he had some pretty big fumbles. But there was one game, it was a one-score game, and they ran it 5 times in the second half. So why then, I'll ask you in reverse this, why then would you pay that type of money to an offensive line that's strength is running, and yet you're running it 5 or 6 times in the second half of a game that's a one-score, you're in the game type of situation?
The videos that got tweeted out of Quinn Miners are him knocking over trees and running Kansas City Chiefs 20 yards downfield run the ball.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing, and I said this when I was on the morning show the other day with D-Mac. I think this defense might be sneaky good. The defense has some guys. You got guys at each level. I really like their young pass rushers. They have a decent defensive line. You've got Surtain on one corner. I like Levi Wallace on the other corner. He's been opposite. Great cornerbacks everywhere he's been, so he's used to getting picked on a little bit. I like your safeties. The defense, I think, might be sneaky good. And how do you win football games?
Controlling the clock with your run game
the ball and play defense.
And stop people. Well, and the key is, and here's what the Denver Broncos are being I'll simplify it. What the Denver Broncos haven't been able to do is get a lead and then be able to control the game. And if you've got a run game, and I'll go back, and I was fortunate to call the games for the Broncos when they had Terrell Davis, right, and Mike Shanahan, and before they changed some of the rules, and a quick, smart offensive line that chopped the block to, the way to 2,000 yards for Terrell Davis.
Yep.
But they would get a lead on you in late third quarter, and the game was over. If they got the ball back with 7 minutes to go and up 8. The game was over.
That's what I'm saying.
Because boom, boom.
And what do you want to do?
Stop it.
Now let's compound the problem. What do you want to do with a rookie quarterback?
You probably want to run the ball.
Run the ball.
Yeah.
Especially if you can give him now, as you start running the ball, you open up easier passes for him. Quick screens, play action, that kind of stuff.
If you can have a success and run the football.
If you can have success.
But would you say they had
football.
success running the football last year overall?
Yes. I just don't think they did it enough. I would say that they were successful. They just didn't do it enough. So, listen, maybe it was a conversation between Peyton and Peyton in the offseason here. We're going to pay these offensive line guys. You build from the inside out. I'm down with all that. But Sean Payton as a play caller also has to get behind the idea of these are going to be close games. They're going to be low scoring. We're going to run the ball. We're going to try to take the air out of it. We're going to win that. That's how we're going to win. With a guy who's a rookie quarterback, or lose. I think it's an interesting spot.
Again, you bring up another question: Is Sean Payton have the humility to take that big giant playbook and the brilliant passing game that he's supposedly known for, and wand it up every once in a while and just say 34 dive, 33 dive, 34 pitch, 33. Is he going to have that in him?
I don't know, but he better, because that's the way this team is going to win.
That's the only way this team will win.
Unless Bo Nix comes out and is C.J. Stroud last year. That's the only way this team is going to win. And I don't think Bo Nix is coming out and being C.J. Stroud. I got to be honest with you. So the only way you're going to win is leaning on that offensive line, which now you can look at them and say, you're it, guys. You're the highest paid group on this team by far. You're the highest paid individual players on this team by far. We need you to lead this team.
So at the end of the year, they're 27th in rushing. And if that's the case, then chances are they're probably going to be 26th or 7th in scoring. But they're 27th in rushing, 28th in time of possession. Who's to blame? The overpaid offensive line, or is that the head coach?
I think honestly, who's to blame is the GM. Because if the GM built the team like this,
well, hold on,
and the head coach isn't going to coach that way, it's a miscommunication between the head coach and the GM, and that's on the GM.
So I'll ask you this: Was Bo Nix the GM's pick?
No, I don't think so. But it doesn't matter if the GM is in charge of signing people, right?
So he's the scapegoat, so to speak.
Yes. But he's got to be in communication with his coach. Like they need to be lockstep on how to. And so
what if they refuse to run it? And they're 27th, and
that tells you that that Sean Payton isn't the one that wanted to pay Quinn Miners, right? That's kind of what that says. And so if the GM is paying offensive linemen and the coach doesn't want to use them, there's a miscommunication between GM and coach, and time for one of them to go, and you know who that is. You know what I mean?
Who I want it to be or who I think it'll be?
No, I just said you know what I mean. We all know who it's going to be.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, in case you're just joining us, Russell Westbrook, the trade finally went through. He's going to the Utah Jazz. He's going to get probably bought out there and possibly sign with the Nuggets. We'll talk about that and No Dumb Questions coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. We're minus a Columbus. We wish him the best. Got a little family thing going on, so we want him to know we're thinking of him. Everybody's okay, though, so that's good news. DMAC's just getting lost in the mountains or something?
He's sick.
Oh, he's sick.
Well,
right.
he's sick.
Sorry.
He's sick.
I'm sorry. Of course.
In the mountains.
For HR.
He's got
He's sick.
altitude sickness.
Yeah.
Sick of us.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, and then Tanner.
Thanks, Chris.
Tanner's just taking another one of his week-long vacations.
Is that number 5 this year?
I mean, he goes in cool places.
Yeah, he does.
He went to Bahamas with the boys, and now he's been to Arizona with his dad. Now he's going. Where did he go in the mountains this week?
He's in Steamboat, yeah.
Steamboat's a cool place, though.
I love Steamboat.
I mean, listen, we'll talk about boys' trips in a little bit here because I do have a no dumb question for you. You got to have, I think it's healthy. You got to have at least a boys' trip a year. So I'm not going to knock DT for that, but it does seem like there's a lot of them.
Well, I think he's not a boys' trip, it's his family.
Oh, okay.
The Bahamas was the boys. Bahamas was the fantasy draft.
Okay. All right.
They did a fantasy draft in the Bahamas. I said, you know what? Go to Vegas. Go to someplace simple. You're going to go all the way there and spend all that money to do a draft?
Well,
unless you get to play a lot.
Those all-inclusive resorts sometimes
yeah.
it makes it worthwhile. Because like you say go to Vegas, and that sounds nice, but then when you're buying $15 drinks and losing hundreds of dollars on the blackjack table, it's not quite
well said. Well said.
Not quite
Well
as
said.
nice.
When I was drinking, I would go to the all-inclusives in Mexico, and I felt like I did well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I felt like I did well.
That's what I'm saying. And then you find a cute chick in Vegas, all of a sudden it's not one $15 drink, it's two $15 drinks every time you're out there.
I haven't had to do that. Next thing you know, you're up in your hotel room and you've got your wallet stolen. So I've not been that guy.
Wait, hold on. Have you been that guy?
No, I've not been that guy. I haven't had to worry about that guy.
Yeah.
I've not had to do that.
This is why you invite Grizz on all the trips that you go on. Just have him bring the credit card. You know what I mean?
Bring that
Thanks, Dad.
Black American Express thing you
Yeah.
got right there,
Yeah.
and we'll take care of everything.
For the ladies.
It's metal. It clings when you hit it against the table.
Can I say something? I saw one this year.
They're pretty cool, aren't they?
It's the first time I've ever seen that. I was with a buddy of mine in L.A. when we played there, and he said, "Hey, I'm gonna bring my friend. He's downtown. We ate near Staples Center, that area, whatever, L.A. Live, and we're in there, and boom, 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 and so we're gonna buy a dinner. We go Dutch, so all three of go in there. So we put a card. All of a sudden, I hear
clank,
clink, clink, clink,
yeah.
and this black metal, and it was heavy too. I mean, it ain't like
It's got some weight to it.
It ain't like a black aluminum.
Yeah.
It ain't aluminum.
Yeah.
It's like
buddy's got one.
titanium or something.
My buddy's got one.
Oh, he threw that down. I went, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking at him. I'm looking at my boy. And in my head, I don't think I said it out loud. I'm like, why aren't you buying the whole thing?
Yeah, why aren't you picking it up?
Listen, it's a total of about $75. What? Hey.
Yeah, well, listen, rich people didn't get rich by giving away their money is what people say all the time.
But that saw the first one I've seen this year.
But their kids, a.k.a. Grizz, maybe they give away the money.
So you got a buddy have one of those, Grizz?
Actually, that's the first card my dad gave me in high school.
Oh, my God. Okay.
That's not serious.
You know what?
Right?
Play.
No.
Please tell me that's not real.
No, that is not serious.
Even though you're not saying, play that.
Right? Right?
Let that be
Yes,
you.
yes.
Play that.
You know what you should do is, even if you don't have one of them, do you have one?
The Apple card that I have is metal, but it's not a black MasterCard.
But you should like just carry a black piece of metal around with you and like hand them a regular credit card at the same time you're tapping that metal on them.
Have it underneath.
Right, yeah.
Ask the waitress, please take this one. Take this one.
Don't use it.
Don't blow my cover. All right, so the breaking news earlier today that Russell Westbrook is being traded to the Utah Jazz for considerations. Grizz, if you could look that up, I don't have that in front of me. Russell Westbrook being traded to the Jazz to be bought out and then presumably sign with the Denver Nuggets. It is reported that it is the Nuggets, right? There's no way we get
these are all
snaked.
reports, yeah.
But there's no way they get snaked here at the last minute. Like this is for the Nuggets,
I
right?
will say this: why would Russell Westbrook want to come here? One, him and Joker somehow have an unbelievable relationship, and you want me to tell you? I'm going to tell you where I think it stems from. One, they probably see each other at All-Star games. That's one. But there was a time, and I think Russell was still with Oklahoma City, and it has been back when you played Oklahoma City, he was going to be real chesty and bumpy and and try to be the bully. And he tried that on Jamal Murray. and went up and chested got in his face, and Joker came out of nowhere and put his chest in Westbrook and backed Westbrook up and kept going towards him. And there's a part of me thinking that Westbrook goes, okay, finally they got somebody on this team that's right and not afraid to stand up.
Yeah.
They got because I think there was a time when people were going to push Denver around, and I think that was a message to Westbrook. No, I'm here, and I'm not going to play that, because it seems since that time there's been some sort of weird relationship between Russell Westbrook and Nikola Jokic.
And both have talked glowingly about one another.
Oh, yeah. So, maybe that's from – and listen, if you're Russell Westbrook, listen, he's been league MVP, first guy to average triple-double. He set the triple-double record in the season with a comeback win against Denver, and Denver's fans are cheering for him at the time. And I'm like, dude, don't you see they're coming back here? And he hits a big three to take the lead. I'm like, and set the record, and everybody's like, I'm like, dog, he just beat your team, and you guys are like cheering for him. I didn't get that. But it's for him a chance to say to Oklahoma City and to Houston, who gave up quick on him, the Lakers, who made him the scapegoat, which I told you this. I think the year that LeBron played like 55 games and Davis played like 54 and he played all 82, but it was his fault the team stunk. Well, your two biggest stars didn't play a third of their games.
He also was the one that was out there every week.
But he was out there every game to take the bullets. I actually gained respect for him in that year, being able to take what he took. And then, last year he started and they're not playing good, and they said, let Harden start, and he said, okay. And I thought he was scary off the bench.
If he hadn't have kind of conceded that the way that he did, I'd be real concerned.
But now he's got used to it.
Right. The fact that he kind of took his medicine, my career is different now. I'm no longer the league MVP. I'm no longer the triple-double guy. I can still contribute, but it is in a different way.
Right.
That makes me feel better. Because if he was just coming from the Lakers to this team, I'd honestly be a little bit concerned. I still maybe am a little bit. Maybe I'm selling it too much. Because that's a lot of on ball there for Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, but he's a cut, and
I know.
And I want to see him play with Joker at least 5-7 minutes a game, because
that's his best spot is in that pick and roll with Joker.
Oh, he's going to pick and roll, or he's going to pick and then cut fast and over the top. He's going to get.
And really, what you want is Murray off the ball doing that second action that he can get a open, 20-footer or something like that.
Wrap around, dribble handoff, or even penetrate on the pick and roll and then kick out to Murray in the corner. Even so, who knows? Could Russell Westbrook be your starting two?
Well, wouldn't he be your starting one, and Jamal would be your starting two?
No, because I don't think me personally, and I know he did this in Kentucky. I don't necessarily like Jamal off the ball, and I saw him I've only seen Canada play one game, and I just don't think he's comfortable just standing off ball.
Yeah.
Personally, I think he's a better player with ball in hand.
It'll be interesting because that is that's how you get the most out of Russell Westbrook is run pick and roll with Joker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Grizz, were you able to find the details of that trade?
So far all I see right now is that Chris Dunn will go to LA from the Jazz. And right now, the Jazz will just ultimately completely buy out Russell Westbrook. And then I'm assuming, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I'm assuming that the Nuggets will just sign him for a very minimal deal, correct?
Yeah, it's what I read somewhere is like $2 million or something.
Okay, yeah, see, exactly. Because that's, like you said earlier, Rob, that's not going to put him in the second apron.
Can I say something? And I had my father-in-law is deceased now in my first marriage. Wonderful, wonderful, beautiful man. But he always would tell me about the NBA. And then, listen, when I played, money wasn't even close to what it is now. And he goes, this is not the real world. We're just throwing off the Russell Westbrook comedy I signed for the minimum. It'll only be $2 million. and we've gotten to a point in talking sports where we think $2 million is pittance. Nothing.
Here, I get you, but I do have a thing for that. I've argued this with people before. So for an athlete, just like a brain surgeon, right? How many people are there in the world that can play at an NBA level? We know the number, right? What is it?
Well,
200.
You could do the number times 30 and whatever, but
Right.
then you probably it's probably half.
Right.
To be honest with
Right.
you, of the guys in the
So
league.
there's 100 people, 200 people on the planet that can do what they do. And now, instead of like a brain surgeon who has their whole life to make money, that earning period is shrunk down to
10, 15 years.
max 5 years, maybe. Right?
Well, not if you're a great player, but yeah. For the regulars, yeah.
Right. So
I mean, that's why
so
you got to
you
play
take
4
that-
years to get your pension.
take that lifetime of earning and squeeze it down into that window for somebody who's one of 100 on the
Yeah.
planet that can do something. It does make sense.
No,
It's just
I understand. And, Bill Lambier told me a long time ago, Scott, you know why they pay us so much money? And I'm like, well, Bill, I'm not making it. He goes, because we can do something that nobody else can do, but they wish they could.
Yep.
It's okay. And I understand that, but I still saying, as human beings that's got mortgages and car payments and insurance and
I get it.
bidding and bing and bang and bang and bang and
we got paid on Wednesday.
all that stuff.
All the bills have already sucked my bank account.
Oh, I know, right? But all that stuff that we talk about, they go, oh, well, get him. He's cheap. He's only going to cost you $2 million. I mean, think about that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a good start to no dumb questions. So why don't we transition to that here?
Oh, there you go.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
No dumb question. Who wins more games next year, CU or Broncos?
That's a great damn question.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now.
Hey, no dumb question for DMAC.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You said you had one for me a while ago. Did you not say that?
I do. I've got one.
Give me one that you had.
Okay, you want me to go first?
Yeah.
All right, so ESPN just put out a list of the top 25 college football stadiums. And I bring
Did
it
they
up.
go traditional?
Kind of. But I bring it up because I do a boys trip every year, which we were just talking about boys trip. Me and my college roommate, we go and we see an NFL game and a college game in the same city. And we line it up with either one of our teams or our bye week, right? So we don't miss one of the games.
Yeah, but you still got to tie that up to where it's a big college game
It's actually one of the fun things to do every offseason when the schedule comes out. We spend a couple hours going through and looking what are the major college games at these away games.
So
for our
let me
team.
ask you this, no dumb question. Which pro team do you look I know you're a Buffalo fan.
Yeah.
But that's not like an iconic stadium.
No, but we go to away games. Right? We go to when our team is on the road.
It'd be good if our team's on the road.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's an Eagles fan. So this year we're going to go to LA and see the Rams and the Eagles play on Sunday Night Football. And the day before that, we're going to go see UCLA and USC in the Rose Bowl in their first Big Ten game. I've never been to the Rose Bowl before, and I'm hyped. I'm excited.
Yeah.
So
can I say something?
Yeah.
You're going to be disappointed when you get there, but but that's the way it is. I remember the first time for me. I grew a kid up in the Midwest. First time I got to go watch a game at the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah.
And I was and I'm like, dude, it's just bleachers.
Just a crappy bleacher
It's
stadium.
just a bleacher stadium.
I know.
The cool thing was around it where they had like all these barbecue pits set up and beer stations and that was the cool part.
Yeah. And that has been the cool part of the college games we've gone to.
I got to go to a game. I covered a Bronco game they played at Clemson. I was so good at. That's one of the worst places in the world to try to get to go to a game.
So it was funny. I was talking to Grizz about this earlier about what was your best college football game experience. And the answer for me might be kind of surprising, but then Grizz echoed the same sentiment. It was Air Force.
That's a good one.
I went and watched Army play at Air Force. They did 2.5 hours of flyovers, Scotty. I mean, it was incredible. And they were really good.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they're good or not when they play Army, but they were really good at the time.
It's not an iconic stadium, but it
is though. Like,
but the
it's
experience there is unbelievable.
It was
and the
incredible.
setting where the school is, it makes it more outstanding. But it's not a game at Michigan. It's not a game at Tennessee. It's not a game in between the hedges.
So I've been, these years that we've done the trips, I've been to LSU, I've been to Ohio State, I've been to ASU. It was still Air Force. I mean, Grizz, what about you? Said that was yours too?
It's the same thing, and I told you, Rob, I was a little biased just because I've had season tickets growing up when I was younger, but It's just one of the coolest areas you can go to, man. I mean, it's on an air. It's on an Air Force base.
So you're talking. Are you
Experience.
talking the experience or
Yeah.
the stadium? Because I think this list is the stadium.
Well, it's like the same thing when you're going to Lambeau. I mean, the history and the experience of Lambeau Field is amazing. It's a crappy old stadium.
Well, they tried to fix it up. But
They're trying.
The thing that blows you away when you go to a game in Lambeau is that you basically, and same thing, the old Buffalo Stadium, you're driving through neighborhoods.
Yeah.
You
park on people's lawns.
Yeah, you're parking on people's lawns.
Yeah.
To go to the game in Lambeau, I was always
In
on
Buffalo.
the bus in Buffalo,
Yeah.
but I go, there's a stadium around here because it's like little houses, but stadium.
Yep.
And that was
Same thing. Still
the
the same. So, I mean, what was your best college game experience that you've ever had?
for football.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. Good question.
Because when CU beat Georgia about 10 years ago, I stormed the field. I was sitting in the student section, even though I wasn't a student there. I snuck in. I've seen LSU in Death Valley. I've seen Ohio State at the Shoe.
You got to remember,
ASU.
my job is in basketball, and so a lot of times, by the time the good games happen,
Yeah, you're not there.
But one of the for me, and I went to Arkansas, I got to catch an Arkansas-Texas football game in the Cotton Bowl.
There you go.
And I mean, and Arkansas, Texas are a giant rivalry, which I'm most excited about because I hate Texas anyway. And they killed the Big 12, the Big 8. They destroyed it. But I love the rivalry between Arkansas and Texas. But I got to catch an Arkansas, Texas game, and we beat them. We beat them in outside of Dallas, I think is where the Cotton Bowl is. But that was cool. I think I went to one game.
Isn't it like the Dallas County Fair?
Yeah, it's like a big
that?
fairground around.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I did see a pro. I've been to Jerry's World to see the Giants Cowboys, which is a big rivalry too. That was outstanding. That was a fun game to go to. I went and played at Michigan basketball, and we got to look at the arena and how big it was, but we didn't go in for a
So
game.
1517 says, I'm a huge Michigan fan, and the Big House was super underwhelming. Penn State is the best stadium by far. But there are a couple people coming to the Rose Bowl's defense here. That they're saying that you're underselling it a little bit.
I've not been to the Rose Bowl, so I can't say that. But I just know from the Cotton Bowl, which is an older stadium as well, you go in there and you're thinking these grand things, all these kids growing up, and you're like, it's just bleachers.
That's how the Big House and Death Valley both were. Like
Yeah.
it's just a
bunch of bleachers,
crappy concrete stadium.
But that's how they fit so many people in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me try to guess some of the things I got on
Sure.
the list.
Well,
Penn State's got to be one. Tennessee's got to be one. Michigan's got to be one. The Coliseum for USC games has to be one.
Oh, I didn't see Coliseum on here.
Is it West Virginia or Virginia that comes out to enter Sandman?
That's Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech. Okay,
Yeah.
so that is
Blacksburg.
unbelievable.
But is that the stadium or is that the experience?
It's the experience.
Clemson, Georgia, are either one of those iconic?
Georgia's 18. I don't see Clemson on here. So I'll give you
The coolest
the
thing about Clemson is you go down and touch the rock.
The Rock is cool. I'll give you the top 10. Neyland Stadium in Tennessee. Volunteers.
Yeah, that's cool.
Bryant-Denny Stadium, Alabama Crimson Tide.
Yeah.
Camp Randall in Wisconsin. That's what I want to get to.
Yeah.
I want to do, for this boys trip, I want to do a Packers Wisconsin
I
duo.
called the Broncos preseason game there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they played at University of Wisconsin.
The Shoe, Ohio Stadium in Columbus, Ohio State Buckeyes. Husky Stadium, Washington.
I've called a game in Husky Stadium.
That's number 6. Number 5 is Beaver Stadium, Nittany Lions. I bet that's an experience.
Yeah. Why would it be Beaver Stadium and Nittany Lions?
I have no idea.
As soon as you said that, I'm thinking it's Oregon State. That's a
Notre Dame Stadium,
Yeah,
Touchdown Jesus, of course. Michigan Stadium,
Yeah.
Big House, Wolverines. Number 3, Rose Bowl. Number 2,
Yeah, so
UCLA Bruins. And then number 1 is LSU, Tiger Stadium.
So you're after this year, you've gone to 1 and 2.
I'll have gone to 1 and 2. Michigan's going to be tough. It'd have to be a Detroit Lions game, I guess.
College basketball, I saw one of the cool games. We drove up and we watched a game in Lexington at the University of Kentucky, and it was Indiana, Kentucky, which is a monster rival. And I was able to go in there and watch Kentucky, Indiana play in Lexington. That was kind of cool.
Listen, Husker fans, stay off the text line. We get it. Yes, Memorial Stadium in Nebraska is on there. It's number 16.
Is it 16?
Yeah,
oh, there you go. I've been to,
We get
I've
it,
been
Nebraska fans. Stay off the text line. Nobody wants to hear from you.
I was on the sideline on the CU-Nebraska game where CU was supposed to win, and basically McCarthy lost his mind playing the right way. He just tried to run it against Nebraska, and then when they opened up, they started scoring. Someone helped me there. You can text us there. The fullback in that game rushed for like 200 yards for Nebraska and just crushed CU.
I mean, that was the triple option offense, though, right?
I don't know.
So fullback.
But they had another running back's pretty good, but it was a fullback they kept handing it to, and he was just pounding dudes.
Wasn't it that Chris Brown guy? Or was that?
No.
That was way before that.
That was way before that? Okay.
So, yeah, text in 303-504-0925. Let us know where your best college football experience was. We also have tickets to see the Colorado Rapids Rocky Mountain Cup going down on Saturday. If you want to win those, text
Navarro. Navarro.
Navarro. 303-504-0925 for that as well. We'll be back on the other side talking about the record-setting deal in women's sports on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, if your workouts aren't going as far as they once did, don't feel bad. That's not unique. Maybe you've gained a few pounds. Don't feel bad. That is not unique. Tyler Plumpus here, my friends over at Revitalized Health, and they can help you out with basically anything you need: testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They're flat out going to help you look better, feel better, and sleep better. And I know multiple people firsthand that are changing their lives with Revitalize Health's medical weight loss options. So check them out. They've got 3 locations. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's PhD. We're minus the Columbus. We're minus the D-Max. So Rob Trujillo filling in alongside my guy, Papa Smurf, Scott Hastings.
You still remember?
Of course I remember.
I did that with honor. I said, you ran the whole place. Papa Smurf runs the place.
I don't run the place.
But you could be. We have stores as a VP, why aren't you?
Because they don't want to pay me. They can't afford me.
They can't afford it.
Listen, we have a couple of answers here on the text line that I wanted to throw out real quick. For best college football experience, somebody said I went to Beaver Stadium the week after they fired Paterno, and it was wild.
Oh,
I can't imagine that. That must have been absolutely crazy. Somebody says Rupp Arena, which is basketball. We were talking football.
Yeah, that was cool.
But I mean, you played there, I assume, right?
I never played there, but like I said, I watched a game with Kentucky, Indiana there, and it was monster.
Were you not in the SEC by then? Was it still Southwest?
I was Southwest.
Yeah. Okay.
Southwest.
All right. I was trying not to date you.
The real football.
Trying not to.
Well, listen. Hey, the problem with the Southwest Conference and why it no longer exists is because they were playing with the NIL money before the NIL money was legal.
That's true. Autzen Stadium in Eugene, Oregon, which I imagine that game day experience is a lot. Somebody said Black Hills State University. Really? So good for them. Let's throw their name out there. You know what I mean?
Listen, there was a time when CU was pretty good. Going up and tailgating a couple hours before the CU game was always a blast.
Oh, I love going up to Folsom.
Yeah, we always had a blast up there.
And I've got family up in Montana who lives in Bozeman. That Cat Grizz game, Montana State. I mean, that's an event.
That's an event.
That's an event out there. So
hey,
some of those things coming in.
College football. Have you thought much about? And listen, it'd be nice to have good college football this year. Air Force has been pretty consistent, solid all the time. But you need CU and you need CSU, one if not both those teams, being really competitive this year. That being said, CU opens up against North Dakota State. Any chance they lose that game?
Yeah. Oh yeah. North Dakota State's real. North Dakota. I think they've won 9 of the last 11 FBS championships. Like that's a football team up there. And the coach knows what he's doing. He's been there the whole time. Like
they got an established program.
Yeah.
And a system they run.
Yeah, you better be ready. You better be ready. And even Dion said that during media day. He's like, you could have given me a cupcake to start with, and instead, it's gonna be a game. That's good. You better be ready. All right. So I want to talk about this WNBA deal. Did you see this media rights deal?
No, but again, do you not say Caitlin and Angel? Thank you.
Well, here we go. Right. So. Caitlin Clark last night sets a WNBA record for assists with 19.
As a rookie.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's an assist record overall, too,
it
right?
Is. It is, yeah. She said it as a rookie, but it's for the league, period. Any player ever.
She had 19 assists and scored, 24 or 26, I think, on top of that.
Yeah. Angel Reese had the double-double streak. I wasn't crazy about how she tried to keep it going at the very end. I thought of Scott immediately when I saw the video of her getting triple teamed down on the block, trying to get just a couple more points to keep the double-double streak going. But nonetheless, no doubt a superstar, right?
Good player.
WNBA had their media rights deal coming up. Instead of what they were previously making, which was $50 million a season, it's going to be $200 million a season, with the opportunity to earn more than that. It is a $2.2 billion deal over 11 years that the WNBA just signed with Disney.
Well, let me just say this. And if you don't think that's Caitlin Clark, then you're stupid.
Right. That's exactly the point I wanted to make.
And all these and listen, I understand making a rookie earn stuff. Absolutely. Hey, you got to earn your way in there. Even Wemby. I mean, people went after Wemby. He kind of, I thought, faded right there in the middle of the season. But, boy, he came back strong and played great. He's going to be a stud. But they gave it to him. I mean, they went after him. Guys went after him. That's what happens when you're a rookie. So I get the let her do something first.
Right.
I get that.
Guess what?
But guess what? She got all y'all paid.
Yeah. And she's done it.
She made the league viable.
Set a record for assists.
Yeah.
I mean, she's done it.
And by the way, leads before that 19 last night, she leads the WNBA in assists as a rookie. She's the number 1 assist getter in the WNBA.
The WNBA Players Union leader comes out and says, I'm concerned the WNBA is being undervalued. Which, like, even that you can make that argument. You've already gone 4 times your last TV contract, and now you're worried that you're being undervalued at 4 times the previous amount?
Well,
and we're living through the Bird Magic era right now for the WNBA. I mean, this is, and you can speak to it better than me, of course, but the NBA was dying.
Yeah, no, they were going to bust teams out.
And Bird and Magic came through, made it must-watch TV, and David Stern negotiated contracts and saved that league. I mean, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. He turned around, and what he did is he marketed the players. And it was the first time any sports league said, listen, our players are the stars. They're the ones that are people coming to watch play. Why aren't we promoting our stars? And so, and you can go back to the mid-'80s. It was 83 or 84 when he really turned around and saved this league with, drug testing. First pro sports team that had drug testing and serious penalties for drug abuse. Dave Stern saved this league, absolutely saved this league. But now you see what it did. They just signed another deal that's kind of crazy too, like $7 or $8 billion a year or something like that.
The thing is, the NBA was never, right now, the NBA isn't in any trouble, right? Like,
no.
they're super healthy. I don't believe the NBA was in the same boat. The W was in trouble, I think.
Well, the NBA was in trouble too because I was playing then. The NBA had 23 teams, and there was talk before that one collective bargaining that kind of saved everything. There was talk that 4 teams were going away. So they were talking about, and now this past year, Silver's talking about wanting to expand at least by 2 in the next year or so.
They need to, don't they?
I don't think they do, but if they say they do, why not?
Well, with the way that they set up the CBA to kind of penalize teams for having 3 max contracts, you don't think they need a couple more teams then to?
Well, I mean, you could. I mean, I don't care.
Okay.
I want viability. Listen, I will say this. You had guys in the mid-'80s before expansion who were your 10th, 11th, 12th guys that could start on teams now. Because
I think it's too watered down.
It's watered down. I mean, you had 17 guys, you had 12.
Yeah.
So you got 5 more teams and
5 more guys.
7 more franchises and 5 more spots per team.
Yeah.
So
35 extra players.
Yeah. So I mean, you got more players, and yeah. I mean, listen, there's guys. Listen, and there was teams that their 10, 11, 12 guy was never going to do anything or play either. But there were teams where your 10, 11, 12 guy could start in the NBA right now.
But you have markets that you want in on. Seattle deserves a team back.
Well, why didn't they keep a team?
They should have. But
that's what I'm saying. I always fight against Seattle, and let me just say this. One of my favorite places to go, whether it was with the Broncos or the NBA, Seattle, I love going to Seattle. One of the greatest Nuggets moments was in Seattle, right? When an 8 beats a 1 for the very first time. So, yes, I loved Seattle, and I think there are a lot of hoop fans in the Northwest. That being said, they first on my list because guess what? You had a team.
Well, is first on your list Vegas? Because
well, I don't like Vegas, so that's not on my list either.
Come on.
No, I can't stand Vegas.
No, I mean not you, but for the NBA.
Well, I'm not. I guess.
Oh,
I mean, I know this. I talked to some people that are basketball people in Vegas about 5-6 years ago, and their idea was to make that the basketball hub of the United States. They were trying to negotiate, and so keep this in mind. If something happens in the next 2 or 3 years, they wanted a giant preseason tournament of the NBA in Vegas. All 30 teams
I love it.
Come there, and instead they went with the in-season tournament, right?
IST, and they do summer league there.
Well, it's now called Something Cup now.
Yeah, NBA Cup.
And it might even it was right after the Aces. This group got together, and they're talking about a big new stadium and all this different stuff. But they wanted to make Vegas the hub of basketball for men and women, and they had a pretty powerful group that was getting together trying to get this done. The NBA went with the in-season tournament, the new NBA Cup, but they wanted to have, and I think it's a great idea. Why have 30 teams playing 5 or 6 preseason games all over the country when you could have a round robin tournament for 10 days in Las Vegas, one spot, one location, and save the environment, and have a giant preseason tournament.
See, I know you hated it because you had to travel for it, I assume, but I liked when they played games in like suburb cities.
Well,
for preseason.
and you know why? That's David Stern of going out. Listen, there's a lot of markets. I mean, I played games in Charlotte, not Charlotte. What's a little town in South Carolina by the ocean?
Myrtle Bay.
I played in
Myrtle
Chat.
Beach?
I played in no, it wasn't like it was like an old Southern, like there looks like Forrest Gump was filmed there type place.
They had games in Broomfield.
Was it Charleston, South Carolina?
Charleston.
I played preseason games in Charleston. I played preseason games in Chattanooga.
Yeah.
We played a preseason game in Wichita, Kansas. We played preseason game in somewhere in Nebraska. I think we played somewhere in South Dakota one time. And it's cool. And that was, to me, Stern, again, going back to him, let's get the people in markets that don't get to go the experience. I played in a preseason game down in Pueblo once.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Take the family out for a day. Those Pueblo people, I mean, it's a 3-hour ride up here if you want to see a Nuggets game or watch a preseason game down there.
So I do like that idea, but I do kind of like a kind of – see, when I grew up as a kid, and some people out there probably remember it, the Big 8 used to have a preseason Big 8 tournament in Kansas City. And I think they had a handful of games like they do now, like you play the whoever. And then right before Christmas, like sometime between Thanksgiving and Christmas, I think, might have been Thanksgiving, you'd have a round robin Big 8 tournament, guaranteed at least 3 games. You play boom, 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 double elimination type thing. You move around for like a 4-day tournament in Kansas City with all the Big 8 teams.
Yeah.
And you get, you buy your ticket, you go early in the morning, you get 4 games on a Saturday and 4 games on a Sunday. It was awesome.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, I want to do a little thought exercise with you, Scotty. I'm gonna make you flex your muscles a little bit here.
It's a little scary.
Yeah, and we got your Rapids tickets coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's D-Mac for Old Chicago. Oh, my God. Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room, what are you doing? Scratch-made crust is so delicious. This is Old Chicago at its best. Pizza made from scratch, legendary. Starts with good dough, then you can pick from 3 options. Chicago-style tavern thin, OC thick, that's deep dish. Oh, and one of my favorites, it's the ale crust infused with real beer. Are you kidding me? It's amazing. Then build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza, or try a specialty like the Chicago 7. It's Old Chicago, where the World Beer Tour is on. I mean, this is outstanding. 110 local and legendary beers. You could take the tour and earn rewards along the way, like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks to use on your next visit. So discover your next favorite pint with my great friends at Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. adventures like climbing a 14er, Mount Harvard. I did that on my birthday. Running in the Boulder, biking every day, bike every single day, and doing this swimming thing, man. I'm not great at it, but I can get in the pool. I can take my shirt off. I can feel comfortable because of SOTA Weight Loss. SOTA weightloss.com. SOTAweightloss.com. How did I do it? It was easy. I had a nutritionist, Amanda. In fact, if you go to SOTAweightloss.com, click the request a nutritionist callback, you're going to hear with somebody within minutes. But there's no injections. There's no pills. There's no hunger. Get rid of that visceral belly fat for good. It happened for me. And frankly, no joke, if I could do it, why can't you? SOTAweightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's PhD, Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. Remind us of Columbus and a DMAC for various reasons. So I'm Rob Trujillo filling in with Papa Smurf, my guy, Scott Hastings.
How am I Papa Smurf all of a sudden? I thought that was you.
Yeah, but you gave me the nickname, but it didn't really stick. So now I'm calling you Papa Smurf.
I am wearing blue.
I
do think my mustache is better than yours.
Well, and it's white. Isn't his facial hair white?
Mm-hmm. Well, it is.
Papa Smurf, isn't his facial hair white? I think so.
Did he have facial hair?
I thought so. Doesn't he have a beard? I think so.
Yeah, he does.
Does he?
Yeah.
Look at
so
Chris.
really,
Chris, you a big Smurf guy?
I've never seen anything Smurfs. I just know he has a beard.
So here's a no dumb question. We'll do a quick mini thing on the text line 303-504-0925.
Okay.
Smurfs or Fraggle Rock?
Both good.
Which one do you like best? You got to pick one of the two.
I've never seen either one.
I was gonna say I feel like Grizz is too young for that.
What's Fraggle Rock?
Fraggle.
Fraggle?
Fraggle. Fraggle Rock. They were the Smurfs before the Smurfs.
He's too young for that, man.
I was born in 95.
So what?
So that's when those TV shows
The Godfather's 495 is still one of the great movies you've ever seen.
Never seen The Godfather.
See, and that it shows you really how limited that you're part of what the problem is.
Oh, I'm not denying it.
You know, there was a couple world wars. You know anything about those?
Okay, I'm a history buff. I love history.
Okay, well, what's wrong with movie history and
I love
art
movie history. I just haven't gotten to that yet.
Architectural history and
I love my buddy and I. We've spent about like this year we've seen like 250 movies. So we're going through them. We'll get there.
Well, so I'll throw this out there. Here's another Saturday morning. I just saw this pop up the other day. You ever see Land Before Time?
I did.
I grew up on those movies.
No, I'm not talking the movie. It was a TV series, a Saturday morning TV program before. Wasn't it the one with the bad animation and they had the
Land Before Time is a movie.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Littlefoot and like the dinosaur movie.
Oh, that was Land Before Time too. I'm talking about the TV series where it's like a dad and his two kids get on a raft, they go down a waterfall, next thing you know, they're in some land with dinosaurs.
Oh, I don't know that.
And cavemen.
I don't know that.
I don't know that one either. Yeah.
Somebody text me and tell what that is. I thought that was Land Before Time. Is that
Fraggle Rock looks like it's winning on the text line.
Fraggle Rock?
Smurfs has a couple votes, but
Smurfs. Listen, I like Smurfs too, but Fraggle Rock was kind of cool.
Fraggle Rock was like the animatronic dinosaurs.
Yeah, it was something.
It was good.
Little Fraggles.
Yeah.
But when you call it the Smurfs before Smurfs?
I was a kid watching that. You were in college.
Can I say something? But didn't it start on like HBO though? Wasn't it like it was on every week, but it was on HBO or something like that?
I don't remember. But
I was all into Fraggle Rock.
What are you getting stoned in a dorm room watching Fraggle Rock? Like, what are we talking about here?
It was on every week. I got into it and I started watching.
Because I have friends. Hold on. I have friends that watch SpongeBob and Pee Wee Herman when they were in college, but they weren't sober when they did it.
Listen, I watched Pee Wee Herman all the time. The Big Show or whatever it was he was doing. That was hilarious. and I've turned into SpongeBob in the last 5 or 6 years. I started watching because my little kid was only a cartoon.
Sure.
I love SpongeBob.
Yeah.
South Park, I've really just kind of got into in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. People are saying what you were missing is Land of the Lost.
Land of the Lost.
Land
the Land of
Didn't they make a movie about that? Wasn't
it was
Will Ferrell made a movie? Yeah. It was awful, right?
It wasn't very good.
Yeah.
Not Jack Black, but the guy that played that pitcher.
Didn't see it.
Oh, you never saw the movie?
No.
You know what it is? It's like a 2-hour movie that you waste your time on, and yet it probably had 10 sound bites in it that are like, okay, that's stupid.
That's how I felt about the new Jumanji movie. It was like actually decent, but it had like a couple real like
the
major
lines are pretty cool.
Yeah. Land Before Time, huh?
Land Before Time.
Land Before
Did you ever
Time
see
and
that?
Land of the Lost. Well, Land Before Time I saw. That's Littlefoot. That's the dinosaurs. That's what Grizz was talking.
That's the one that I grew up on. That's like a cartoon dinosaur
because you're my
movie.
kid's age.
Yeah, I think.
How old are you?
29.
My son just turned 31.
Yeah, you were also thinking of Danny McBride. That's who.
Danny
you were thinking
McBride.
Of. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
He's
Will
funny.
Ferrell were in that movie.
Yeah, he's funny.
Played the pitcher. Oh my God.
Semi-pro. That's semi-pro.
No,
Yeah.
We are all over the map. Semi-pro. Semi-pro is the Will Ferrell basketball movie.
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
But what was the one where
I know Eastbound and Down.
Eastbound and Down. Thank you. Yes, yeah. With Danny McBride. We got the two main actors. We're still talking Will Ferrell and Danny McBride.
This has been a mess of a segment. I mean, it has been an absolute disaster.
Well, let me just welcome both of you to the senior home. This is how thought process goes for dudes that have got too much information and seen too many things.
I feel like we just did like a Crackman and Lindahl segment, but instead of naming sports people, we named movies. Like that. I feel like that was a very KNL.
You mean the
segment
highest rated program on the station? Why we get more of that? Then?
I'm not knocking them. I love the two guys. I would just let's be honest. Okay. All right. We've got your chance to win Rapids tickets. Salt Lake City coming to town for the Rocky Mountain Cup. That keyword is
Navarro. Do you still want the spelling?
Yeah.
Navarro.
We'll pull that name soon. Text that to 303-504-0925 if you want to win some Rapids tickets. Coming back, we've got your daily dose. Grizz is going to deliver it for us.
Yeah,
a little
baby.
Football news.
Finally, a quality daily dose since Double Deuce is out of town.
We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Okay, it is DMAC and car buyers. Heads up. If you're looking for the lowest price, the lowest payment, and the lowest finance rate, and the biggest discount, check it out. Get to Mike Maroney Ford, Chevrolet, and GMC, where Maroney means more. It's more peace of mind with a money-back guarantee. It's more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado and more value. Okay, a Ford F-150, 23 Ford F-150, 1.9% APR, 72-month financing. Great deal. How about this? A 24 Chevy Silverado 4x4, $399 a month, or up to $12,500 off a 24 GMC Sierra. You can visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. For all the details, just go to MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
You're nasty.
Now, hold on. Let's be clear. I wasn't the first one to say that. You said it first. You said.
Yeah, but I was talking about something else, like fishing or something, and all of a sudden you had to go sexual.
You said it was just big enough to put it in. It was like 2 inches. And I said, I'm glad it was just big enough to put it in. What do you want me to do? I'll just say pause next time.
Sometimes the third base coach has you check swing, take a swing, take a pitch.
I'm only on every once in a while, Scotty.
Yeah,
I gotta be swinging.
Yeah, never take a pitch. Yeah,
I was gonna say, I gotta be swinging.
Good point. Never take a good point.
I have to be swinging. All right, Chris, let's do this daily dose. What you got?
All right, guys, we're going to start off with some Broncos news. This is per Zach Kelberman. The Broncos Pro Bowler Patrick Surtain II was named the NFL's top cornerback in an ESPN survey of league executives, coaches, and scouts. Surtain bested the likes of Denzel Ward, Sauce Gardner, L'Jarius Sneed, and Jalen Ramsey. Complete corner that can play in any coverage and has size, instincts, ball skills, and is willing to tackle, which is, I guess, a rare suit for a cornerback.
Well, they're smaller guys to stick your head in there and take on a pulling offensive lineman and then try to tackle a running back isn't always.
Which is nice for Surtain because he could eventually end up playing safety a little bit later in his career because he's got the size.
Yeah. Well, if you ever watch Deion Sanders was a great cover guy, but if he had to tackle anybody, he was trying to jump on their back.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Trying to protect themselves, which you understand, but also you want Antoine Winfield. And I'm not talking about Junior does the same thing, but Antoine Winfield Sr., I mean, he was 5'6", and he would rock it in there and try to take somebody out.
That's a dude.
Well,
that
listen,
was not
Champ
afraid
Bailey
of that.
wasn't afraid to tackle you either.
Yeah.
Champ Bailey was
Champ
good.
was smart, though. He always went for the legs. There's a lot of guys, I mean, I guess smaller corners need to do that, but Champ back in the day would always just try to tangle you up with the legs.
But let's talk about this for a second. Back to the contract, the not contract that he hasn't signed yet. And it might be Surtain himself who's waiting. See what this rebuild looks like. Maybe see if Bo Nix is the guy. See if he gets another All-Pro, can up his price. But he's going to be the highest paid corner in the league when you pay him. I think Leggy yesterday with you guys say this.
He was surprised that they got the guard done before the corner.
So, and it's a good question because Sauce Gardner is going to reset the market too. They're both going to reset the market. Don't you want to get in before that contract comes out?
Well, but see, here's the thing about negotiations. We're assuming the Broncos haven't tried.
Yeah.
You know, and it's kind of like Ayuk wants traded. He said, I want to go somewhere else, blah, 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 blah. They offered him $26 million.
Right.
So, I mean, when like they said, you suck, here's no money.
And that's what I'm saying. Surtain might be saying, I want to see how the quarterback thing plays out. Right? Maybe he wants to, his dad was fed up last year with the organizational direction, right? I mean, embarrassed, I think maybe, but the best term of what he was putting out there on Twitter. So maybe he's in his ear and just saying like, hey, you don't need to sign this contract. Just wait and see what happens. Because even if he gets hurt, he's going to get that money.
Well, this is the next big one for him, right? This will be the big one.
It'll be the first big one, right?
You know, next first. Last, possibly.
Maybe.
It depends on how long you go in there because now when you get up around 9 and 10, now you're sudden, as you said, he has the ability. Maybe he can play safety the last couple, like Jackson, right? Came in for Denver, was great at that till he started lighting everybody up.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not going to get paid at safety what he's going to get paid at corner.
Right. Yeah, I just, the thought process for me, and it goes back to like the Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen deals. Those two teams jumped on it real quick. Paid those quarterbacks. And then right behind it, you had a whole bunch of quarterback deals come through. Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Trevor Lawrence, all these quarterbacks, they knew they were coming. So they paid them early just to, you still reset the market. But then in a couple years, the contract looks real good. All right, Chris, what's next?
All right, guys. So, yeah, kind of piggybacking off of what you just said, Scotty, Brandon Ayuk is finally officially requesting a trade. Now, as cliche as it goes, nice guys tend to finish last. 49ers receiver Brandon Ayuk is officially requesting a trade this week, and he has figured that out. He is, like you said, Scotty, he's received the $26 million offer. He doesn't want to take that. Now, all of this going together, I've seen a couple rumors for trading that would send Javonte Adams over to or Devontae Adams, excuse me, over to the 49ers from the Raiders. What do you guys think of that if that were to happen?
So it would essentially be a swap.
It'd just be a swap.
Adams for Ayuk.
Adams for Ayuk.
I mean,
that's giving the 49ers, again, a massive wide receiver.
Yeah, I think that makes a very unhappy Brandon Ayuk.
I don't think San Francisco will say, well, nah. I don't think they'd say nah.
No.
Because they got a window. Listen, I'm not sure Adams, how many more years he got, 2, 3, maybe 4, great shape and everything else, but he's older than Ayuk.
But that lines up with when you have to pay Purdy. So that's actually not a terrible thing, right? Because that Adams contract will come off the books, and then that money can go to.
So
Adams is 31 right now.
Yeah. So if I'm San Francisco and that trade came up, I would take it in a heartbeat.
I'd probably take it. Here's the thing: if I'm San Francisco, I'm just telling Ayuk, like, listen, man, you're gonna get to go be a free agent. We won't tag you. That's the deal. As long as you come in, you work hard, and this is our window. We want to go win a ring. Let's go win a title together, and then I'll let you go to free agency. Right? I mean,
but that's not a good move for the franchise. I guess it's easier to move or easier to live with if you win that ring.
Yeah.
Because then you go, listen, we promised to him we wouldn't, we're still going to make an offer for him. It'd be his choice. He can go play with Jalen Daniels in Washington, his buddy, and have fun.
But this is the Bruce Brown move, right? Like, just come here, be a good soldier. Let's go put up a banner.
Yeah, but I think when they made the Bruce Brown, here's the difference. Ayuk's already a star.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
Bruce Brown was a nice player.
Yeah, you're right.
And then blew up and helped you win a championship. Probably you don't win a championship without Bruce Brown. And then he got paid the biggest offer he ever had. He had no choice but to do what he did.
It was interesting, little side note here. It was the only contract negotiation in history where I feel like the fans were totally fine with it. Because you knew what the Nuggets could offer. You knew what he got from Indiana, which was absurd. And you were just like, okay, go take it. I don't blame you.
and by the way, we got a championship.
Yeah. Everybody, I mean, we would love to have you back.
Had you lost in the finals and that happened, it may not have been as happy.
Maybe not. All right, Chris, what's next?
All right, guys. Now, C.J. Stroud and the Texans were not expected to win virtually any games last season, maybe 2 or 3. Now, he far outweighed his expectations this last year. He wins Rookie of the Year, does a great job. Now, he has even more expectations on his shoulders. Well, C.J. Stroud wants to take more ownership of the offense this season. What does that mean to you guys? So as a rookie, you're still intaking a lot of information, all at the same time trying to learn the offense, all that stuff culminating together. This season, there's a lot of times that a quarterback will hit that sophomore slump. Do you think he will not fall victim to that?
Well, he set the bar on himself awful high as a rookie. What I hear when I hear that, he goes, okay, I'm no longer a rookie. I showed I can play. It's time to me to be a true step-up leader for this team. And it felt like he was last year, even as a rookie. And it felt like when you watch those games or watch the interactions with him and his teammates, they love him.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, now I'm going to be Patrick Mahomes. Now I am going to be involved in my receivers' lives and tight ends' lives and my offensive thing. And we're going to get this. And we're going to – so, yeah, I could see him being – we're going to go practice on our own and throw balls around, whatever. So – I don't know if it means I'm going to call the plays because that would be a dumb thing to say.
Well, and here's the thing. They used to say the biggest leap from a quarterback was year 2 to 3. But really what they're saying is when the quarterback completely understands the offense and completely understands what defenses are trying to do to him and can manipulate the offense to take advantage of that, that's when he's at his best. And that's why they hit a sophomore slump because now you've got a year of tape on you. Right? And the D coordinators start throwing you things that they weren't throwing at you before. And you have to learn how to adjust to that. I feel like that timeline in recent years has gotten sped up with all the work that these guys do on a regular basis, coming out of college, all that kind of stuff. So the question is, can he make that leap to now that a D coordinator is going to specifically design a defense to stop you? Can you Peyton Manning it? Can you change it at the line and I think that's what he means when he says take more ownership.
Well,
can you change
good.
it at the line? Can you change the blocking?
Then make sure you can pre-read and all this stuff like that. I will say this, and going back to the old Belichick days, he gave up the first 4 games of the season because, he was still in training camp mode and let's get really real. But talking to different guys, once you got 4 games in, everybody had tape on you.
Yeah.
And 4 games in, all of a sudden C.J. Stroud's playing. You don't think they're going, oh, wait a minute. And I think the last 12 games of the season, he still went, no, I'm still going to put up these numbers.
Right.
I'm going to still do this. Because it was a novelty for a while. And then after a while, you're like, no, I think this guy's pretty legit.
Yeah, he just does this.
Yeah, I think he's a legit guy.
And I think C.J. Stroud can get there. I mean, he was very impressive last season. But now when you're letting him take more of the reins, letting him make more changes, more switches, more calls, yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see if he can take that next step.
He was a rookie quarterback, but guess what else he had? He had a rookie head coach. I mean, it was a head coach the first time also.
Yeah.
So you probably every reign was and it was a Will Anderson, the linebacker that was rookie defensive player of the year. You don't think eventually it's going to be his team? And they're going to go, you're going to make the calls. Here we go.
It's one of those things where you'll look back on that draft. If both of those guys, I mean, you're going to say,
especially it goes
leaders
where
on
Houston's
two sides of
playing
a
in
team.
Super Bowls.
Absolutely.
You're going to go see what a draft can do for a franchise.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I kind of like Houston this year. I don't think you're going to see a sophomore slump.
Sneakily, I like Jacksonville.
Oh, I don't like
I know everybody says that, but
that's a hot take right there.
Think about how good they were before Trevor Lawrence got hurt last year. And then Trevor Lawrence got hurt. They started losing some games. They went on a losing streak, and all of a sudden they're garbage and, whatever.
I think Florida has the most overrated NFL quarterback starting in any state in the union.
Listen, I'm here for taking shots at the Dolphins, but I'm just saying you might see a little bit of regression out of the Texans, and I think the Jaguars. I mean, if you go back and look at the first half of the season last year, Trevor Lawrence was great. The Jags were good.
Or they figured him out too.
You think even with the addition of Diggs that you're still going to see a regression with the Texans?
If you don't, C.J. Stroud's going to be in the stratosphere of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be Burrow, Allen,
If he has
Mahomes,
a year similar last year, a little improvement and whatever. Yeah, now he's in the top
which
5.
is exactly what we needed, right? Another good quarterback in the AFC.
But
great for the Broncos.
Hold on, let's think about it. I just said Florida's got the most overrated starting quarterbacks in the union. Would you agree with that?
No, I
Who
don't
are the
know.
3 quarterbacks?
I don't know if I agree
Well,
with that.
Tua threw for the most yards this. I mean, you got to be a decent quarterback to do that.
How they win a lot? How they do? Is he a
Well,
winner?
they played in a sub 60-degree game and they got pounded.
Russell Wilson was 26-8 last year. How was pretty good.
I mean, I get what you're getting at here.
I think Tua's a little overrated. I think Lawrence is way overrated. And let's be honest, we're waiting for the guy in Tampa to just blow back up again.
I mean, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, and Jalen Hurts, most overrated. Pennsylvania. That's the thing.
Well, no, because you can only pick one starter. So pick either Russell or Justin.
Okay, Russ is the one that people have been going with. So Russell Wilson and Jalen Hurts.
No, because I don't think Russ is overrated anymore.
No. Okay. All right, it's an interesting conversation at least.
Let Russ have a year this year, and
it will be this place.
They seem to do that under Mike Tomlin. I'm just saying.
That's true.
Because he's probably the best. He's the real man coach.
All right. Well, I mean, if this city has to endure Russell Wilson having a comeback player of the year type year, it's going to be a nightmare.
Dude, I'm going to come in 3-piece suits.
Chris, what's next?
I can't wait to talk.
All right, guys, lastly, I just found this a little interesting. It's Aaron Rodgers' boy, Randall Cobb. He has not officially announced his retirement yet, but he's joining the SEC network as an analyst. So he's not signed to any teams or anything like that. He's 33 years old, so that's getting up there for a receiver. Joining the SEC network, what do you guys think about that? Former athletes, again, joining more networks.
I mean, they do so much content. Like, they do their own pregame show aside from College Game Day. They do a wrap-up show at night. I'm not a huge – I mean, you're a big SEC guy. You watch a lot of that coverage. What do you think?
I'll just say this. Randall Cobb at 33 could come to Denver and probably be the number 1 receiver with the Broncos.
All right. Come on.
Why not?
God, you got a little bit of food in you, and you just turned ornery, man.
I got my energy. I got my blood sugar went up a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No, why is that a horrible take?
It's a horrible take.
Who would
Cortland Sutton is better than him.
Oh my God.
Cortland Sutton is better than him.
Should be.
Right now. Now, Cobb in his prime, sure, that's fine. Cobb is
Randall
a better
Cobb right now would come to Denver and would fight for the number one receiver.
I don't.
Would Denver be better or worse off if Randall Cobb joined the Broncos?
Worse, and here's why. Not because they would have more. They wouldn't have more talent. They would if Randall Cobb came here. But then guys like Franklin and Mims, who you want to see more of, you're going to see less of, and that's not what I want. I want those young guys in there. I
Well,
want
what
to
if
see
you get
what they
Randall
got.
Cobb, trust on Franklin and Mims, and trade Cortland Sutton?
Oh, jeez, why are you doing this to me?
Because
Why are you doing this
Because
to
you're going to run the football.
I hope so. I do hope so. I hope you run the football.
So why do you need Cortland Sutton?
One more thing I want to add here to our little daily dose. Did you see the Caleb Williams contract stuff from yesterday?
You were talking to me about it.
It was really, really interesting. Okay. So Caleb Williams was waiting to sign his contract. He went to the Bears, who then took this to the NFL with 3 things that he wanted to put in there. Mike Florio reported. One, he wanted to put, you can't franchise tag me in there. They nixed that real quick. But it was interesting at least to ask if you could get that. A non
It's a good ask.
It's a good ask. Especially because you want that next quarterback contract as quickly as you can get it.
Yeah.
The next thing he asked for, can you pay me as an LLC instead of as a person?
I think you used to be able to.
And do you want to know why? Because in Illinois, there's income tax, but LLCs don't have to file any kind of tax. Think about how that would change the game.
I knew guys that played in the NBA that had their own LLC.
The NFL kiboshed it. They said no way. But
couldn't he kind of do that though? Because now you're allowed to bet on yourself. I mean that's a whole nother thing where there's who's the Broncos linebacker doing that?
Browning.
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 Yeah.
I mean,
it's a little different because it's
but you're
it's
your
not
own
the
business.
contract.
Okay, I get that.
It's not
I was
the
like,
contract.
Yeah. You're well, isn't it? Isn't he selling out part of his contract?
No, it's just giving his money.
Oh, it's just
you know what I mean.
But aren't every player contract players? So what you're just making the contract with the
corporation instead of the player.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a way for some of
I
these.
could have sworn there was NBA players in the 80s that would form their own LLC.
For some of these states and cities with really high income tax, lots of times you lose these guys to Florida, to
Texas.
Texas. I was going to say Delaware, but there's no teams there. But you know what I mean?
You can live in Delaware. And play in.
Right. There are places that there's no income tax. This could be a way around it. The Bears went and asked the NFL.
What was the third thing in the thing?
And they said no. He then asked if it could be a forgivable loan. That was the last thing.
Which, see, I would say no on 1, no on 3, yes on 2, no on 3, because the NFL is strict on their salary cap.
Right.
And how are you going to play with that?
Well, and I mean, forgivable loan, that one to me seemed like more of a stretch. The LLC thing, I could see them, we're entering into a contract with this other company. I mean, it's the same thing if you have a contractor. That's what it is. I mean, you're entering into an agreement with another company to company.
But if you're an LLC, so you get that, and then you get a forgivable loan, I can go build my own house down in Butler National and bing, but a bomb, and I don't have to pay the loan back.
That's the idea.
But then it has to go again. You probably could do that. Call it whatever you want to. We like to call it here bonuses in the league. You don't have to pay it back. So if you want to consider that your unforgivable loan, do that.
Yeah.
But I guarantee it probably had to do something as far as a loan, again, with some sort of tax implication.
I was going to say, I feel like there's going to be an IRS getting involved when you're talking about millions of dollars of tax evasion.
Now, loan me $20 million,
right.
Unforgivable loan.
Yeah. So kind of crazy some of the stuff he did. He did all of those.
I think
nixed.
it's brilliant, actually.
It is. And that's when you're dealing with these NIL kids who have the money to pay these lawyers, right, to figure out this kind of stuff. I think you're going to get more of this in the future. But he's always been business savvy. His dad was a real estate guy, and apparently they brought all these things to the NFL. They kiboshed all of them. He did end up signing the deal anyway, so he won't miss any practice time.
I got a $25,000 bonus when I signed in the NBA. And I had a money guy that actually worked with me at a small farm. And when I say work with him, it wasn't in the financial part of it. It was like, running the tractor and the hay baler and stuff like that. But he said, here's what you need to do. When they do that, if they give you a bonus, ask them to give it in the same value of gold.
Yeah. That's smart.
And I was stupid and was afraid to ask. But had I got $25,000 in gold at 1982 value, and if I some way would have been able to keep holding on to it, where it goes from $130 an ounce to now it's $3,000 an ounce, it would have been pretty good.
I saw an article and it was like, this home in 1970 cost 15 gold bars. This home in 2024 cost 15 gold bars. Right.
Yeah. and the house went way up.
Yeah, the housing price is times 4, but it's still, so that would have been smart. Somebody did it with Bitcoin too. A Panthers player did it with Bitcoin. So
somebody did it with Bitcoin and got crushed.
Well, that happens too.
Crushed.
I mean, it's not a risk. All right, coming up next, we'll recap the breaking news of the day. Sounds like Russell Westbrook coming to Denver. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, where Maroney means more during their Freedom Sale. Oh, that's great. You get more peace of mind with a money-back guarantee. Get more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value, much more value with incredible deals on their most popular models, including Chevy Silverado, Trailblazer, Equinox, as well as GMC Acadia, Canyon, Terrain, and Yukon. How about this? You can take $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. You heard right. $12,500 off. It gets even better. You can save thousands in finance charges with their lowest finance rates. Get to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics, located at 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. For all the details, visit them online at MikeMaroneyChevroletGMC.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Hey, it's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment, well, that can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. I mean, it's almost a given that better medical practice means better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with erectile dysfunction, you want a good outcome. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Treatments with success rates over 90%. They've treated tens of thousands of men. No longer should you put it off. Schedule a consult. The initial visit, $99. However, if medically advised with the test dose, if it doesn't work, your office visit is free. But it's going to work. Their stories are unbelievable. Okay, come on now. 5 locations. There's one near you. North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs, as well as Fort Collins. Just call 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Last segment here for PhD. We're minus a Columbus and minus a DMAC. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in with the big man, Scott Hastings, Kreckman, and Lindahl coming up next. We do have the winner of the Rapids. We'll pull that name here in just a minute. We'll announce that winner before we get off air here. Kreckman and Lindahl will have another chance for you to win tickets to see the Rocky Mountain Cup. We got to talk about the breaking news of the day, which is Russell Westbrook finally traded, and it wasn't to the Nuggets. But we think he's coming here anyway. Traded to the Utah Jazz.
It opens the doors for the Nuggets.
Really, you're just using the Jazz's cap space here for a buyout because they couldn't fit his current contract under the Nuggets' current cap. Right. So he'll go to Utah, he'll get bought out, and all reports are that he will come to Denver afterwards. Scotty, we talked a little bit about it earlier. I want to know your take on how he fits in with this team, especially now that you're minus your first round rookie.
I think Denver needs a dog, and he brings a little dog. I think he's a hell of a competitor. Now he's an old man at 33.
I'll look it up. I don't know how old he is.
I don't think it's not going to cost you a lot. I think it's a nice gamble to kind of fill that role. 35. Yeah, to fill that. But you only need him for a year.
Yeah.
If you win a championship, was it a great move?
Bruce Brown, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so he has a career of the last 4 or 5 years. Say he averages 14, 8, and 6. You gonna hate that off the bench?
No, listen, it's not his on the court that really I'm worried about. We talked a little bit about how he fits into the offense and what you really want him doing. You don't want him shooting the ball. His best is probably with Jokic off pick and roll, all that. We discussed all that, and I do think it's important and true. But you're around that locker room more than anybody. Boogie Cousins was good on the court.
Terrible locker room.
Tell me why he didn't stick around.
But Russ has never been, in all the circles I've ever run or talked to, never been mentioned into a bad locker room guy. In fact, just the opposite.
Yeah.
In fact, everything I've heard is his teammates always love him. That is not ever, was never said about Boogie Cousins. So, I don't know. I think it's a gamble. Now, and listen, if they're going to win an NBA championship, things have to fall in place. I think they need a dog, and it's good to have a dog off the bench because let's be honest, there was times the bench came in, and you're like, oh, my God. This is
a little bit of fire, please.
To the point where you probably wore out Jamal and Gordon and Joker during the regular season because your bench did not hold up their end of the bargain, if we're being super honest.
And you're looking at guys like Christian Brown, like we've seen it out of you before.
Yeah.
How do we get that fire back inside you?
In there consistently, right? That's why you need Dario Saric to come in there, and he can be an 18 to 22-minute guy a night during the regular season all the time, and with positive minutes. I think that's a good pickup. But now you need Julian Strawther to be who we saw in those first two games in Summer League where he got 26 and 32 or 25 and 32. I need that guy. I need that guy.
Well,
if he's that guy, and the biggest key for him, if he shoots 40% from three, then you got your guy.
Well, and we brought this up kind of at the end of the last break, but I didn't really get a chance to get your take on it. Last break we talked about this. Your plan as Calvin Booth is hoping that these draft picks turn into legitimate NBA players.
But listen, first of all,
that's your plan?
Hope is never a strategy.
That's what I'm saying.
Hope is never a strategy. But every single draft, aren't you hoping that this guy plays? Aren't the Broncos hoping Bo Nix does something good? Are they hoping the Rockies that this Condon lives up to what he did in college? There's always a hope when you draft. And that's why it's not a perfect science. But I think that Strawther has the ability to do it, but guess what? We won't know until he does it.
Right.
If he falters, you're in trouble.
If any of them falter. You're relying on a lot of draft picks right now to develop in big ways.
Well,
Christian Brown to step into a starting role, Peyton Watson to step into an every night bench role, Julian Strawther to step into an every night bench role.
But when you made the moves 2 years ago to get KCP, Bruce Brown, and you drafted Christian Brown, were you hoping those guys would live up to the billing?
Well, KCP had already been on a championship team.
Yeah, but he was
and Bruce Brown was an
just
NBA
a role
player.
guy. Yeah. Well, but your hope. I guarantee when you drafted, no way, or when you traded for him or picked him up as a free agent, there's no way you thought Bruce Brown was going to be what Bruce Brown was here.
Sure. Okay. I mean, sure.
So you're kind of hoping that he can, really stabilize that second unit, and that's what he did. Now, if you're hoping, I'm hoping Michael Porter learns to play a more physical style basketball. Is that a strategy?
Well, and listen, if he develops into a third star deserving of a max contract, then all of this is moot, right? Then then you're set. Yeah. You're okay. But
he's the key to the team. He was the key to the team last year.
And if he's inconsistent again, you're gonna struggle again. An interesting text from 6370 here says this feels like Paul Millsap.
Russ.
Now the money is very different. You overpaid Millsap to come here because
and you paid Millsap when he still had good years left. And Paul was great. Paul was great here.
Well, that's what. So I want your take on
Jeff
if
Green
you think
was
that's a
great
good
here.
comparison.
If he can be a locker room contributor like a Jeff Green, and maybe even give you a little bit more point wise as far as production, then well worth it.
Let's just get into hypotheticals here. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think there's a trade that could come up that makes this happen. But if you were to move a major piece, one of the other max contracts, you're obviously not moving Jokic. But if you were to move one of the other max contracts, what to you? I feel like you would take less. You're okay not getting value for MPJ. So in that vein, what is the value to you in Jamal? In a guy who has had injury problems, who, as much as he was on fire in the playoffs last year, struggled with consistency this year. And who knows how badly he was hurt, but that's part of it too. If you were to really try to make a change on this roster, would you trade Jamal? Just as a thought exercise. Would you trade Jamal, and what would be the minimum you'd need to get back for something like that?
A 20-point scorer in some future thing. But I don't know who's going to do that.
Right.
DeJounte Murray comes to mind in Atlanta, which they've gone back and forth that they're going to trade him. It had to be somebody like that plus probably something else.
Yeah. And it's one of those things because with the CBA, you're in your spot where if you're going to rebuild this roster, and even when we get to the end of Aaron Gordon's contract, maybe even if you want to re-sign Aaron Gordon, you're going to have to find a way to move some money around.
Right.
You're going to have to figure out what you're going to do here. So,
or you're
keep
hoping
off that problem.
Holmes comes up to can be that dunker spot power forward young guy.
A lot of hope.
And
a lot of draft picks.
But I will say
this:
every draft is hope. I mean, every draft is hope, isn't it?
Yes.
Are you not hoping?
But if that's your only plan for your once in a franchise player,
yeah.
If that's your only plan is hope, I hope these draft picks turn into what I'm looking for them to turn into.
It's a big gamble.
Oh God, that just makes
it's a big gamble.
Makes me really uncomfortable.
Well, don't you hope the guy comes in to replace Stephon Diggs is every bit the receiver the Diggs was when he was there?
Let's not get into the Bills. Okay, Mitchell, congratulations. You are the winner of our Rapids tickets. We'll get you hooked up with the pair of tickets. K&O will have your next shot at that. Scotty,
good job, Robbie.
Scott, take us out with some words of wisdom as we head into what is our weekend at least.
You're never going to change people to the perfection that you wish them to be, just like people aren't going to change you into perfection that they want them to be. Instead, be comfortable with who you are and let people be who they want to be. And if it's not suiting you, then guess what? You don't have to be around them.
I love that. Thank you, everybody, for letting me sit in. Nice job, Grizz, behind the glass. We will talk to you.
Look at his face. Dumb little face.
We will talk to you later on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
And we have some breaking news. Our Adrian Wojnarowski reporting the Clippers are sending guard Russell Westbrook and cash to the Jazz in a sign and trade deal for guard Chris Dunn. The two teams will also swap second-round picks. Westbrook is then expected to agree on a contract buyout with the Jazz, paving the way for him to join the Denver Nuggets after he clears waivers. Yes, very interesting.
Wow. Come on, y'all. Russell Westbrook. Holy, very exciting. I look at it as, somebody asked me when we were at the Combine, what do you look for in
a point guard?
And I said that tough, smart, athletic. I mean, go into the dictionary and you'll see Russell
Westbrook.
And they're smiling with a big old smile because that's who he is. I mean, George hit on all of it. I mean, you're 100% right. Just his durability, his accuracy, the deep balls. I mean, we're going to be throwing that thing down the court. And that's so exciting. It's so exciting for everybody. And it did take a lot of people. It took everybody in this building. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, because this is very exciting for the coaching staff, for the players, for the team, for all of us.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
I don't know. I hope he didn't put the whammy on this thing.
First off,
Chef's Kiss.
beautiful.
Chef's Kiss editing by Mark Springer.
Beautiful. Secondly, I hate Hackett so much.
Dude, I forgot all of that gushing at that presser when they got him.
Oh, my God.
Ooh.
I can't believe we ever let that tool run that team. Unreal. What a dweeb.
Yeah,
that
I'm
guy,
a little...
that guy was the worst, man.
I'm a little concerned.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my gosh. So it took everybody in the building to get it done. He was super excited. The coaching staff was... And to just hear all that again...
Yeah.
Knowing the results, knowing what we've got, knowing how it went.
All you need to know is Nathaniel Hackett was... We should have known the moment that Hackett was that pumped about it that, this is going to be a disaster.
No, because we didn't know. We didn't know. This is Aaron Rodgers' buddy.
We didn't know.
He hadn't even coached a practice. This is Aaron Rodgers' guy. It's all going to be good. They're buddies.
No.
They're buddies. Okay, so real quick. I did watch... I was sitting around last night.
Just sitting there.
Just
sitting.
I got a puppy that's got to get looked after. I needed something to watch.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm going to go ahead and see what's on HBO. Maybe this Hard Knocks thing's on that Nate's talking about. Sure enough, episode 3.
Yeah. Free
and
agency.
I'm going to watch it.
Yeah.
I got nothing better to do.
Off season with the New York Giants front office.
I got to tell you, you didn't oversell it.
It was good.
It was way more fascinating than I thought.
Yes.
Who would have thought guys walking between offices would have held your attention so much?
I mean, if you think about it, like the season is 4 or 5 months. Most of all the talking we do about football is that stuff. And those decisions that are getting made, the cap.
Yeah.
Who are the free agents? What are you looking at in the draft? How's it all going to fit together? Like, that's a big chunk of what we talk about. And to watch the sausage getting made, it's you always have to acknowledge, okay, there's going to be certain parts of the conversation that they're not going to allow to be televised. Like, there's sensitive things that they don't want out there.
Funky camera angle on the board so
Right.
you couldn't see everybody they got up there.
Exactly. But, like, whatever. They're still in there having those very conversations. And what's so funny about it is, and we were talking about this on the ride in today, Andy, is that, like, I think we have this impression that the people behind the scenes are just like, they are operating from this place of, like, ultra informed expertise. All right.
Yeah.
That they are having these conversations. Like it'd be like listening to, if space and time were of no factor and you could listen to like Beethoven and Mozart discuss composing with each other. I think like we kind of think like that's really what's going on.
Yeah, it's
behind
way
the
more
scenes.
involved than we think, right?
Yeah. And then you watch it and you're just like,
You guys are doing the same stuff we do.
Shane, the negotiation, I was laughing. He walks in. I think it was Runyon. They're like, all right, here's what Runyon got. He goes, fine, give him another $1 million. I guess give him another year.
Right.
I'm like, really? That's all there is?
Right.
Just give him another $1 million? Just go to 10?
Like
that's it?
You're listening to like he's going over like Saquon's contract offer from the Eagles, and it's like, okay, here's the years and the total and the guarantee. And he's just like, okay, let me see if I can hit those numbers. Like you would think like, oh, I'm gonna get in here with my capologist and I'm gonna find a bunch of creative ways to free up this money and be able to make it happen. Nope. No, they're looking at the same damn websites we are.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
And then he brings them in there. He brings in Dable, and what do you think of this? And what do you think of that? And what's your top priority? And there was that. They tell the DC, we can get you the pass rusher, but if we get you the pass rusher,
nobody else.
Safety's gone. That's all you get. And he's just grinning. Yeah, we'll be good.
Yeah, that dude wants Brian Burns.
Yeah.
So badly.
Oh, yeah.
Which, hey, every defensive coordinator needs a game-changing pass rusher.
Which Thibodeau was supposed to be, but apparently they want to pair him with someone else now.
Right. And they got Dexter Lawrence in there. Like, they're good. They're pretty good up front. But, yeah, it is funny, too. I'm just like, if I give you this, it's like talking to a kid at their birthday, okay? If I get you the Xbox, you don't get anything else, okay?
Right.
You're eating up the whole budget on one item right there
and
on
like
the list.
A kid with the Xbox, it'll register about a month later when you want something else, and I told you the budget is spent, you're not getting it, right? Now, you can't have the extra controller that comes with it. No, it was. So let me ask you this, too. Did you see the first half of episode 3, right?
Yes.
All right. If you're a Saquon Barkley fan strictly,
mm-hmm.
Did you not find the conversation weird where Shane says, here's our 3 numbers. If I hit that, we're good, right? We're good. Now, granted, the offer got a little higher than that.
Yeah.
And to your point, it seemed like Mara wanted him to maybe match that. I feel like Shane, like it was a weird thing where he goes, all right, brother, appreciate you, gets off the phone. Then he calls Mara and was like, I don't know. He said he's got more work to do. I was like, wait a minute. Are you saying the agent said he's going to have to convince Saquon it's a good deal? I wanted more context into what that comment was about.
Yeah, my big takeaway from watching those conversations is if I was Saquon Barkley, I would have hung up my phone after that conversation. I would have put the phone down on the desk, and then I would have given my phone the finger. That's what I think of you, bud. Really?
Yeah. Go find my value.
Yeah, why don't you go hit the market and then call me back, okay? And I'll see if I can give you the cheapest offer humanly possible. And like, I know that's his job, but when you say that directly to the player, all the player hears in his head is, you don't really want me.
Well, yeah, you said go see if you can find your number, because I'm not giving it to you.
Exactly.
That was what that was.
Yeah. Versus if you really want a player, you're like, here's the number. You know, like this is the number right here, and I want to have you on my team. And Saquon and his agent are just like, screw this. Okay? That's what was so funny about that whole thing of watching it, of like, there was no way that Saquon wasn't going to come out of that negotiation just being like, forget you guys.
Yeah, I don't feel wanted.
Exactly.
Now,
I don't really want to play for you.
Did it also hurt you a little bit when they were talking to Runyon, the old Green Bay Packer offensive lineman, and the guy goes, and I think Drew Rosenhaus. I might be wrong, but he said Drew, the agent, said you're going to have to beat the offer because of Hackett and Rodgers. And it's like, no, what is this cult? Now, ultimately, Runyon chooses the Giants because that's where he was like, fine, give another $1 million another year. But I was just like, oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Why do they all, like, again, why would Runyon care about getting a play for Hackett? They're having this conversation with Devontae Adams. Does anybody not remember that it was Matt LaFleur that was calling the plays?
Okay, real quick, one more thing on that. All right, do you remember the part of the episode? Again, guys, we're talking about Hard Knocks, offseason with the New York Giants, which is, again, Andy, you can agree with me. It's objectively good.
Yeah, I was not going to watch it till you said something.
Right.
I was not going to watch it.
Yes.
And then you talked me into it, and it was good.
I was in the same boat. I had Adam Hill, friend of the program, Las Vegas Review-Journal, who we talk to all the time. He was on last week, and he recommended it to me. He's just like, it's good. You'll dig it. And I went in a total skeptic of like, what is this crap? And nope, it lived up to the hype. And I suggested it to you. Okay, so we're 3 for 3 dudes with good taste that like this show. All right. So they signed Runyon. They signed Jermaine Illuminor from the Raiders. But one of the things that I thought was funny was they were talking about Robert Hunt, the guard from the Carolina Panthers. And they were like, I remember when they were talking about him, they were like, he's a 15, maybe 16 mil. Well, after Quinn Miners got his deal yesterday and I was looking at the highest paid guards in the league, I looked it up. You know, Bob Hunt got 20 mil from the Panthers. He got the same deal Miners did.
Well, there you go.
Exactly. Like, it's so funny. These guys sit around and talk about the offers that they would give these guys, and then ultimately it's just like somebody likes them more. Somebody likes them more. And that's how it gets outside of your budget. Crazy, though. Yeah, they were like 15, 16 million. And then I was like, oh, no, Robert Hunt. That's not the deal that he got. Yeah, check it out, guys. It's a good show.
Because
Also,
episode 4's coming up, and then that's the draft.
Yeah.
And they've all been fighting over this stuff for months. So
I'm really looking forward to the draft episode. I think it's going to be good. The Combine, episode 1 was okay. The Combine episode was really good, and the free agency episode was really good. So it's cool stuff. Russell Westbrook is going to be a Nugget. Let's talk about what that means for this team. We got to do that today on the show. Cole Bassett scored his 8th goal of the campaign for the Rapids last night off his golden head. Although the Rapids did fall 3-2 to the LA Galaxy, getting you all set for the upcoming Rocky Mountain Cup. It's coming to Colorado, Rapids and Real Salt Lake on Saturday at 7:30. So we'll be talking to Cole Bassett, Littleton's own, coming up at 4 o'clock about that today here on the show. We got a gigantic pile of stuff to do. But as I thought about the Russell Westbrook acquisition, I think I know what this is about. I have a feeling what the Nuggets are going for. And I'll tell you what that is next.
is still right here with an opportunity in a one-possession game.
Gasol has it blocked. The fifth block for Serge Ibaka on the Russell Westbrook. 1-point game.
Yeah, he's going to be a Nugget. Russell Westbrook. Calvin Booth had his targets, and he hit them. Clippers and Jazz have agreed to a sign and trade involving Russell Westbrook, who is expected to join the Nuggets after Utah waives the former MVP and buys out the remainder of his contract, according to Woj. The Clippers will get Chris Dunn from the Jazz for Westbrook. That's a nice acquisition, by the way,
good for them.
For the Clips. I wouldn't have hated Chris Dunn here necessarily. But the Clips get Chris Dunn, a second-round draft pick swap, and cash. Sources told Woj. Westbrook, coming off a 23-24 season during which he averaged a career low 11 points for the Clippers, is expected to clear waivers before joining the Nuggets, according to sources. It should also be noted that he had a career low in minutes this season because he was coming off the bench largely for the first time in his career and averaged 11 points per game in those 22 and a half minutes, which that's good. I would love him to do that in a Nuggets uniform. Calvin Booth he wanted Saric and Westbrook the whole time. These were his targets. These were the guys that he wanted. These were the guys that he got. He wanted a veteran backup big who could space the floor and shoot, and he wanted a backup point guard that could add a more dynamic element to this team. This is ultimately what I think that they're looking for. Is Andy, think back to last season in particular. Cancel out the championship season for a second. Just think back to last year. When it came time for second unit play, and it was the combination of Jamal staggering with the bench dudes. There's nothing there. Like Jamal wasn't a great leader for the second unit, and also there wasn't really anything that as an opposing coach you suddenly had to deal with, right? And Westbrook, as much as his play style could be described as frenetic, actually brings a different element to the floor that is completely different than what you have in your starting unit. The Nuggets are not they're not at all a fast team. That's not the way that they play. Westbrook changes the identity of your second unit. He forces an opposing coach to have to think about matchups and think about adjustment and think about playing in a different way, and you put somebody on the floor who brings an infusion of energy and speed. And that's what you get with Russell Westbrook. And I realize these are like Nuggets colored glasses that I'm looking through at it right now, because that's the best case scenario with Westbrook. But that's what you get out of this is suddenly the Nuggets second unit is actually something you have to think about, not just like a collection of dudes that you're throwing on the floor.
Yeah, I would agree. But you were getting nothing. Most of the time, you were giving back leads constantly.
Right.
No lead was safe, to the point where we started talking. The phrase "survive the non-Jokic minutes" became a big thing, and they tried a number of different ways. That was why they tried to go get Reggie Jackson. They did get Reggie Jackson, but they tried to let him be the guy that is going to probably play the way they want Westbrook to play.
And he like kind of was that for a little while.
Yeah, but then they asked him.
And then he just got tired, and he just wasn't very good.
He had to do it too many times.
Right.
Too many minutes. Not ideal for him.
Yeah.
Hopefully Westbrook doesn't fall to the same problem.
And we're asking
doesn't look like he's gonna.
36-year-old Russell Westbrook to do that. I mean, one of the benefits there is, and I don't mean this as any diss to Reggie or anything like that, Westbrook takes incredible care of himself. He's always been a very durable player. He has always played a very high-impact game. He's an above-the-rim player. He plays friggin' hard every single time that he is on the floor. And I think that he gives the second unit a different face that they desperately needed, because the bench minutes, it felt like last year the purpose of the bench minutes was, like you just said, can you just survive? Okay? Can we just white knuckle this sucker while Jokic isn't out there? And to some degree, that's always what you are when you have Nikola Jokic on your team. But again, in the very least, hey, here's something else for you to think about right now. Here's a different way to be able to play. And I'm looking forward to this group finally having that.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, though, I think there's an attitude in Russell Westbrook that they need.
Yeah.
They just need they need a couple dudes with a little bit. Jeff Green had a lot of that. Uncle Jeff, I think, in a different way.
There was some nasty to him.
He carried it, yeah, but he wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid to hard foul. He wasn't afraid to get a little messy in the paint. There's a nastiness to Russell Westbrook in his game. We've seen it. He doesn't mind being the biggest villain in the building.
Doesn't bother him.
I
think he revels in it.
I'm not sure he doesn't mind getting on a few people. And I think deep down, the more we watch this offseason play out, the more I replay some of Nikola Jokic's post-game press conferences in my head and what was being said and how did that affect what we're now seeing now. I do think there was a bit of a message from Nikola of, I need some help. And maybe when he said, we all immediately thought, well, I immediately need some bigger guys alongside me to take on this Minnesota club. Maybe there was more to, I need help getting the bench to kick in gear. I need help just,
Think about those dudes on the Timberwolves that, were just not just Ant, but it mostly comes from him with that team. But Rudy's got a bunch of MFer in him. Jaden McDaniels does.
McDaniels is the first one I thought of because he's out there slapping fools and doesn't care how angry he makes
Alexander Walker.
Yeah.
All these dudes have that to them. And I think the Nuggets, when Bruce and Jeff exited, I do think they lost a little bit of that.
Yeah, because and now KCP, you lose a little bit more with KCP. Christian Brown's going to have to pick up a little bit more of it. But I would say, Nate, every time Minnesota turned that thing into somewhat of a street fight, the Nuggets back down. Now, maybe game 5 they didn't hear.
I mean,
for the
Jokic
most part. Well, Jokic, yeah. What's Jokic going to do against 3 guys his size? Okay, Aaron Gordon tried it. Aaron Gordon got a little tired too. But someone in the front court can't be afraid. This can't turn into, we cannot have guys afraid to take shots.
Yeah.
Period.
No, I like Peyton Watson and Christian Brown. And quite frankly, Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., I like these guys being in the company of a Russell Westbrook. He's not that dude anymore, but he's an assassin. Dude was an MVP, one of the most athletic basketball players that has ever lived, and a guy that has lived with a sneer on his face.
Yeah.
And I think Jokic and Malone both wanted that, and I think that Calvin Booth recognized that his team needed that. Now, again, if Jamal Murray is 100% healthy, they might have just won a damn NBA championship anyway. Okay, that's very possible that could have happened. But I think what this season taught us was, if anything with this club is less than perfect, less than ideal, then they may not have enough. And maybe Westbrook brings you, again, with his attitude, he brings you some of that. And with the way that he plays, the aggressiveness with which he plays. He'll attack. He'll get downhill. When was the last time the Nuggets had a true attacking point guard on this team?
Well,
it's been a while.
And I think someone that gets in a guy's backside, if need be, if you're not playing the right way.
Mm-hmm.
On the second unit. I thought Reggie would get a little of that. He didn't. He spent a lot of time trying to find his shot. Now, again, this is an older dude. This may not go the way we hope it will.
Yeah.
Right? Reggie got old in front of our eyes after Christmas last year. Same thing could happen. There's a risk here. But they don't have a lot of options. I like that you at least dug up this option. I'll be honest with you, they've done more than I thought they would be able to do this offseason without trading someone big. So, and they still have a little bit of flexibility if need be to do something at the deadline.
I mean, here's the other part of it too, okay? If Westbrook's just a disaster.
Oh, well. You can give up anybody.
You're fine. Exactly. If he's a disaster, you're bad at backup point guard. Well, guess what? You weren't great at backup point guard anyway. So it's okay. Also, he'll get minutes to play with Nikola Jokic, and everybody's awesome when they play with Nikola Jokic. So I don't worry about that. want to get to some of these texts that are coming in. Somebody texted in. Chris says, if that's the best case, what's the worst and which is more probable? Yeah, worst case scenario is he's unhappy with roll. He jacks up too many jump shots, and Michael Malone benches him, and they probably end up waiving him.
Yeah,
that's worst case.
If it doesn't fit in, he goes along his way. You're on your merry way.
Yeah.
Right? As far as the shots, I don't worry about it because who's taking them on the second unit anyway?
That part is also very true.
You know what I mean? Guys, there's some guys on the second unit that love themselves a three that should not love themselves a three.
Yeah, go.
So if nothing else, if he's going to the hole and not giving them the ball, that may help you too.
And it's also like, okay, if there is an actual point guard that is getting downhill, that is attracting attention, that is creating kick out and corner threes and all those other opportunities for this team, excellent. Well, I think Peyton Watson can hit corner threes when he's open. I think Christian Braun can hit corner threes when he's open. But who is actually creating those opportunities for them? Westbrook can do those things.
On another, real quickly as well, we've seen what they've got at the young point guard. You had to get a point guard. Now you've got one.
Had to.
A backup point guard.
Veteran point guard, too.
So there you go.
You have two veterans in your second unit in Westbrook and Saric that are like, these are established quality NBA players. Saric, his role, he's pretty familiar with it. Westbrook kind of got to know his role last year with the Clippers, and now he gets to go to a place in Denver that, I mean, here's the other part of it, is from the jump, the Nuggets have been very clear about what they want Westbrook to do. When he was with the Clippers, like, he started. Then they got Harden. Then it was like, you go to the bench. There's none of that here. Like Westbrook knows exactly what he's walking into and sees it. Now, maybe there's a world where Westbrook thinks, hey, I could win the starting two-guard spot. Or hell, I could even be the starting point guard and shove Jamal off to the starting two-guard spot and go after it. But you know what? Competition's not the worst thing in the world. Isn't Christian Braun going to be better off getting some competition once they get into camp, getting pushed once they get in there to try and win down that spot? I think again, that is flat out good for this team.
Let's address another text from Andrew Silverman, who thinks we're just propagandizing everything. First off, he said Holmes would have slipped to the second round. Andrew, I will tell you, ESPN, the neutral party, reported that Minnesota very much had their eyes set on Holmes. So he would not have slipped to the second round.
Also, he says we traded assets to move up spots.
How many second rounders are working out right now would be my first question.
I'm glad the Nuggets don't have those second rounders, okay? When the Nuggets had too many second rounders, look at how that worked out. Jalen Pickett and Hunter Tyson, okay? Like, this team doesn't need a bunch of second rounders that the GM is going to fall in love with and think need guaranteed contracts and deserve a spot on the 15-man roster. I'm thrilled the Nuggets have fewer second-round draft picks.
Here would be my other thing to everybody out there, because I get it. There are some people that don't like Russell Westbrook because, again, we've said he's never been afraid to be the villain, and he's done just as much here. I get that. I do.
Yeah.
Here's the reason. First off, the Nuggets have so few moves for us to talk about. We're going to talk about the ones that they get. But secondly, look, guys, they're not going to win a championship based off this or not. The starting five is still where they're going to have to make their bread and butter, period. Now, if Westbrook and Saric and these guys can get more rest for that starting five so they don't look exhausted in the second round of the playoffs, second round of the playoffs. I don't care if Murray was healthy, and Scotty disagrees with me on this. You've just suggested it right there. From what I saw, that team looked already burnt, tired in the second round. I don't know where this fountain of youth energy was going to come from. I had severe after watching the first two rounds, even if they would have advanced and not blown the 20-point lead. That was a tired team who played their starting five too much. So if you can find anybody, and maybe it's not Westbrook, maybe this kicks Jalen Pickett in the backside, and the Jalen Pickett that we all thought was going to show up decides to finally show up. I don't think it's in there, but maybe. I don't care who it is, but if they can get more effective bench minutes, that's going to be a key to keep your starters fresh so you can actually go and win the dang championship. Russell Westbrook, to me, is not going to be the deciding factor if they hoist another trophy or not.
No, he's not.
Period.
He's
so
not.
Please, I don't want anybody mishearing this. Nobody.
That is kind of one of the funny things about, like, let's just take a step back and talk about what off-season content really is. When you have a team like Denver, okay?
Whose starting five is set.
Like, Philly gets Paul George. That's a franchise-moving kind of acquisition right there. The Nuggets have 4 stars. Okay? Now, do those 4 stars always play to their contract value? No. And yes, that is a little bit problematic. Okay? I can admit that over here. But nonetheless, the top 4 that will, just to your point, decide whether or not they're going to win a title, that's set. Okay? They're good to go on that. All right? And they're eventually going to have to move somebody into the starting lineup. It's probably going to be Christian Braun. All right. After that,
I don't know, man. Malone seems kind of hyped on Strother, but to your point, I'd still give Christian the inside track.
But exactly. He does like him. There's no doubt about that. And again, I think Julian Strother, it'll be good to have him around Russell Westbrook a little bit.
Maybe Strother, Westbrook, and Saric actually bring some point scoring to the second unit. What would that do?
So ultimately, what we're having these conversations about is the edge of the rotation / the bench.
Yeah.
And if the Nuggets are relying too much on any of these guys, well, they're exactly what Andy said. They weren't going to win a title anyway.
But at the end of the day...
But we love the team, and we want to talk about them, and that's the content that we have available, and that's the content to get worked up. And Russell Westbrook is a perfect polarizing, especially in this city, kind of NBA player. So he's exactly perfect for the dialogue. But again, if Russell Westbrook walks through the door, this does not decide whether or not this team wins a championship. It can certainly help, but it ultimately is not the fulcrum they're going to depend on.
And just real quick, here's how I look at it, because we get a few people texting, and I don't like him. I get that you don't like him. I haven't really liked him to this point either. I'm not going to hide it.
That's what I'm excited about. I've always been a Westbrook fan. Always.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Because that's the guy you like. You hate Facu. You love Westbrook.
Exactly.
You love the guy that brings it on and eggs on the crowd.
I love that part of it. I love the MFer in him. I love the athlete that he is. I love the way that he plays. I have been a sincere Russell Westbrook fan forever, even when he was pushing dudes in the front row and getting into it with a kid and blocking Rocky's shot. I've loved every bit of it.
Here's what I would say. Westbrook is Claude Lemieux. When he's on your team, I think we're all going to find out you do love him.
Hell yeah.
When he ain't on your team, he's most annoying, if nothing else.
Don't take 9 jump shots tonight, Russ. That's my only request.
I would ask any Nuggets fan texting in, I don't really like the guy. That's fine. But would you rather have him or the unknown at backup point guard? Because that's what they got. And I will take him. I will take him all day.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. We are thrilled to be with you here on a lovely Thursday afternoon. We're rolling with you until 6 o'clock. Cole Bassett of the Rapids coming up at 4. Can't wait on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for our friends over at Colorado Off-Road. If you're watching on Twitch, you see their logo behind Nate on the big digital board that we have here. They've been a title sponsor of this show really since its, first few months into its existence. So we appreciate their support. I've known Jerry Jones and his wife for a long time. 5 years now, because basically we got the show, I got a new truck, and Jerry's been helping me figure out how to make that truck better, which is something you can do. If you're looking at a new vehicle right now, why not buy the model you can afford with the monthly payments, add the features that you want as you go along. Over the 5 years, I put on a bed cover, step rails, put in the floor mats, got the remote start going, just got some new shocks and struts and alignment. He's done my tires a couple of times. Love the good folks over at Colorado Off-Road. Bed covers is one of the most popular things for him to get, and myself, frankly, to get asked about. Does he have a bed cover? He's got all sorts of bed covers. Anything that you want. Power bed covers, ones that you fold up, just the ones that act like a lid, just one static unit. He's got them all. He's got the off-road lights, the winches, anything you can think of for off-roading on a truck or 4x4. They've got it at Colorado Off-Road, and they're great people to work with. They'll have a conversation with you about what works for you best. Find them at cooffroad.com or give them a call at 303-761-1234.
The Rocky Mountain Cup finale coming to Colorado. Join the Rapids as they take on Real Salt Lake this Saturday, July 20th. That's Saturday night, 7:30, for the Rocky Mountain Cup Showdown presented by Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation. Sports matter. Tickets are on sale now at coloradorapids.com. We will be giving away a pair of tickets for that game. Match, excuse me. Coming up here on Saturday night, as we'll be talking to Cole Bassett at 4 p.m.
Speaking of talking to people, so Cody asked on the text line, are we going to get Russell Westbrook on the show?
Spoiler alert, no.
I'd have him on in a heartbeat.
Oh, of course.
I don't think he'll do it.
Yeah, no. These there's like a level of NBA that you hit where
you don't do it anymore.
It doesn't matter how much the PR staff begs you. Nah, I'm good.
Not doing it.
I'm all right.
Find me.
We'll be in his general sphere at media day, and that'll be about as close as we'll get.
That's I
that's
guess.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Yeah. So,
yeah, the sit down and talk to the local radio dweebs. There's just like some athletes, they bypass that. That's okay. We get it. That's all right. It's part of the deal. We understand it.
Yeah.
We're not offended by the whole thing.
Now, sometimes we're a good time. Yeah, sometimes we're not.
Be honest. If I would have told you that Bob Newhart passed away today, would you have known?
So is that where this came from?
As of yesterday, that he was still alive? Yeah, Bob Newhart passes away at the age of 94.
I would have been unsure.
Legendary comedian. There's no way I thought Bob Newhart was still alive. Nice run, man. Bob Newhart made it all the way to the age of 94.
Okay.
I like Newhart. It was a good show. It was a sitcom of my youth.
Okay, so you liked
Larry, Daryl, and Daryl.
So you like Newhart, not the Bob Newhart show.
No, that one was before my time.
Right.
Newhart was my era.
See,
for those that don't know, this would have been like if Seinfeld had done another show after Seinfeld. That's sort of what that would be like.
But it was completely different.
Right. Bob Newhart had like two big sitcoms.
But wasn't he Bob in both?
I believe so, yes. Just kind of.
And then I told you he was on The Big Bang Theory for a while as Bob Newhart.
That's pretty much what he played. I don't think he had a lot of range.
No, he's Professor Proton. Never mind.
He was Papa Elf. That's right.
Oh, that's right.
In the movie Elf.
Good call.
Yes, Bob Newhart, comedy legend. My grandpa had all of his albums. Like, had all. My grandpa had like a great collection of comedy vinyl. And like he had all of Bob Newhart's albums. He also had all of Bill Cosby's albums, which
but once upon a time we had no idea.
Those were eventually bequeathed to me, and I don't know where they are now. Yeah, can't really put on a Cosby album and feel good about that.
All right,
can
that's
you?
a fair statement. So not to get too saucy with you on a Thursday, how come we can put on the old Cosby and not put on the Cosby? And I'm not arguing your point.
Yeah,
I used to like the Cosby Show. It's too bad we had no idea all the stuff that was going on behind the scenes.
It's pretty icky now.
But we're okay playing Michael Jackson?
I'm not.
All right.
I don't like Michael Jackson.
I was trying to find a line with some folks if that's how we're going to do it.
Yeah, I don't like Michael Jackson. Yeah. Yeah. I can recognize where his place in pop music history was.
Fair enough, but
nah.
But it's also, who was the guy that used to have the big anthem? It was a creep too. The
Francis Scott Key.
Hey, hey.
That's
thing.
Gary Glitter.
That's right.
Rock and Roll Part 2. Yeah, we found out he was a creep too. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See, here's the problem. How many of these guys and gals do you really want to go digging too deep into? Heard some crazy stuff in books about all the things going on.
I don't want to dig too deep into even my coworkers, okay?
You're not going to come over and have a look? Yeah, by the way, someone did point out that at the end of Newhart, he woke up and he was in the Bob Newhart show.
He was back in the Bob
Did you
Newhart
catch
show.
that at
I
least?
did, yes.
Did you not see anything on replay? Like reruns were, I was a latchkey kid. Reruns were on all the time.
Yeah.
And you only got cartoons till about 5 o'clock, so it was the Brady Bunch and Mary Tyler Moore and Happy Days. And you never caught the Bob Newhart show on rerun?
It didn't make that particular rotation, no. It was also like we didn't have cable So,
Right.
like, I lived on Channel 9, which was WGN.
Okay.
Which was like the superstation and available everywhere. But in Chicago, that was Channel 9, and that was what the Cubs games were on. So, like, you'd watch the Cubs game, and then they'd be like, now joining your original, programming already in progress. And it was like, Leave It to Beaver or I Dream of Jeannie.
Yes.
Whatever it may have been at that time of day. But the Bob Newhart show was not on there. No, I feel like Newhart was something like, that was like I would watch that on TV.
Real TV?
Yeah, on real
Not reruns.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like you would sit there and it would be like primetime television at 7 o'clock, and it would come on and you'd sit through the commercials, and if you wanted to change the channel, you walked up to the TV. Let me tell you how it was, kids.
See, I had to laugh because you talked about none of us had cable. It felt like a good portion of us did not have cable growing up, whether you believe it or
See,
not.
I had friends that did.
No, so do I, but I didn't.
I distinctly remember too we got cable. I was 15.
Yeah.
Like finally, whoever from like the local cable station was cold calling my dad and convinced him. Okay, it was cheap enough or whatever it was. I was 15 years of age. I'll always remember that weekend. I didn't go anywhere. I was just like, leave me alone. I'm sitting in front of my television, getting to watch whatever I want to watch all weekend long. I watched like SportsCenter 8 times a day, anything that was on ESPN, and I watched a ton of Baywatch that weekend.
Okay.
Just taking in all the USA Network Baywatch that they had to offer to me.
My mom would not break. My mom and dad split when I was a freshman in high school. So, what I remember, this is how I fell in love with radio, frankly, is it's story time on Kreckman and Lindahl.
That's right.
The Buffs' magical Salinesi 1989 Orange Bowl season.
Mm-hmm.
I did not have cable, as I've said. Now, there are a handful of games on ABC, so I could watch those.
Yeah.
There are a number of games where I had to just go listen to Larry Zimmer do his thing on the radio. I remember in 1990 when the Buffs went back for the kind of the revenge game in Nebraska, where Bieniemy fumbled a couple times in the first half because it was a rainy day. Again, nobody I knew had cable, so we were listening to it in my basement, just as Larry described the action. That's just what you had to do because there were a bunch of games I couldn't see with it being on cable. So when I got to college, I paid for the cable.
There was there was a radio like on the stereo in the living room, but the only other radio in the house was my mom and dad's clock radio in their bedroom. So I would like sit on the floor and listen to Neil Funk and Tom Boerwinkle do Bulls games on that thing. And that was like how I got to keep up with what was going on with the Bulls.
So the same thing happened to me with the Nuggets when they beat the Sonics. I want to say game 3 was on cable or something.
Yeah.
Didn't have it.
Yeah.
Wasn't on channel 2, which was the normal home. They couldn't have the rights. And I listened to Jerry Schimmel call the game. They took the old Elway, let's go Mutombo or whatever, just kind of a weird war cry at the start of the game. But yeah, I can remember again, that was another thing that made me just kind of, you could feel the energy in the arena through the radio and all that. But that's
sports
some of
on the
things.
radio is like, I will always adore it. And maybe it's just the generation we came from, but I'll always love it.
There's a lot of times I wish it was easier. I think about it with Connor quite often on the national games where I know they make the thousands of devices, but even I'm too lazy to try to figure it out, where I'd like to go back to, you watch the TV and you listen to your guys, right? I think that's why everybody, finally when it got too hard to match up the satellite and the cable and the this and then the streaming and all that, that's when people realize they don't like the national people. Because I grew up, it was Zimmer and Logan, and then it was Logan and Hastings, and then I worked with the guys, but we were listening to them. Now, it was a little bit of a spoiler if they were at home, because you had the 1 second, the radio was always quicker than the TV, balls still be in the air, caught, no, it's not yet, what do you mean? Oh, wait, yes, it is.
By the way, from Josh, that was the weekend that Nate developed carpal tunnel in his wrist.
Hey, man, MTV had some stuff on now.
I was recently
a little Real World for you.
Abby and I were recently at sitting at a bar, having lunch in the middle of the day, and for whatever reason, the two televisions that they had behind the bar, one of them had Baywatch on it.
Okay.
The other one was like a Copa America match or whatever. But on one was Baywatch, and Abby was just like, did you ever watch this thing? Like, what was the deal with Baywatch? Why was it such a cultural phenomenon? And I'm just sitting there, and it's muted in the bar, and I'm just like, I'm telling her who all the characters are, you know? Oh, that's Hasselhoff. He's Mitch. That's his son, Hobie, right there. Yes, he used to have a relationship with this particular woman, but he didn't have a relationship with CJ, a.k.a. Pamela Anderson. Yep.
Hey, man. I probably was late to a class or two because Once Bitten, Twice Shy, the music video showed up at the wrong time.
I remember that one.
We all do.
We all do. Good trash in the 80s.
It was a great video.
Cole Bassett of the Rapids. Big match coming up against Real Salt Lake on Saturday night out at Dick's. We're going to talk to Cole Bassett next. All right, it's hour number 2 of the show. The Rapids getting set for the Rocky Mountain Cup coming up on Saturday night against Real Salt Lake. We will give away a pair of tickets for that match coming up at the end of this segment. Joining us right now, fresh off of scoring his 8th goal of the campaign in a 3-2 loss last night on the road against the LA Galaxy, we are pleased to be joined by big number 23, Littleton, Colorado's own Cole Bassett. Cole, welcome back to the show. How are you, man?
Yeah, good, man. How are you guys doing?
We're doing okay. As you sit here today, I'm sure you're doing that thing that athletes do and sort of reconsuming last night's match in your head and probably on film as well. How did you feel about the way that you guys played and that you in particularly played?
Yeah, it was a tough one. First half, I don't think we played to our normal standards. We were very open, let them get too many chances, but we were still in the game at that point, 3-2 at halftime. I thought we had a lot better second half, but just didn't finish off the chances. So I think for me and the team as well, it leaves us a bit hungry to do well on Saturday because we didn't feel like we performed at our best.
Yeah, really looked like, most of the chances were going the Galaxy's way early on, and then, you guys, you get a breakout. Cabral scores that goal. You even it up at 1. Looked like you were kind of in good shape, and then it sort of got away from you. But your goal that you scored right before the end of the first half last night, the rebound on the PK, That play in particular, how much do you sort of train for that, look for that of, the opportunity to be able to get a rebound and find a goalie sort of in a vulnerable spot after saving a PK?
Yeah, it's one of those that you don't really get to train too much. Right now with Georgie gone, me and Rafa are on duty for PKs, and he hasn't scored in a couple games, so we wanted to give him this one to get his confidence back up. And, it sucked that he missed, but you do have to be ready for the rebound. And that's what I was trying to do. I kind of started a few yards back and just tried to anticipate where I was going to go. I know he likes to go to the right, so I stayed on that side. And, yeah, luckily it fell to me. But it's not one of those things that you get to train too much just because hopefully, you're scoring the PKs in the first place. But, we've been getting a lot of them this season, so I think he'll put the next one away.
Yeah, you got a perfect deflection, went right onto the head. 2-1-1 this month. Obviously, you guys fall last night, but it had been back-to-back victories and then a tie before that. Right now, 5th in the West. How are you guys feeling? Just kind of big picture, Cole. How do you feel like the team is doing right now?
Overall, I think, there's a couple of us, I'd say the leaders on the team, we know that there's more to us. We're hungry to be at the top of the table. We felt like these last 2 games, we slipped up a little bit in terms of we would have been able to gain ground on the guys above us, but, those results are in the past now, and we've got a huge one against our rivals on Saturday. I think for us, looking at that one, to be able to win the Rocky Mountain Cup, as they call it, for our fans in this club, I think would be huge. And then, you're right back in that mix for a top 4 spot. So I think that's what we got our minds on. It's tough when you have a game every 3 days, but you just reset your mind quickly, and we're looking to beat them on Saturday.
Cole, what's changed this year? I looked when people tell me about what's different with the Rapids, a lot of fans enjoying the scoring that you guys have been able to put up this year. What's been different? What things have been tweaked to get that out of you?
Yeah, a lot of it's down to our head coach, Chris Armas, the ideas that he implements. It's not rocket science exactly what he's teaching us, but I think it's simple stuff that, many guys don't tend to think about in the game. I think a lot of teams tend to play safe and, maybe when they win the ball, they play backwards, try to secure possession. Chris is all about trying to play forward. Under him, you have the ability to make mistakes, and he's okay with it because he wants you to try things and he wants you to try to play forward. So I think that's kind of been ingrained in a lot of players this year. And then, especially for a guy like me that loves to score goals and get forward, it's definitely helped my game out a lot just because, I'm getting a lot of opportunities that I maybe didn't have last year.
Yeah, Cole Bassett, by the way, 8 goals now on this season, having himself a fine year. Rapids fall last night against the Galaxy, but you talked about it right there. The rivalry matchup coming up against Real Salt Lake here on Saturday night. Right now, they're 3rd in the West. You guys are at 5th, but you're tied right there with Vancouver. You need the win, obviously, in the standings, but also these guys are your rival. How much extra juice is on this game when you guys take on Salt Lake?
Yeah, there's a lot. I think, coming into the season, I don't know if many guys knew about how big this rivalry was between us and especially between the fans. But the first 2 games of the season at their place kind of got everybody ingrained into what this is. And, to be able to get our first win of the season away to them was huge. And then the last game, we were up 3-2 and ended up giving up 3 goals in the last 5 minutes to lose. And I think that's left a little bit of a bitter taste in everybody's mouth for this one. I know especially I was talking to Moise Bombito, our center back, the other day, and, he said he's ready for revenge. That game hurt him like no other game this year. So, we're definitely ready. We consider this game kind of a must-win. I know our coach probably wouldn't say that, but, in the locker room within the players, I think we all know that this is a must-win game.
Hey, Cole, real quick, I am curious. Obviously we watched an insane scene at the Hard Rock Stadium out there for the Copa America Cup. What's the nuttiest crowd you played in front of? I just am curious because I know soccer crowds can get so wild and impassioned. Have you ever dealt with a crowd quite like that where the stadium's half destroyed when it's done?
Yeah, I have. When I played over in Europe for Feyenoord, we had an away game in Marseille, France, and our fans were crazy, their fans were crazy, and before the game, they were fighting. They threw a rock at the bus and broke the window to the bus, and then they had to tear gas the stadium in the first 5 minutes, so none of us could really breathe for that first 5 minutes. So that's probably it's different over there in Europe. I wouldn't say it quite gets like that in the U.S., but definitely there is some crazy atmospheres here as the game continues to grow.
All right, when you're getting a rock thrown at your bus in a window cracked, are you just sitting on the bus just like, man, I'm just trying to get ready for a game, okay? Trying to do my job like that. That's got to startle you a little bit, man.
Yeah, I mean, luckily we came prepared. The bus has 2 separate windows, I'd say, like 2 different levels to it. So it broke the first window pane, but then the second one, it just cracked it. But it was aimed right at our coach, so we were not have it.
Wait, are you sure it wasn't one of your fans?
Cole, when they talk trash to you, do they talk like, if they know you're an American, do you get English thrown at you, or are they just speaking in the native tongue?
It depends where you are. I think in France, yeah, they didn't really know, but in the Netherlands where I was, most of them speak English, so they would probably say English to me. Yeah, it kind of depends, but I picked up on some of the Dutch slang that wasn't very nice as well, so I understood it.
Talking to Cole Bassett of the Rapids right now. Real Salt Lake coming up Saturday night at 7:30. Cole, you made your Rapids debut at age 17. The soccer world today is talking about Kevin Sullivan, who debuted for the Philadelphia Union at the age of 14. In fact, 14 days younger than when Freddie Adu made his MLS debut. You did it at age 17, which feels, like you were a salty vet compared to what Kevin Sullivan is right now. And we know how much hype that this kid is getting. But what was that experience like when, as a teenager, you're out there playing professional soccer with grown men? And what do you think Kevin's kind of going through right now?
Yeah, I mean, first off, it's pretty nuts that he's doing that at 14. I don't even think I was thinking about that at the time. You're worrying about getting into your high school classes at that time, registering for those. But yeah, it's something special. I think for him, he's probably enjoying it, just trying to take in the moment. But I think I'm sure he has confidence. But I kind of had the same confidence in myself that once you get to that stage, you feel like you're ready and you just want to show it. You want the chance. So. Once you get that opportunity to take it, and I'm sure he's earned it, and I'm sure he's looking forward to more of those because, he definitely wants to show himself on the stage in MLS.
Your path being so much different than so many of your teammates, because of how young you were when you made that debut. I mean, some guys are fighting their whole lives to get to that level. As you can now reflect back on that experience, how much did that help you, or did it help you, to kind of be at the age that you're at now, but already, at age 22, kind of an MLS veteran?
Yeah, it's weird when you think about it. A lot of guys within the team, I feel like I've grown into kind of an old soul. And even though I'm only 22 years old, I talk about it all the time. I feel like I'm kind of like 28 or 29 in terms of where I'm at in life, which is weird because, a lot of my friends are just graduating college. They're just finding their first apartment. They're still having a lot of fun. But yeah, it's a weird one. But I think it's helped me tremendously. I feel like my game's matured as the years have went on, and I've just had to take more responsibility on the field, and then outside of life as well. I think I've grown up a lot quicker than most people. So I love it. I enjoy it, and I think it will only help better prepare me for what's to come in the game, because hopefully I still have a long time left in this game.
But what is it like? Because we see this a lot with hockey. I think about it with hockey because it's physical, and soccer can be physical. What's it like when you're so young and you're playing against men and paychecks are on the line? I mean, how do you not let that kind of thing intimidate you?
Yeah, it's something that you kind of have to figure out on the go. I mean, when you have guys, especially in soccer, you see so many people from different countries and different backgrounds that maybe don't have it as good or as fortunate as we were growing up here in the U.S. That, yeah, like you said, are fighting for their livelihoods. So it is different, but I think it's something that you enjoy because it brings out that competitiveness in you, and you start to get adapted to the culture that soccer or football is. And yeah, you see it in every single sport, but I think you start to see nowadays kids have a lot more confidence when they're coming up. I don't think you'd see many kids like, you're talking about hockey, Connor Bedard doing what he did this year, even being hurt for a lot of games at that age. I think it's just this new generation has a lot of confidence in themselves playing up at a level.
So, Cole, last thing I want to touch on here, this has been a great summer for soccer around the world, and we had the Euro, and we had the Copa, and the MLS season is going on right now. Like, if you're a soccer fan, it has just been a rich buffet for you this summer. You live the game, you know it inside and out. Like you said, you're 22, but kind of the old soul down there with the club. In your mind, there's good and there's great. You can't be a pro without being good, but then there are those that are great. What separates those dudes? Like, what is the skill or skill set that the best of the very best have that just the very good maybe lack?
Yeah, there's something special. I mean, some guys just have natural talent that you just can't teach. There's a couple guys like last night, Ricky Pooch. He just has something for LA Galaxy that not many guys have. But for me, I always think it comes down to what's between the ears. And I think it's up top. If you have the right mentality and the work ethic to continue to get better and just know that you're never where you want to be. You're always chasing after something else. I think that's what's going to push you in the game, because a lot of kids tend to get satisfied once they reach, their first goal or become a professional, and then it doesn't fan out the way that they want it to. So I think if you stay level-headed up there and continue to work and know you always have something to improve on, I think that's the ones that continue to reach the top level.
It's funny you mentioned Ricky Pooch right there, because I thought his goal last night, what stood out to me was just the composure. I mean, he had space, but he upper 90'd that sucker beautifully. Like, quite honestly, your goal last night, that thing pops up in the air right there. I mean, it's easy just to shank that thing off your head and put it over the goal, but you buried it exactly as you needed to. I think, to me, one thing that really stands out is, like, when you can do with the ball exactly what you see in your head and what you're supposed to do in that moment.
Oh, 100%. I think the guys that make the game look easy are the ones that, they do the stuff that's hard that a lot of us can't do. And it's every single sport. But the reason why Messi's so good is, he does everything so simple, but he makes it look so easy, and everybody knows how hard it is. So when you can do the simple things well, I think that's what makes you stand out as a player.
All right, have you ever scored on your own goal? Because I did that in youth soccer. I mean, can we make you feel human for a second? Have you ever accidentally headed it in your own goal or something like that?
Yeah, I have.
All
when I
right,
was younger.
all right.
Hopefully, I don't do it in the pros. Definitely don't want my name on the wrong side of the score sheet.
All right. Well, really don't do it on Saturday night. Otherwise, Andy's in big trouble, okay?
I will be here Monday. For my own livelihood, Cole. Don't do it on Saturday.
Cole Bassett, everybody. Number 23 of your Colorado Rapids, Real Salt Lake on Saturday night out there at Dick's at 7:30. Rocky Mountain Cup finale for the season. Cole, beautiful work as always, man. We always enjoy having you on the show. Thank you so much. Good luck on Saturday night.
I appreciate it, guys. Anytime.
All right, good stuff right there with our friend Cole Bassett, the Rapids. Tough one last night against the LA Galaxy out on the road. They lead the West right now, but the Rapids at 5th, tied with Vancouver. They're in pretty good shape right now. So big match against Real Salt Lake.
You ever do that?
Score
I've
on my own
scored
goal?
on my own team
Yeah.
in soccer.
Yeah.
And then I was the goalie in lacrosse. I was the fill-in now.
Yeah.
And I did I was looking to outlet and put the stick two back, and the stupid ball rolled out of my stick and into the dang goal.
So
I was like, I quit. Somebody else play this stupid position.
I want
to
to say around the time I was like 13 or 14. I was a teenager when this happened, okay? But FIFA, like the governing body of the sport, they changed the rule. You used to be able to pass the ball back to the goalie, like to your own keeper, and just have him just pick it up with his hands, right? And eventually FIFA was like, this sucks, like let's do away with this. It became a crutch for fullbacks, for defenders, just to like, well, if I could just simply cut you off on your run, I can pass it over to my goalie, and that screws you guys. Well, FIFA recognized that rule was lame, so they changed it. Prior to that was something you could do. And I was, on my under 12 travel team, I'm like 10 or whatever, playing fullback, and I go to pass it back to my goalie, Ricky Burns, and I just buried it.
See, for me, it was a corner kick.
Just put too much on it.
Just Yahtzeed him.
Like, it wasn't even like I went up like on a corner and like had it deflect off my head and go in. No, man, I drilled that thing.
No, that's what I did. I tried to head it out and went the other way.
Yeah.
My goalie's just like, dude.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, it's probably not for me. This sport's probably not for me.
It's funny because I can bring it up now and like I feel all of the shame that I did when I was 10 years old. No.
Doesn't feel good.
No.
Can you imagine, though, at 17 playing men? Men out there.
Did you see Kevin Sullivan out there last night? He's 14. His little white M&M hair out there.
I always think about that with the hockey guys, too. I like,
I know.
Remember when Ryan O'Reilly and Matt Duchene and all that, they were like,
yeah.
They couldn't even go get a beer for 3 years, and they're in the league.
Connor Bedard, we're still waiting for his acne to come in.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, no big deal. Just try to avoid Probert out there and get a goal if you don't mind.
Get on out. Watch the Rapids take on Real Salt Lake this Saturday. We're giving away a pair of tickets to see the Rapids and Real Salt Lake right now to caller number 23. That's right, caller number 23 in honor of Cole Bassett. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Call in right now, 303-504-0925. Caller number 23 gets a pair of tickets for the Rocky Mountain Cup finale on Saturday night. Oh, Andy, I hold in my hand your 2025 Rockies regular season schedule.
All right. Now, okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on real quick. First off.
By the way, it should be noted, I don't physically hold it in my hands.
Well,
I'm
no, but it
looking
was
at
on
the
a tweet.
screen.
I saw the same thing today.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is hilarious. The NFL, they're like, oh, we're a week away from the schedule drop. We're going to do 9 hours of the show breakdown. And baseball, Patrick Saunders just tweets out, hey, here's next year's schedule.
Yep. Because nobody can sit there and go through 162.
No, I get that.
And just
but you
and
don't
break
let it trickle
down.
out and be like, here's opening day. Here's some fireworks games.
Yeah, no, they don't do any of that. Your home opener
is a Friday.
Friday, April 4th.
Get
in line and buy your tickets now, kids. You can watch the Rockies and the A's.
Wow. Well, come on. What city will they belong to at that point?
Let's go, y'all.
Will it be the Las Vegas A's? Will it be the Poughkeepsie A's?
No, aren't they in Sacramento next year?
Well, are they going to be the Sacramento A's?
Well, good question. What do they even call them?
Because that's not the town. You know what I mean?
Right.
When the Titans started in Tennessee, they weren't the Memphis Titans. They weren't the Nashville. They had to go Tennessee Titans. Are they just going to be the Athletics Baseball Club?
Jenny Kavnar will come to town.
Maybe.
That sounds like a great day to fire up the fountains.
That's what I'm saying.
It does.
That's what I'm saying. There we go. So that's your home opener. The headliner, of course. The Yankees come to town.
Yankees.
That's right. The end of May, 23rd, 24th, and
if it
25th.
snows. If it snows. How did the Rockies not barter for that thing to be mid-July or something?
Let's see. You get a visit from the Tigers in early May.
Who we got on the Tigers? Who you psyched about?
Terrence Skubal.
Okay. All right. Tigers is an old school team that'll draw well, but
yeah, Lou from Littleton will head out for that game.
Lou, cousin Lou will be out there at all the games.
Houston will
he
in
be
town
in the Dylan Doug seats
at the beginning of July. You would think so. Oh, the White Sox come to town next year.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Who will be the manager then?
It's a good question.
Will Bud Black be the manager?
Of the White Sox? Could be.
Well,
let's see. Cubs come to town at the end of August. There you go. That looks like it'll be Labor Day weekend. So the Cubs will be here. You get a visit from the Angels.
That doesn't matter anymore.
No, it really doesn't.
See, that's the problem. You're stuck in Ohtaniville.
I know.
Nah, he's showing up with the Dodgers.
He goes to the Dodgers.
Is Mike Trout doing it for you still? Will be healthy enough to play?
He won't be. He probably won't be. There you go. Your Rockies 2025 campaign. Plan your summer next year.
Do you get lathered up for a hot home opening series against the A's?
I don't even think Mason Miller's going to be on the A's anymore by then. So,
who's the Rockies' 2025 opening day starter?
Ooh, great question.
Home opener and
Kevin
away.
Freeland?
Great question. It's got to be Cal Quantrill, right? I'm serious.
Are you saying because it'll be Marquez and Freeland already in the first series of the year?
Because
they open like March 27th.
I know Herman is coming back soon.
No, Herman pitched the other day. He got 4 innings against the Mets.
You're right. Yes. Yes. At what point is he effective? That's the question.
Dude.
It could be Marquez. It could be. I think it's going to be Quantrill.
I felt bad.
Maybe El Gambarino.
Well, no, are you talking opening day or
opening day? Opening day starter, not home opener. Home opener is whoever's up in the rotation.
Hold on now.
I'm talking opening day.
So Quantrill over Freeland?
He's been better than him this year. I know Freeland was banged up for a while, but he's been better than him this year. Yeah. Cal Quantrill and Austin Gomber have been the two best pitchers on this team. That's a spicy debate, huh? And then that moves units.
All right, is Austin Gomber a Rocky next year?
Yeah, they won't trade him.
Well, and his contract up?
I think he's still under contract next year. I believe so. I believe him and Quantrill, who should be tradable assets, are still under contract for next year. There's no way they're moving those guys.
They should. Why?
Yes,
are we
of course.
Hey, are we gonna find out that Bill Schmidt sat down with them too and said we're not moving you?
Right.
You're not leaving.
The Rockies will hang out a starting pitching like grim death.
Well,
They shouldn't, but they will.
what do they have if they don't? Remember when we used to, like, Freeland was
Chase
the young
Gullender?
stud? Yeah, okay. Gosh.
Yeah.
When does Senzatella get back? He was in the dugout the other day. Isn't Senzatella nearing this thing too?
Nah, I don't know.
You're really locked in. Really locked into your Colorado Rockies.
I'm really not. If you couldn't tell.
By the way, I mean, Spring, does anybody go Houdini better than Chris Bryant? Is there any news as to when this slight back thing that was supposed to be a couple of days and a quick trip to the IL is finally going to let him? See, I never made it on vacation. I stayed within Colorado, he never appeared from his burrow to play his 2 weeks games when I was in California.
No, he was supposed to be swinging the bat on the field, wasn't he?
It
was the on-field work was starting. That was what was happening. The on-field work. According to the latest from Thomas Harding, late July is the expected return.
Are we not there?
Late July.
I guess we're mid-July.
We're still mid-July.
Next week is late July.
We're in late mid-July right now.
July.
Well, we're late-ish mid-July is where it is right now. Yeah. I'm trying, man.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Great.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad that we've got a Rockies schedule.
There you go.
There it is.
Plan your vacation
Make
right
your
now.
plans for April 4th against the A's.
It's Russell Westbrook's world, and that's the one that we live in right now. The backup point guard crisis is over, America. The Nuggets have got Russell Westbrook.
Here's what I need to know before we dive back into some saucy Russell Westbrook talk.
Can Westbrook throw out the first pitch on opening day?
Sure, if he wants.
Russell Wilson got to do that.
But he was once a Rockies prospect. Have you heard that? You know, Russell Wilson did the whole Pirates batting. Boy, every city he goes to, he gets a full day of baseball in too.
Yeah.
He does a good job with that. I asked you this in the break. I didn't realize till this morning it's the Ocho week because nothing's going on. So ESPN has the Ocho going on different networks.
I haven't seen any of this.
Okay, well, today
I've been locked into off-season Giants Hard Knocks.
Yeah, well, this morning I caught Omega Ball. Now, does anybody
What's
here,
Omega Ball?
303-504-0925 in Spring, please, by all means, if you know what this is,
Omega
look it
Ball.
up. Look it up.
Okay.
Omega Ball has 3 soccer teams on a circular field, 3 goals in play, normal full-size goals, and they all just play at once. You can score on any of the goals, just don't score on your own.
3 five-a-side teams play in a simultaneous competition with each other on a circular pitch that is 60 yards in diameter. The distance from each goal to the center location is roughly 30 yards. This actually sounds kind of fun. Like, I don't know if I'd want to watch it necessarily, but I feel like it would be fun to play.
It got 15 minutes out of me this morning.
There you
Now,
go.
the minute they went to break, I turned the channel. Didn't
Okay.
hold me through break. It's on ESPN2. By the way, if you want to watch it live, 11 a.m. Eastern time, that's 9 o'clock our time on Friday, August 2nd.
Get your Omega Ball on?
At omegaball.com, they're happy to send you a reminder.
Like you can sign
3
up for
teams, 3 goals, 1 ball.
You can sign up for their text list.
Yeah. Hey, man, we're playing.
How good would Russell Westbrook be at Omega Ball?
There'd be a lot of goals to kick at.
Dude, okay. This is the thing that we talk about all the time of like, what if our best athletes played soccer?
Well,
Russell Westbrook would have kicked ass at soccer. If he had played that game his whole life, he would have ruled.
Who's the best potential international soccer player of the Denver athlete community?
Of the Denver athlete community. Ooh, great question.
Cale McCarr would probably be pretty
Cale
good.
McCarr probably be pretty good.
Cale McCarr would probably have some skills.
Yeah, I would think so. Plus the hockey guys, they always, although Doesn't Nathan McKinnon, doesn't he disallow the soccer playing?
Well, that's a traditional warm up by a lot of guys.
Right.
But yeah, probably.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I would think McCarr would be pretty good. I would certainly think Jamal Murray would be pretty good. I'll go with Russell Westbrook.
Aaron Gordon?
Now that he's one of our guys.
Ooh, Aaron Gordon.
So big.
But he can move.
I mean, we've had big pro soccer players before, though. Like Aaron Gordon back there just heading out, corner kicks, playing some defense. He'd be dangerous. I bet AG would be pretty good. Mm-hmm.
Surtain?
Yeah, like the elite NFL players would, which you've got to be pretty damn elite to be able to make it in the NFL. Those guys are pretty special.
The belly?
Where
would our newly well-compensated offensive lineman fit into all
maybe
this?
you have to drop a couple of LBs. I could see around the 70th minute that being a little bit much for Quinn Miners.
You need the little sub card.
Yeah.
Little help. McGlinchey getting out there.
Yeah. Whatever it would take.
What about your guy? Who's our kicker? Brett Maher or something? Who the hell's our kicker?
Will Lutz?
Will Lutz. Yeah.
I bet he'd be good.
Think Will Lutz be pretty good?
He's got a big leg.
Wasn't Maher the guy last year? Remember him from the Cowboys? Kicked all camp and then lost the job.
By the way, speaking of the football spring, who won the tickets?
That was Greg Hodap.
Hodap. Yes, Greg Hodap. He will be out there on Saturday night when the Rapids take on Real Salt Lake in the Rocky Mountain Cup, 7:30. By the way, tickets still available. ColoradoRapids.com. Go support your Rapids as they play their arch rivals, Real Salt Lake, Saturday night, 7:30 at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. Oh, Andy, you know, nobody has been clicking on the ESPN.com top 10s more than I have this summer. I've been all over these things. By the way, congratulations to Courtland Sutton. He got a vote in top 10 receivers. Not top 10 or not honorable mention, just a vote. But today was the day we've been waiting for the Broncos. This was Denver's day to shine. Today was the Broncos' Super Bowl this year. Top 10 cornerbacks in the NFL.
Boom.
According to ESPN and their panel of scouts and coaches and front office executives. How high would Surtain go? Well, he certainly did not disappoint because he was number one. Number one on the list. Andy, the best cornerback in football, plays for the Broncos. Yeah!
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 Yeah! Yes!
Finally a win. That's what we're talking about right there. Best corner in football, Patrick Surtain the second. More than 50% of voters consider Surtain the best corner the game has to offer.
So how much does a contract extension become a topic in these parts?
I mean, if I was his agent, I've already had this conversation over and over and over and over again. Yeah. We talked about it yesterday. I think the asking price for him starts at $25 million. $21 million, Jair Alexander, average annual value, highest paid corner in the game. If I was Surtain, I'd start at 25. If I was the Broncos, I would counter with 22, and I'd settle on 23 and change.
Okay. Do we want to relitigate this?
I just did the whole thing. I just did the whole negotiation.
You were Joe Shane.
You got nothing on me, Shane.
I feel like all of a sudden it was a Giants Hard Knocks episode again.
I could be Joe Shane's assistant.
You could be
GM.
Joe Shane's assistant. He just gets to sit there, wear hats, and get on the phone all the time.
Exactly. I watch that guy. I could do what he does.
By the way, do you think Mara likes what all's going on? Every time he walks in, it looks like it just looks like he's got a case of hemorrhoids and he's not happy with what he's being told. You know what I mean? He's just got RBF every time he walks in that office.
I mean, he's at that age.
Sure.
He might have him anyway.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the deal. Seriously. When everybody was on me, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to let this go.
Okay.
Or I'm not. But, you know, the draft thing you and I did, thousands of hours of talk about things and why you should draft stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a widely held belief that somehow the Broncos screwed up their draft instead of getting Justin Fields, who's on team number 2. And they've now drafted the guy that, according to NFL front offices, this wasn't a fan poll. This wasn't the ESPN analyst poll. This was ESPN talking to the front office people. They drafted the guy that's now the best corner in the game at this moment.
Yeah, but they still did screw up that draft.
No, they did not.
No, they did.
They picked the right player.
No, they didn't. The right player was Micah Parsons. That was the right player. The most impactful guy they could have taken at that spot was Micah Parsons.
Okay.
And I love Surtain.
Sure. Now, you know what? He's an impact player. Fair enough, Nate.
Yes.
Fair enough. But my point
They still got a great player.
Parsons or Surtain, when those of you wondered why Nate and I still seem not even quite lukewarm to the idea of you forcing the 6th quarterback at the 12th spot.
Yeah.
I hope I hope you're not looking at, you could have had a Parsons or a Surtain type at that pick. This is why you don't force these things.
The other thing about it too is and again, hindsight being what it is like what we've learned about Fields is patience and development and like carefully crafting an offense around him. Like the Broncos have run through 3 coaches like since Pat Surtain has gotten into the NFL.
How many
like,
guys?
So Fields would have been in that same situation. This would have been, we talk about that with Josh Allen of like, yeah, but like would it have worked in Denver because the Broncos are such a messy organization? It would have been even worse with Fields, a guy that was an even more raw prospect than Allen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway, I find it funny.
Yeah.
They still get panned for the pick, and yet, according to NFL front offices, they drafted the guy that ended up being the best
corner in the game.
He's the best corner. Real quickly, how would we redraft that?
That draft?
Let's go back. What was that, 2022?
So it's 21. Okay, so let me give you the
all
top
the
of that
quarterbacks
draft.
went top heavy on that one.
Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance were 1 through 3.
Okay.
Oof
is right. Trevor Lawrence probably deserves the top spot still, right?
He's gotten the massive extension. He's a quarterback
call.
value above
Okay.
all else. I would still take Trevor Lawrence number 1 in that draft. I know it sounds crazy, but I would.
But you're not taking Wilson or Lance, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
Pitts at 4.
Kyle Pitts at 4 to Atlanta, who is good but has not hit even close to what they were hoping the ceiling was.
Dude.
Jamar Chase at number 5 to Cincinnati, certified star.
That should have been 2.
Jalen Waddle to Miami at 6. He's a certified star. Penei Sewell to Detroit at 7, certified star.
J.C. Horn's pretty good.
J.C.
right?
Horn's a good player. Number 8 to Carolina, but Surtain was the better player at number 9 to the Broncos. Devontae Smith to the Eagles at 10, star. Justin Fields to the Bears at 11. Got drafted by a terrible organization. He'll be the starter in Pittsburgh not before long. Micah Parsons to the Cowboys at 12, star. Rashawn Slater to the Chargers at 13. When healthy, star. Elijah Vera Tucker to the Jets at 14. Good player. And Mac Jones went 15 to New England. If I was redrafting that draft, I would have gone Trevor Lawrence 1.
I would go with Jamar Chase,
Jamar
depending
Chase
on what
too.
you need.
Yeah.
Let's say it's still the Jets. They'd have been better off with Jamar Chase than with Zach Wilson.
Without a doubt. No. That's not even close. To me, the debate is between Parsons and Chase at 2.
What about Sewell?
And God, he's good too. I'd probably slot him in at 4 and Surtain at 5.
Bottom line is Pat Surtain should have been a top 5 pick.
Should have been.
But because
Agreed.
of the way this goes, and this is how every draft goes, it's funny though. Golly, Mac Jones, not a great idea. Jalen Phillips, he's pretty good, right? Leatherwood, not good.
He was a disaster.
Kadarius Toney was in this draft. The Giants got Kadarius Toney
in the first round.
How about Caleb Farley? Gosh, I remember all of us talking about Caleb Farley. I feel like I know nothing about Caleb Farley. Is he good for the Titans at all? Remember, he had the weird back thing. They were worried his back was going to give out on him or something.
I mean, he's still on the team.
How about this one?
He's had injuries and everything. Yeah.
Najee Harris.
Good player, but he's a running back. The value is only so much.
Travis Etienne at 25.
Again, very good player. But again, the value is only so much at that position. So I don't get too pumped about that one. Yeah, no, that draft, like redrafting the top 5, I would probably do it in that order. I'd go Lawrence, Parsons, Chase, Sewell, Surtain. Maybe Surtain above Sewell, although tackles are so damn
But it's
valuable.
about what you need. See, that's where I think those are 2 great players. What are you missing?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's, again, like that's instructive to like, okay, we're having this conversation right now, and there was a draft where Zach Wilson and Trey Lance went 2 and 3.
And the Niners gave up a boatload of. Remember how the Niners suckered the Bears into trading up for Trubisky for no good reason?
Yeah.
And then they went and got the Jedi mind trick played on them?
Mm-hmm.
Is it amazing?
We also all thought Mac Jones was going to be that pick.
Yeah.
That was, the football world was convinced they were going up to get Mac Jones, which honestly
might have worked out different.
Think about what Kyle has done with Brock Purdy.
Fair enough,
Brock
man.
Purdy ain't got anything that Mac Jones doesn't have. I promise you that.
Fair enough.
You know, I bet you
enough.
Mac Jones would have been a good quarterback on the 49ers.
What does Zach Wilson turn into if he hits? All right, I just got rid of the list.
Zach Wilson should have been a 5th round pick.
Wow.
If that.
Arm talent would have kept him in the top 3 rounds.
Yeah.
I just wonder what would happen to a Zach Wilson if he went to a stable organization with a veteran already in place.
It's such a good point because, and this is where I have optimism for Nix because I think he was drafted by a good head coach of quarterbacks.
They are all in on him, and that's most important.
Exactly. But again, that's what they are right now. What if the Broncos win 2 games this year and Penner's just like, forget you, Sean Payton, and there's ugliness or something stupid happens and they just decide we will completely we will change course, and then you have a new coach coming in with a quarterback that maybe he doesn't like as much. Like Zach Wilson got drafted by the damn Jets. He was screwed from the get-go, and he was a guy sort of like we talked about with Fields before, of like he needed to be cultivated. He needed to be in a good situation. It goes back to the question of like, do players fail organizations, or do organizations fail players? I think in the case of Zach Wilson, Andy, it's you're eating off of both plates right there. But the only chance that guy had is he needed to not get drafted by the Jets.
Well, but see, Trey Lance fell into the same thing. How many quarterbacks would be different if they all got the Mahomes treatment where they got to sit for a year and then give it a shot? Now, that'll never happen. No, you're never going to have enough patience in any organization. Not only Mahomes, take a look at...
Shouldn't it have worked for Lance, though? God, he got drafted by a great organization.
Well, but then he got hurt.
Right.
If he doesn't get hurt, who knows where we're at?
You're right.
Does Purdy ever get a play if he doesn't get hurt?
Right.
Are Kyle and John feeling pressure to make that look like it was a good idea?
There's like a revisionist history to it of like, yeah, but he didn't look that good at the start of the year. Didn't they play a game against Chicago where they were like playing in a hurricane?
Right.
Yeah. The field was completely soaked and the thing was a total mess. And Trey Lance looked terrible that day, but anybody would have looked terrible that day.
Yeah, it's
and then he hurt his ankle.
And it was a nasty hurt. And frankly, the accuracy was questioned.
Yeah.
Jeff Legwold, I cannot tell you how many times Jeff Legwold has told us quarterback X needs time to develop.
Yeah.
Period. And nobody ever has the patience to do it.
Yep.
So.
Russell Westbrook is a Nugget. Plus, we got some NFL news. We're getting really creative on today's High Five. I'm looking forward to that. Plus, at 5:20 today, we're not going to sit here and debate this. In fact, we're gonna team up here. This is going to be a little K&L co-opted sort of decision. ESPN tells you who they think their top athlete of the century so far has been, who has been Denver's best athlete of the century. We will collaborate on that at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. But we got NBA and NFL news, including the latest on the Nuggets and the pursuit of Russell Westbrook, which sounds like it's pretty much happening. That's coming up next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about low testosterone today. This was really the reason that sent me over to the men's clinic earlier in the year. There are easy ways to tell if you have it. For me, it was about decreased energy. For some guys, it can be decreased libido, maybe putting on weight or less productivity in the gym. If this sounds like you, then maybe you ought to head over to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take their low T quiz. It's right on their website. It's a 10-question quiz. It's yes or no answers, and it takes 2 minutes. If you think this is something you need to look further into, make an appointment over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys know what they're doing. They will draw your blood. They'll have your results within 30 minutes, and a Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results with you. So it's real easy. The cost of the appointment's only $99. It includes a medical consult, team PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, it's free. If this is something you want to get involved in, give them a call right now, 720-440-7900, or visit them at the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, 5 o'clock hour. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz is right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We start with NBA news this hour, and it's happening. Indeed, Mark Springer, Russell Westbrook is going to be a Nugget.
Yeah, that's right. The Clippers and Jazz have agreed to a sign-and-trade deal involving Russell Westbrook, who is expected to join the Nuggets after Utah waives the former MVP and buys out the remainder of his contract, sources are telling ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski.
Yes, Russell Westbrook is finally going to be a member of the Nuggets. This was the goal. This was the plan for Calvin Booth. He wanted him the whole time. He and Dario Saric were the two targets this offseason. He got both of his guys. So nice job on that by Calvin Booth. He gets his backup point guard. He gets a veteran. He gets a guy that Nikola Jokic likes. He gets a guy that plays with space. He gets a guy that plays with nasty. He gets a competent NBA veteran point guard. Andy, what could possibly go wrong?
Well, every now and again, maybe someone gets cranky.
A couple of things could go wrong.
Yeah, but again, I would ask those that are skeptical, would you rather have him or the complete unknown as backup point guard? Because you kind of had that last year when Reggie Jackson proved to be too tired.
Right.
And you don't have Colin Gillespie to play on the two-way contract, and the reviews have not been great at all of Jalen Pickett. So what else you got to lose on this one? Doesn't cost you anything. You're not giving anything up.
Yep.
You still maintain flexibility to do something at the deadline financially if you choose to.
Yep.
So and look, we've already seen with Bones Highland, if you're not going to fit into the room and you're a pain in the rear or a headache to those that matter, you're not going to be here. So if he chooses to go that route, as you said earlier, they can cut bait and move on. I think because of the culture of the team that's been established over 3 or 4 years, I think it'll be fine.
Russell Westbrook's walking through the door of a championship team.
Right. He needs that ring last I checked.
Yeah. He's walking through that door. He's a former MVP. He has a good relationship with Nikola Jokic, who endorsed this move from the jump, who wanted to play with Russell Westbrook. This team's second unit needed an identity. The second unit needed that because last year, you can go to Reggie, you can put Peyton Watson on the floor, you can put Christian Brown on the floor, Zeke, Julian Strawther, whomever saw time with that second unit a year ago. And it existed for the sake of trying not to kill the team when Jokic was off the floor. And it still did, all right? One of the things, and I said this in hour number 1 of the show today, that I love about what Russell Westbrook does for this team is he gives your second unit a different look from your starting unit and a different look from what you had in the past. He gives opposing coaches and players something to have to think about when he hits the floor. He's going to play fast. He is going to play downhill. I can't wait for it. I think this is a savvy acquisition on the part of the Nuggets, both of what he is on the floor. And look, and when I say that, I know 60% of his shots I'm going to hate, okay? You got to live with that with Russell Westbrook. But if he is getting into the paint, if he is finishing at the rim, if he is throwing up lobs for Aaron Gordon, if the two of I think Westbrook and AG playing together is something that I want to be able to watch. That's a fun little combination right there. Plus, he can break guys down, he can get into the lane, he can drive and kick. I'm ecstatic for this.
Well, and now you don't have to stagger Jamal with that second unit. You can actually get all your guys rest, and maybe it gives you more Jamal and Joker.
I mean, exactly to your point, haven't we learned that Jamal's not good with the second unit?
No.
It's not a good group. It's not a good job for him, okay? Let him play with Nikola Jokic. That's what he does best. That pairing won you a damn NBA championship, okay? Those guys are special. He's not great with the second unit. He doesn't take on that leadership role particularly well. And the basketball that they play
because Jamal just dribbles it out and shoots.
It's just
he doesn't trust a lot of guys.
ISO Jamal ball. It doesn't work.
No.
This is a good acquisition on the part of the Nuggets. Nice job by Calvin Booth. I like the nasty that he brings into the room as well. Russell Westbrook is a member of the Nuggets. You know, I say that, and I say, I give this like a 65% chance of working really well. And I'll acknowledge that it might just blow up in everybody's face. But to your point, you can just send him send him packing then.
Well, and at the end of the day, we said this in hour number 1 too. Remember, this is not the linchpin move of a championship. This is a bench bolstering move.
Yeah.
Whether you win another Larry O'Brien or not will squarely fall on the shoulders of the starting five.
Whether
period.
Jamal Murray has 2 healthy legs underneath him.
Yeah, and whether either Christian Brown or Julian Strother is ready to fill in for KCP.
Much more on Russell Westbrook coming up this hour as the Nuggets are going to get this done. Spring.
High five.
Hey, shout out to Bronny James. The haters, including me, said he couldn't do it, yet he kind of did it. Last night, he scored 12 points. And the
poured in 12?
That was the third most on the Lakers Summer League squad. They got their first win of the Summer League, an 87-86 win over the Atlanta Hawks. Bronny James, 24 minutes, 12 points, 5 of 11 from the field. That's just under 50%. 2 of 5 from 3. He hit his first 2 threes of Summer League. He was a -10. That was a team low for the Lakers. Bronny James on most sports books is a 250-1 long shot to win Rookie of the Year.
I got 300 to 1 of the one I'm looking at.
I got 250 on mine to win.
Wow, go to Nate's.
Yeah.
Get that good price.
According to David Purdom of ESPN, more bets have been placed on Bronny James to win Rookie of the Year than any other player at multiple sports books. Bronny has attracted nearly 1 in 4 of the bets placed on the Rookie of the Year market at ESPN Bet. BetMGM reported taking a $1,000 Rookie of the Year bet on Bronny at those 250-1 odds on July 6th from a bettor in Ontario. And DraftKings said that only Zach Edey has attracted more money wagered than Bronny in its Rookie of the Year market.
Right now, by the way, Zach Edey, the betting favorite at 6-1, as I'm looking at it, to win the Rookie of the Year award, which it makes sense. There is not a dynamic star in this particular class. So, yeah, it kind of makes sense. Reed Shepherd of the Rockets, who's had a great summer league, by the way, is at plus 650 right now. Reese Hache of the Atlanta Hawks at plus 800. Modest Bazelis of the Rockets at 9-1. Dalton Connect of the Lakers is at 9-1 right now as well. Alexander Sarr, who had an 0-15 the other day, is 10-1. Stephon Castle, who I really like, 11-1. Okay. It's really easy to go, well, Bronny James isn't going to win the Rookie of the Year, so that's stupid, which you're not wrong. This is the one concession I will make for it, okay? Even though I know he's not good enough. He comes in with the most name recognition playing for a major market franchise, okay? Those things actually are meaningful in Rookie of the Year conversations. Now, this would require him to become like a way better basketball player than he is, but in the very least, he has those 2 advantages going in.
To your point, look, I don't think any of us, just so everyone's hearing us clear, none of us think he'll win Rookie of the Year. But to your point, the burden of proof in this case is not as great for him as it will be for other players, because the only reason why we are talking about this and the only reason why he even got drafted is his dad is who his dad is, and his dad is the NBA in a way. So
did you, by the way, have you followed the Jaylen Brown
yeah, the little what they caught him saying in the crowd.
The saga, I suppose we'll call it.
What's it? I haven't seen what it's turned into since the clip got out of him saying he's not an NBA player.
Okay, so he said he's not an NBA player. But then Jaylen Brown had a tweet after that in which he quote tweeted the video of everyone doing the lip reading of Jaylen Brown saying he's not an NBA player. And then he tweeted a response to the video. Listen to this. It's a flex to have your son alongside you in the NBA. It reflects greatness and longevity. Bronny has all the tools around him to be successful. I look forward to watching his growth. So again, he didn't really walk it back. He pretty much just called him a Nepo baby and moved on.
Yeah. Great move for LeBron. Hey, shout out to his dad for pulling off playing long enough to play with his kid that probably shouldn't be playing.
Yeah, his kid, LeBron is so awesome. he got his kid who's not an NBA player and onto an NBA roster.
But
Pretty
again, this backs up your point. Even that comment backs up your point. There are people that are afraid to say cross things to LeBron James, including the 4-letter network.
It is the Craigman and Lindahl show. We got through 2 of our 5 biggest stories of the
we're
day.
high to it.
From around the NBA. Not bad. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to replay Mark Springer's show open because it was Absolute Chef's Kiss. And if you missed it back at 3 o'clock, you will want to hear that when we return. It is all about the acquisition of Russell Westbrook. Plus, ESPN, their top 100 athletes of the century so far. Who is Denver's? We'll break that down next.
And we have some breaking news. Our Adrian Wojnarowski reporting the Clippers are sending guard Russell Westbrook and cash to the Jazz in a sign-and-trade deal for guard Chris Dunn. The two teams will also swap second-round picks. Westbrook is then expected to agree on a contract buyout with the Jazz, paving the way for him to join the Denver Nuggets after he clears waivers. Yes, very interesting.
Wow. Come on, y'all. Russell
Westbrook.
Holy, very exciting. I look at it as, somebody asked me when we were at the Combine, what do you look for in
a point guard?
And I said that tough, smart, athletic. I mean, go into the dictionary and you'll see Russell
Westbrook.
They're smiling with a big old smile because that's who he is. I mean, George hit on all of it. I mean, you're 100% right. Just his durability, his accuracy, the deep balls. I mean, we're going to be throwing that thing down the
court.
And that's so exciting. It's so exciting for everybody. And it did take a lot of people. It took everybody in this building. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, because this is very exciting for the coaching staff, for the players, for the team, for all of us.
I'm so excited about Westbrook the Nugget, and then Nathaniel Hackett has to come in here and ruin it for everybody.
Talking all positive, only for us to be lapping it up, and then a year later,
Well, I sure am excited.
Everything is gone. Everything is done. Nathaniel Hackett didn't even coach Russ for a whole year.
This Russell's going to work out better.
Okay, good.
I believe that to be the case. By the way, we haven't really talked about it, okay?
Yep.
So Westbrook, in addition to, he's gotten into it with Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic before out on the floor. He also has other local beefs. He has beef with the super mascot Rocky.
Okay.
He blocked Rocky's shot.
But aren't we?
He denied the fans queso.
Okay, there was that.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's something you don't forget. We all love queso. Look, pal.
Hell no.
That's an unforgivable sin.
You owe me queso. They need to do the first night he plays, there should be a queso promotion. You score a bucket, we all get queso.
Again, I love that he did it. It's good NBA showmanship, right? Charles Barkley got it. He was beefing with Rocky forever. Though they were always fighting.
Yeah, but is it current Rocky?
Yeah, we're what are we on? Generation 3 Rocky
yeah, I was
now?
Gonna say, don't we
it's
have
a different Rocky.
Yeah, I'm not.
But it's
sure?
still it's
sure.
Hey, once you put the outfit on, the costume,
it's the image.
You're inside. You're the mountain lion.
You're the Vader.
So he had the beef. Remember the chubby guy yelling in his face? Dude that wandered out onto the floor and was clapping like this. Yeah, that guy got all up in Russ's face, and Russ was just move.
Just shoves him.
And then it's looking around what are we doing? What's going on? And then there was the kid. Remember the kid? The kid that was sitting courtside?
Yeah.
And Westbrook, ball got knocked out, and Westbrook went over there, and the kid, gave him a push on the arm. Westbrook had to, lean down and be like, don't do that, kid.
Don't do that, little man.
They had to send security over there.
You remember, though, that's akin to when Troy Tulowitzki, some kid talked trash to him, then he went and hit a dinger, and on his way back to the dugout, he goes, maybe you shouldn't talk trash to a Major League player.
It worked.
So I think
maybe Tulo should
Tulo
take some
and
of
Russ
that on.
are riding in the same little bucket of red rear.
I'm here for it, man.
They need some attitude.
Need it.
They need some attitude.
Red rear, well put.
Yes.
We can say it. It's red ass. He's
Sure.
got it.
All right. Then
He's
got a bunch of it.
Yes.
It's chapped as could be.
That's what I'm talking about.
That is a 2-day ride.
Plays with the nasty. He's got the sneer on the face. We need that on the floor.
Well, because they were getting it from a bunch of the Minnesota people, and not a lot of people did something about it.
Yeah.
Russ ain't going to sit there and let Anthony Edwards run his mouth the whole time.
Nope. He's going to get after it.
He's going to go, hey, Goose, why don't you go play volleyball in jeans?
I love the acquisition for that. I think there's huge basketball benefits to it. I think there is huge sort of mindset, mentality, attitude benefits to all of this. And I sit here and I say all this and I say look, it hasn't worked everywhere, okay?
And it may not work here.
And it might not. Remember Houston Rockets, Russell Westbrook? That wasn't very good.
Did he want to go there, though? Wasn't he part of Was that in a Harden deal?
Was he still? He was still.
Was
third,
he sidecar with Harden on that?
I think he was still third-team All-NBA that year. God, he took a lot of bad shots. Oof.
See, someone did text in, and it hasn't Russ broken up a couple good locker room chemistry before? He might have, but I feel like that's Harden. I feel like that's James. I'm the only one shooting Harden more than Westbrook, but I might be wrong.
Those two,
they've moved a lot.
And then, granted, they became teammates again last year with the Clippers. Seemed like it was going okay. Russ accepted his role.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm excited for this. I think this is a good move. This is a good move. This is and it's more than anything. I don't know if redemption's the word, but Calvin Booth has taken a lot of heat this offseason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Moving 3 first-round picks to go and get DeRon Holmes, which terrible luck. Terrible luck. You can't hold that against Calvin Booth. Move 3 second-round picks to get rid of Reggie. Okay. The Zeke Najee contract is bad. Jalen Pickett has not worked. Hunter Tyson has not worked. Those are also second-round picks. Now, you gave him guaranteed contracts, but still.
Yeah, but you can't keep trying to find diamonds in second-round picks.
Yeah.
I know you have, and hats off to you.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the norm.
All right, Andy, did you see ESPN.com today listed top 25 athletes of the century?
The century.
Okay.
Can you believe we're almost 24 years complete in the century?
See who they put number 1?
I did not. I didn't know they were doing this.
Michael Phelps.
All right.
Michael Phelps.
He's got a lot of gold.
More gold medals than anybody in the history of the Olympic Games. Here's my problem with Phelps, okay? Can we have a top athlete of the century as a guy that I only watched for 5 days once every 4 years?
Right. Not knocking the guy's career. He's been amazing.
Oh, he's a legend.
But to your point, there have been people that have competed a decade and a half of the century, so far.
Like Serena's at number 2. She won 23 slams this century?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's like every year having to go out there
Gotta
and
show up
be
and do it
great. Messi at number 3, LeBron 4, Brady 5, Federer, Simone Biles, Tiger Woods, Usain Bolt, Kobe Bryant round out your top 10. That's of since I guess the century technically started in 2001, but I'll count 2000 for this exercise. That's since that time. It's a good list.
Sure,
I wouldn't have put Phelps at number 1.
I would have.
I probably would have gone. Probably would have gone Serena, Brady, or Tiger at 1.
When did Tiger have the driveway incident?
2009, 10. God, he had a good decade, though.
I would probably, but see, this is all about your taste. I'd put Brady ahead of Serena, but you cannot ignore the dominance of Serena Williams in her given sport.
15 majors
that the world
Tiger.
loves to compete in.
Yeah, no.
See, Tiger was amazing, but again, had he made it into the aughts, maybe still at his peak level.
Yeah,
Tiger was amazing. Tiger to me would be 3 then, I guess, if we're talking about all this. But and we are.
Anyway.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Tiger, what up?
Okay. Andy, who is the best Denver athlete of the 21st century?
All right. So I'm glad you said 2001.
We'll count 2000.
In the year 2000.
And John Elway retired in 1999.
So he's out.
All of Terrell Davis's brilliance was in the 90s. Shannon Sharp doesn't get into this conversation. Nope. Let's start at the top.
You've got a list, and I don't.
I sketched out names for you. Okay.
I was thinking of guys to add. What are the rules? Because one of the guys missing on your list, just as far as athletes that were fun to watch, was Clinton Portis, but he wasn't here very long.
Yeah, he did. He's not even under consideration.
So he's out because
we're talking about the GOAT here.
Okay.
You
Fair
know?
enough.
Go
The
with
GOAT.
the GOAT.
Go ahead.
I got Jokic 1.
Okay.
3 MVPs.
Yep. Championship.
A championship, a finals MVP, 6 All-Stars, 6-time All-NBA. He's unique. He's one of one. He's Denver's through and through. I guess he's also Serbia's. And to me, what puts Jokic at the very top is he did what many never thought they would see in their lifetime. He took the Denver Nuggets to an NBA championship.
In a league that doesn't love this market.
Yes.
It feels like sometimes. All right, so let's break down some of the competition.
I
here,
put him
okay?
at the top.
I'm a freak of nature, and
I that may be the only way you can go. So let's go to Peyton Manning's on this list for you.
All right,
Peyton Manning won a Super Bowl,
MVP award. He finished second in an MVP, won a Super Bowl, 2 AFC titles, an NFL record, 55 touchdowns, which is still 5 above Brady and Mahomes' 50.
Go look at the record for the Broncos against the AFC West alone when he was here. It's like 30-3 or something.
Single season passing yardage record, really lifted the franchise out of the end of Shanahan, let's be honest, the end of Bolin and the McDaniels era.
He brought them screaming back to relevance.
45-12 in the regular season, 5-3 in the playoffs. It was 4 years, but damn, those were 4 good years.
He also still is the quarterback of the greatest offense, and after 3 cracks of a 17 or 4 cracks of a 17-game season,
no
one's come close after that.
So I got Peyton Manning.
So Manning's in there too. Sakic won a couple cups here, captain of your Colorado Avalanche.
In this century, won a Stanley Cup, a Hart Trophy, top 10 in the Hart 4 times, 26 points in the 0-1 playoffs. Waugh won the Conn Smythe that year, but he led the league in scoring in those playoffs.
And Sakic did it. Remember, Forsberg got hurt, I think, in the semifinal round.
Right.
Sakic went 2 rounds to win the cup without Peter Forsberg.
Sakic, it's his career just sort of like bisected the 90s and the aughts. So like a big chunk of his greatness doesn't make it into this century.
Makar won a cup, won a Norris.
Won a Stanley Cup, won a Conn Smythe. Won
2 Norrises, right?
Won 1 Norris.
Have you guys ever heard of the Conn Smythe?
4 top 3 finishes in the Norris. He won the Calder as the Rookie of the Year. Plus, he is the only one on this list that holds the title of the best person in the world. So that's Cale Makar.
The best
There it
person in
is.
the world, Cale Makar.
All right, staying with the Avalanche, we could go McKinnon. He got his Hart Trophy this year.
Yep.
He's got a Stanley Cup.
Franchise record, 140 points. Listen to this. He has 6 top 6 finishes for the Hart. Don't forget he won a Lady Byng.
His name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
Haven't. Yeah, I have.
He was a number 1 overall pick that, if you recall, was not consensus.
No, people thought it should be Seth Jones.
Right. That was a great pick by Sakic and Waugh to get him at number 1 overall, Nathan McKinnon.
All right. Von Miller, another championship-winning player that was a Super Bowl MVP, but never a league MVP.
8 Pro Bowls, 3-time All-Pro. He was a Defensive Rookie of the Year, Broncos all-time sack leader. What's wild is never led the league in sacks. His career high was 18.5, but J.J. Watt had 20.5 that year.
J.J. Watt?
And J.J. Watt was the Defensive Player of the Year that season, an award that Vaughn never won. However, listen to this. 2011 to 2019, which is the entirety of Von Miller's Bronco career, that 9-year stretch, 106 sacks, most in the NFL in that stretch, 10 more than Chandler Jones, and again, J.J. Watt.
Okay.
J.J. Watt?
See, to me, if we're going to pick an Avalanche player, we could throw Waugh in there. But one of the cups came that same year as Sakic.
Yep.
No Conn Smythe then in that one, right?
Waugh won the Conn Smythe in 01.
Oh, he did. Okay.
He was top 6 in the Vezina 4 times. He also won himself a William M. Jennings trophy in 02. Cool, Carl. All 3 of his Vezinas came in Montreal. He never won a Vezina trophy as a member of the Avalanche.
But did he get a Messier?
Forgot about the Mark Messier.
You're the one that brought it up.
Mark Messier.
You forgot that Messier's got his own trophy.
Mark Messier never deemed Patrick Waugh as being the NHL player that is the most like Mark Messier.
There you go.
No.
All right.
No,
Well,
never got it.
You got that.
Uh-huh.
If you had the Messier, then maybe I'd put him. If we had to pick, so here's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
Jokic is clearly the Nuggets entry, right?
Yes.
Who would we pick from the Avs? I got to take Sakic over McKinnon, but I'm going to take Makar over. See, Makar and Sakic. Do you take Sakic off the longevity? Sakic has been an Av longer than any of the other dudes. Waugh was a Canadian,
but also we're talking century.
Okay, well, fair enough.
There is a slight technicality to this list. That's one of the hard parts about it.
Who are you picking from the Avs? Waugh or Sakic? I'm going to hold you to it. Or Makar?
I'll go Sakic. Or maybe McKinnon.
Dude.
Again.
How can you go McKinnon over Makar? Makar's cup run season was amazing.
Top six finishes in the Hart Trophy. I mean, you're the best of the best at that point.
See, I think the problem is for me, Makar, I think, is the best at his position. And may go down as one of the best at his position ever. McKinnon's battling McDavid when it comes to that.
That's true.
All right. For the sake of longevity, we'll go with Joe Sakic. Okay?
Okay.
Because we still don't know the story of McKinnon or Makar, even though, as you said, this is a this century thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's Jokic against Sakic, who we got from the Broncos? Manning? Manning's it. Who else you got?
Vaughn's. Oh, Champ Bailey.
There's a lot of losing with Vaughn, and Champ never got a championship. I love Champ Bailey to death.
5-time All-Pro.
Championship matters.
5-time All-Pro.
I'm still taking Manning over him.
Played in 9 playoff games as a Bronco. No, you're.
How do we not take Manning?
I'll go with Manning.
Greatest offense of all time.
I agree.
Greatest in all the land. In all the NFL land, Nate Kreckman.
Honorable mention to Demarius Thomas and Chris Harris Jr.
Love those guys, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got to go Manning. I got to go Manning with this. I tempted to go Vaughn, but I got to go Manning.
Okay.
So it's Manning, Sakic, Jokic. I guess you throw Helton up there because he's the Hall of Famer, and they did get to a World Series with him. But
4 Silver Sluggers, 3 Gold Gloves, should have been the MVP in 2000.
Okay, so easy. Helton gets into the conversation to narrow this thing down.
Nolan's a 6-time All-Star with 8 Gold Gloves, 3 home run crowns in the National League.
Okay,
but I'd put Helton in there.
Either one that you want to put in there, they're already out.
Right.
All right. I've already eliminated them.
They're not winning.
Really, it's the debate. Truly, I don't know, man. Gosh, Sakic, Manning, Jokic. Who you taking? Sakic, Manning, Jokic.
In this order: Jokic, Manning, Sakic.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Jokic. Here's the thing, and I think the point can't be made enough. Jokic is nobody's darling, and he continues to make them give him the MVP trophy. He found a way to bring a champion. I told you, as a Denver native, never did I ever think there was any world that existed where the Nuggets were NBA champions, and here we are. And he's been a Finals MVP.
Yeah.
He's been dominant. He's been the center of his sport. Manning was always having to go head-to-head with Brady, even during his Bronco time.
Okay, let's do this before we go to break. Jokic, Manning, Sakic. That's our consensus top 3. Who's number 4 regardless of sport? We don't have to include the Rockies in this. And Todd Helton's a Hall of Famer. But who's number 4 regardless of sport?
For me, I'm debating in my head on a quick thought between Vaughn and Makar.
Yeah.
And since he's the best person in the world, I got to go Cale Makar.
He's got that title. I'm leaning Von Miller.
Yeah, man. Vaughn is another guy. You talked about it with McKinnon. Vaughn was a guy everybody thought they were going to draft Marcel Darius because it was John Fox had to have this big fat defensive tackle for his defense to work, and instead they went after the guy that, like, Vaughn exploded at the pass rush at the combine. And I remember Jeff Legwold just lauding about he'd never seen anything like this. Broncos make the right decision at 2. I think the Panthers, I don't care how good Cam Newton was, I'd really love to know if the Panthers wished they would have taken Vaughn number 1. But again, I love me some Cale Makar, so there you go.
So you got Cale 4, Vaughn 5?
Yep.
I'll go Vaughn 4, McKinnon 5. That's my top 5.
Why
right
you got to
there.
hate Cale Makar? Best person in the world. Ain't no Conn Smythe hanging out with me.
Best person in the world.
Is it because you don't like
Cale
candy bars?
Makar.
Cale Makar already has the title of best person in the world. He's doing fine without my endorsement.
What are you going to do?
I also have him at number 6 on my list.
Watt,
So there you go.
Champ,
Yeah.
Arenado. You got Mello, Jamal, DT,
You know,
Chris Harris, Tulo as the rest of the names on your list.
Yeah,
It's
like
a fine list.
rounding out the bottom of the list, but we're mostly focused at the top. Congratulations, Nikola Jokic, 3-time NBA MVP, Finals MVP, a 6-time All-Star, 6-time All-NBA, and according to Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl, the best Denver athlete of the 21st century. The highest honor he could ever achieve.
Aside from a Messier.
And holding a Falcon. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Make sure you join Altitude Sports Radio and Circa Sports Colorado Saturday for Wingapalooza at number 38 from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Come watch the Colorado football offensive and defensive lines compete to see who dominates the line of scrimmage of chicken wings. Number 38 and Circa Sports Colorado will be giving away 4 trips to Circa, airfare included. In all seriousness, okay?
Yeah.
Pre-NIL, wasn't this a bit illegal?
Yeah.
Can't give them wings?
No.
That's an improper benefit according to the NCAA?
Yeah.
Yes. So thank God we finally fixed that. Nice job, everybody.
So now they get to go eat free wings. So good.
All right.
Good. I forgot about that one.
Good.
Yeah. We don't have the Bud Black. Do we have the Bud Black Good? Do we have a Bud Black Good?
Assorted goods.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Diarrhea.
Yeah, there's that.
It's mostly what Bud Black is watching. No Rockies game tonight, by the way. The All-Star break.
Are you sad?
Nah, not really. I'm okay with it. All right.
What are you going to watch? Receiver?
Tonight? I still got to finish Ep 4 or Ep 3 of Hard Knocks.
When is Ep 4 coming?
Next week.
What?
Sunday, maybe? I don't know.
That's a bummer.
Tuesday, maybe? I don't know. We gotta wait for it.
I won't care by then. There'll be baseball and training camp.
Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, MPJ, AG, Jokic. Okay, that's your starting 5 as it stands right now. I'm putting in the assuming Christian Brown starts, although I firmly believe there's going to be
they'll get a look at Strother, right?
Yeah, they're gonna take a look at it. Hell, Michael Malone loves himself some Trey Alexander, so who knows? Who knows how weird this gets? Westbrook, Strother, Peyton Watson, Dario Saric. Without Deron Holmes, is Zeke Naji the backup power forward on this team?
Well, he wasn't really last year, so who was it?
I mean, he was at points.
Give me some Zeke Naji highlights in your life. I mean, I think they'd like it if he was. Yeah, they paid him.
I remember a couple of rebounds he grabbed it a few times.
They paid him to be.
Or
is
Vlatko the backup 4 on this team? Maybe.
Can Saric do a little of that?
Yeah, you can use him in that role as well. Yeah, Saric. I think the thing we're going to have to start getting used to, by the way, isn't he Saric?
Is it?
I feel like it might be Saric, but he was Saric forever, and then he became Saric.
He's Jolis, Yolis, Ulis, Hollis. Every year it'll be a different pronunciation. Chassin.
I mean, isn't technically Jokic? Isn't he technically Nikola?
I don't even know.
Technically speaking,
Nikola.
I think everyone's okay with Nikola, including him.
Yeah.
I think he's all right with it too. You know what? I'm putting Vlatko as all right. If we're doing like a hockey line change, I would say Vlatko's the backup 4.
Okay.
P. Watt at 3.
And you need that knee to be okay.
And Saric at center.
Be careful.
Strother, and Russell Westbrook. If you just say all the S's that way, you can't really mess it up.
Can't go wrong.
No, you can. Peyton Watson. All right, I gotta be careful with all this. And then Jalen Pickett and Hunter Tyson and Trey Alexander and PJ Hall and Zeke Naji can wave towels. And that's a basketball team right there.
All right, good. We got it all figured out.
Is that
Who
an
needs
NBA
camp?
Is that an NBA champ? Is that can that team win an NBA championship?
Yeah.
Yes.
Any team with Jokic, yes. Jokic and Murray both going, you betcha.
Mm-hmm. They can win an NBA
we can't
championship.
ignore what OKC's done.
That's
OKC's made some pretty nice moves this offseason.
Most talented roster in the West right now is OKC.
Yeah. And now they've tasted a little bit of bitterness. Now they probably won't get a little too high and mighty.
Yeah.
SGA is going to we'll see. I guess SGA's got to prove he can do it a couple of years in a row because now everyone's aware of you too.
And then after that, it's any combination of Minnesota, Denver, Dallas, and whatever order you want to do.
Sure. Yeah. And
I don't think we can bury the Clippers yet.
How long before San Antonio announces their rival?
Right.
This conference sucks.
It does.
I mean, it doesn't. But it sucks.
It's loaded. It's absolutely loaded. It's very good. It's absolutely loaded. It's very good. Going back to the conversation that we've been having throughout the course of the show, and Russell Westbrook he's a polarizing player. He's a former MVP. He's a massive name in the game. He's loved by many. He's hated by many. He's one of these guys that just perfectly spurs on sports talk radio conversation. Also, he will not be the difference as to whether or not this team wins an NBA championship. Okay? Is 36-year-old Russell Westbrook as good as Bruce Brown was 2 years ago? I don't think he is.
No.
All right? Particularly on the defensive end. Although I think Westbrook had a good year defensively last season. A lot of the defensive metrics on Westbrook were actually pretty good last season. And that's really good news for the Nuggets. So you need that part of his game to be effective, and he's now starting to get some experience in a sixth-man role, which he got last year with the Clippers, which is great. All right? But ultimately, will this team win an NBA championship because of who the backup point guard is? No. Will it make it easier to win an NBA championship if you have a good backup point guard? Damn right.
Yeah, because, again, it'll make the stinking second unit function better. Even, like I said, even if he's just going to the hole, even if he's just going to the hoop and getting some layups.
Yep.
I don't think Russell Westbrook's going to be the kind of point guard that says, wow, not only is our lead dwindling, but now the other team's momentum is picking up. Let's continue to shoot threes. He's going to go and try to do something to snap a scoring streak.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. Watching Jalen Pickett turn his back to the basket and then whip passes back out from the elbow, Russell Westbrook ain't going to be doing any of that.
No, it's going to be pedal to the floor.
That's right. It is going to be get into the lane, elevate, see if you can score, draw a defender, drive and kick, create open corner threes. That's what you're trying to do with Russell Westbrook, who had a good year last year in a sixth-man role with the LA Clippers. You know, quite frankly, and I haven't rechecked the sixth man of the year odds for next season. I think Russell Westbrook's going to be in that conversation. I think he has the potential to have that kind of year for the Nuggets. So let's hope that he does.
If he does, then I think they're going to the championship. I think we're dancing. We're parading.
You know what we're doing tomorrow? We're scrambling.
Yeah.
Scrambling tomorrow. Right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You will hear me along with Scott Hastings and Mike Sanford. You will hear Andy Lindahl along with Brett Kane and Kim Becker. And
various other combinations. It's D-Mac, Mosier, and somebody. I don't remember who the third was.
Berto.
Berto!
Hey, how do we forget the great Mark Bertinoli right there on the other side of the glass?
Did Berto get a scramble the first time? No.
No.
Yeah.
No. Mark Bertinoli keeps things over easy. No scrambles for him.
And then it's the Country Club. Did you hear about the Country Club parents?
Ooh, what's the Country Club?
Tyler Columbus, Vic Lombardi, and Alex Ryan-Emmy. Good God.
Valet parking available.
You better have yourself one hell of a tax. They're the tax bracket pairing. What is that? Jiminy Christmas, Mr. Gated Golden Community, Mr. Syracuse CA guy, and Dr. Cherry Creek over there. You know what? Just delete the hour. What are we going to talk? Hedge funds and, high tea over at the Brown Palace? Maybe stop on by the Denver Country Club for a little jaunt of golf. We'll have a round or two. I hate that pairing. Oh, you think you're better than me, do you?
Nonetheless,
they'll be there.
Good.
Yeah, tune in.
They'll be giving you hot stock tips like American Psycho. All three of them will be sitting in a big plush chair like American Psycho.
So that's tomorrow. Everybody tune in all day long as we're scrambling here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Blitz with the Marks, Bertinoli, and Springer. Not the Rolls-Royce guys. They're coming up next.